Hi, everyone, and welcome to Android Developers Global Summit 2022. We're excited to have and see every one of you here. Hi, Nick. Hi, Ksenia. This is our team who prepared this event. And we wanted to say thank you to everyone who joined us. And we would like to ask you to comment in the chat where you're coming from, maybe your country, your city, or maybe the company that you represent. And so give a shout out to your awesome teams that you're representing here. And now we're going to hear a couple interesting stats about this event, how we gathered this amount of people. And Ksenia, how many registrations do we have?
I think that more than 3,000 people are with us.
Awesome.
And I'm sure, yeah, of course, not at the same time, but there's like more than 12 different time zones. So I hope each of you will like it and will find some interesting talks for you. But yeah, some interesting statistics also. We were preparing this event for 4 months, and we had reached more than 2,000 people to find our speakers, our moderators, program committee who helped us a lot. It's 12 amazing people who just really spent hours in helping us preparing the content, these relevant talks that I'm sure you like it. And yeah, and we have like around 31 speakers, 6 moderators, and I'm sure you have a really nice time with them.
Awesome. Nick, any interesting stats besides that?
So yeah, we have a pretty long day ahead of us. We have around 11 hours of content today. Wow. We have 4 blocks of topics. So buckle up. It's gonna be lots of interesting talks ahead of us. We also have the senior track coming tomorrow with the same amount of content. So feel free to join if you have the ticket, and feel free to check out the tickets we still have in the description of the video or on our website. So you have everything there. And yeah, so please be active in the chat. We have it open for any question for our speakers. We have Q&A session just for that, but also behave yourself well, because we'll be moderating that chat. We don't tolerate any form of harassment, spam, nothing like that. Also consider joining the chat on our platform in particular, because yeah, it's just a bit better place to chat.
Yeah.
So yeah,
okay. Awesome.
I guess we're ready to start with our first moderator now.
Yeah, we want to introduce our first moderator. We want to invite him, and yeah, let's go. Let's have an awesome conference, and we will see you during the day. Have a nice summit, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining with us today. My name is Mahmoud. I'm glad to be here with you, everyone, today for the Android Summit. Today, I'm broadcasting from the UK. I'm a Lebanese engineer. I come from Beirut, but today I'm talking to you from London. The weather here is a typical UK weather. And, you know, I'm pretty excited to be here with my snacks and drinks. Make yourself comfortable. We're going to be together for the next 2 hours. We're going to have 3 speakers present to us their topics about building compose apps, best practices, and implementing app purchases in Android, and apps for the blockchain. I hope you're all excited and you are watching us from a very safe and comfortable environment. Be sure to write us in the chat and letting us know where you guys are from, how long have you been doing Android, how long have you been studying, and let's get right into the stuff. Okay, now.
Okay, as mentioned, my name.
Right, so right now we're going to talk about our first speaker. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to join us. Joe Birch, who comes to us, from is an expert who comes to us from Brighton, from the UK. Joe is an Android engineer and a Google developer who comes to us from Buffer. Basically, he's going to talk to us about building Compose apps, building Compose Android apps for everyone. We're going to have a pre-recording set first sent from him. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to join us for the Q&A, but I'm definitely sure that the presentation is going to be filled with helpful information for everyone. So basically, we're going to bring up the presentation right now.
Here to talk about Jetpack Compose and accessibility. But first, I want to take a step back from technology and from technical content itself. I think unintentionally, it's easy for us to become isolated from others around us. You know, life is busy and it's easy to get caught up in our own things. We can often forget or not even think about the things we're doing and what they might look like for someone else. For example, how you get to a conference. Say if you were blind, maybe deaf, or even had some form of physical disability, how might that have looked different for you? That could include getting to a public transport station, crossing a road safely, knowing that there's no traffic coming, and even the things you do on those journeys or these day-to-day tasks could look very different for someone else. And while people manage to do these things, we know that they might not always be simple. There may be hurdles that people experience and obstacles that come in the way. So being in this bubble, it may come as a surprise to some people to hear that 15% of the world's population has some form of disability. That is equal to about 1 billion people. And whilst that is kind of vague, seeing as there are so many different kinds of disabilities, it's quite a high number. And a lot of disabilities are actually age-linked. So as the years go by, this number is bound to rise in a linear fashion unless we have some form of medical breakthrough. This statistic is actually validated by the fact that only 70% of people with disabilities are actually born with them. So that's a pretty low number. Going to a local number in the UK, 83% of the 11 million people in the UK with disabilities developed them after they were born. So it's far more common in this case to experience a disability at some time in your life rather than being born with it. And that's something that actually really surprised me at first, and not trying to scaremonger people, but it's an interesting way to see it. And when it comes to these disabilities, there's actually a lot of things that can have a lot of crossover. So for example, one thing that may help someone who may be blind may also help someone who has some form of cognitive disability. So with that in mind, what can we do about this when we are building apps with Jetpack Compose? We'll come on to the practical side of things shortly, but first we're going to take a look at how things are working under the hood. So the key concept when we come to accessibility in Jetpack Compose is semantics. We're going to be hearing a lot about semantics over the coming slides, so it's important for us to understand exactly what these are. So when working with the view-based UI toolkit in Android, the views that we have are clearly defined. We have some form of rectangular space that a view occupies, along with the various properties that that view holds. Now, when it comes to composables, our UI is emitted into the UI hierarchy, and at that point, we rely on semantics for these services to be able to understand the UI that we are working with. So when it comes to the use of composables to build apps with Jetpack Compose, composition provides the description for the composables within our user interface. These composables are then run to produce the representation of this UI. We can view this representation as a tree-like structure that describes how our user interface is going to be drawn. However, this isn't the only tree representation that exists. Alongside this description of our composition, there is also a tree that represents the semantic meanings of our composables. These are two very different concepts. So the composition tree describes how our UI is to be composed, as in how it's going to be drawn on screen. And then the semantics tree, on the other hand, describes the semantic meaning of these composables, giving meaning to each component that is being represented in the side of our UI. But why does this matter? So when it comes to accessibility services and testing frameworks within Android, knowing how our composables are being drawn is not too useful for these. Accessibility services need to describe the content of the components to users. So describing how the composable is being drawn is not going to provide enough information to aid the users of our apps. So for testing frameworks, again, there will not be enough information to effectively test our composables. So instead, these services need to know more specific details about these composables. This could be a textual value that is being displayed to the user, or some form of description that describes a visual component within our composable. This way, these services can look at that description of our composables and portray this effectively to the user, as well as providing a way for developers to perform assertions and interactions with specific components within tests. Now, the good news is that in a lot of cases, semantic meaning will be automatically applied for us when we are using certain composables. For example, if we use a text composable to display some text to the user, this will be represented by the text semantic property. This text becomes how this composable is also described via semantics. And this means that when a screen reader is focused on this composable, this description will be read to the user to describe the given content. In a similar fashion, from the compose testing framework, we can use this description to locate a given node in our composable tree. Once the node has been located using this description, we can then perform any assertions and interactions on it. Now, without this description, it would reduce the usability of our app when accessibility features are enabled. It would also be difficult for us to locate these within the testing framework. So while composables will populate these for you, in some cases, you will need to manually provide your own descriptions. So for example, in the case of using visual composables, such as the icon or the image, if the visual representation of this adds information that aids the experience of our UI, the screen reader will not be able to describe these elements without that description. And the same goes for custom composables or lower level drawing on the canvas. If you do not provide descriptions that will be used to populate the semantics tree, then the accessibility services will not be able to describe your apps to users. And from a testing perspective, you will also experience difficulty when trying to automate the testing of these composables. Now, for a lot of composables, semantics will automatically be inferred from the composable definitions. So if we have a composable that has some text, then TalkBack will be able to use that. The same goes for buttons that are disabled or checkboxes that are checked, and so on. However, in a lot of cases, there are composables that won't have sufficient semantics to describe elements to users, as well as there being opportunities to build on the default semantics that we can provide even better semantic experience for users using TalkBack. And this is where we come in. As developers, there are points we can intervene to improve the accessibility of our composables. So now that we have an understanding of how things are working under the hood, we can move on to learning about some of the approaches that we can take to make our composables accessible to users. We'll work through a collection of examples where accessibility can be hindered, allowing us to see how TalkBack operates, as well as how we can solve these issues when it comes to Jetpack Compose. So the first thing that I want to take a look at here are touch targets. We need to ensure that any composables that can be interacted with have a big enough area that can be touched. I'm sure we've all interacted with a UI component that has a small touch area or attempted to use our phones on a bumpy car journey. Having big enough touch targets helps to ensure that our components are interactable by the user. So when I first started looking into semantics, this was actually something I overlooked because it's something that we control via compose modifiers rather than needing to modify semantics in any way. So let's take a look at this composable as an example. We have an icon that we have applied the click modifier to so that we can listen for click events. When it comes to the visual representation of this, we can see that the touch area only wraps the size of our icon, and our icon does not meet the minimum requirements to ensure that this composable is accessible. Clickable elements should have a width and height of at least 48 dp to ensure that they are accessible to the user. Without this, users may encounter friction when trying to trigger events on UI components. So what we can do here is utilize sizing modifiers so that the clickable composable has a size that meets the minimum requirements for an interactable touch area. We can use minimum size modifiers or static size modifiers to adhere to this, depending on the content that we are displaying. We can also mix this with padding to increase the area of our composable. It's important to apply the padding between any size and clickable modifiers, as this is to ensure that the padding is added to the size of the composable while still ensuring that the whole composable remains clickable. So with this in place, And we can see in the visual representation that our composable now has a increased touch area, reducing the friction that users would encounter when trying to interact with our composable. So while this works, there are actually ways which we can achieve this with much less effort, using in some of the built-in elements of Compose that are already on offer. So in the case of our icon, we actually have access to what is known as an icon button composable. So this composable takes a click listener and a content argument, and being a button, this composable is designed for user interaction, meaning that by default, it will have the minimum required sizing for a touchable component. This means that we won't need to apply any sizing or padding, as the composable already has that configured. Now, if we look at the visual representation for this, we can see that this gives us the same result as previously, except with reduced effort from our side. So with that in mind, it's important for us to default to using predefined components, especially from the material library, if what we need is already available from the framework. So to recap on our touch targets here, we need to ensure that all composables can be interacted with via touch events have a minimum area of at least 4080p. And remember, you can use a mixture of sizing and padding modifiers to achieve this. So while that is possible, though, it's important to also lean into existing implementations of composables where available, such as composables that are provided through the material APIs. This avoids us having to recreate the wheel for accessible implementations. Another example of the icon and icon button is using a text button instead of a text composable. If you're using click events on a piece of text, then using the text button makes much more sense. So when possible, avoid sacrificing these minimum touch targets based off of designs that are provided to you. In fact, this is a great opportunity for you to pass on feedback to your designers and educate about any requirements when it comes to accessibility of the designs that are being passed on. And if you are using material components that provide these requirements by default, be aware of any overriding of the touch targets and sizings, as this will break the accessibility requirements that are already being met by the composables. So when UI components are touched or navigated to, and talkback is enabled, these click events won't be triggered right away. Instead, the composable will come into focus for the accessibility services. When this happens, some composables will rely on descriptions to have their meaning portrayed to users, and it is our responsibility to provide that meaning. So let's say we have this composable, an icon. This could be an image that we load from a URL or a local resource. No matter the source, it is a visual element. These composables all require a content description argument to be provided for them. However, this is a nullable argument, so we could technically just pass null for this, right? Let's see how talkback behaves when we set this to null. As we can see, the icon comes into focus via the accessibility services, but there is no description. So as a talkback user, I have no idea what the purpose of this icon is. Is it portraying some kind of meaning? Am I missing out on some kind of context here? Without this description, we can see how experience here could be hindered. So instead, what we'll do is we'll provide a description to this argument. We'll grab a string from our resources that portrays the meaning for this element and assign it to the content description argument. How does talkback portray this now?
Settings. Close settings screen, image.
So with this applied, talkback is able to portray the meaning of this visual element to the user. There's no guessing what this might be or frustration from missing context. We've provided this description so talkback is able to effectively communicate these things for us. So aside from this, we might also be working with composables that do not have this content description argument. In these cases, we can use the semantics modifier to manually set a content description for a composable. This will be useful in cases where you're doing some form of custom drawing, such as using the canvas, and you need to portray meaning for a visual element that is being composed within your UI. So when it comes to these content descriptions, use them to provide meaningful descriptions for composables, allowing accessibility services to provide meaning to visual elements that are being displayed on screen. And remember, it's okay to mark content descriptions as null if there is no need to provide meaning for a composable. This is usually when the composable is for decorative purposes only. Now, in a lot of cases, we are required to provide some form of value for a content description, even if it is just null. It's important not to just default to applying null to stop the compiler from complaining and telling ourselves that we will do this later. This is something I'm definitely guilty with within the Android UI framework, to ignore the linting errors. So Jetpack Compose sets us up with a bit more success here. So it's important to avoid doing that by default. And at the same time, remember that not everything will require content descriptions. They are there to add meaning, which some things such as purely decorative components do not need. So alongside content being described, there are further types of descriptions that we can provide in Jetpack Compose. So for composables that are clickable, we can provide what is known as a click label. Now, this is not visible within the UI or to the user, but if talkback is being used, then where a click action is available, the click label will be used to describe the purpose of that click action to the user through the talkback services. So when implementing a clickable modifier in Jetpack Compose, we're likely going to see things that look like this. We have some composable that we want to enable click events for, so we apply the click modifier and then handle the click event for that composable. So when it comes to talkback, this is what we're going to see communicated to the user.
Item 1, lorem ipsum $sit Ahmed. Double tap to activate.
You can see here that while
Item
this is
2,
communicated
lorem
that
ipsum
there is
$sit
a
Ahmed.
interaction available,
Double tap to
there's no
activate.
clear indication about what that interaction will be. Will it be a terminating action? Should I click it to find out? And we can see here how this might cause some friction to the user. So what we can do here to improve this is provide an on-click label, which will be used to communicate to the user what the purpose of the click action is. This takes a string, so we can provide this in the same way that we would for a content description. This would then be portrayed to our user like so.
Item 1, lorem ipsum $sit Ahmed. Double tap to open item 1 article.
We can see now that talkback can clearly communicate what the click action will do, allowing the user to really understand the purpose of that action and what it will result in. This removes any friction that might have been experienced previously or any confusion around what click events might trigger. So we can see that we can use click labels to provide interaction descriptions for users for the composables that has an action available. Now, click actions and content descriptions will serve different purposes. Content descriptions describe the content, click labels describe the action. In a lot of cases, these will be read out together, so be sure that they complement one another and are not just repetitions of the same content. You should also rely on content descriptions to describe the content, the action for a piece of content. The click labels are there for a purpose and what the user relies on for action descriptions, so we should be using those labels to describe that. And the same goes for modification of other semantic values. If you are describing a click action, use the click label to do so and don't rely on other semantic values. Talking of these other semantics, this is a good segue into text semantics. So while click labels are used to describe the actions that can be performed for a click event, the text semantic allows us to control the text that is used to describe a composable. So let's take an example. We have a text composable that is displaying some kind of text to the user. And in a lot of situations, we won't actually want to apply any modifications to the text that is being displayed. However, with this specific example, we have an example of P/M. So in the UK, a lot of people read this as per month. Other places might read it as per meter. Thing is, this text does not have any context around what that is being used for. If I was to show this inside of a rental app, so for a property rental, I would expect this to say £60 per month. It's a cheap piece of property, but that's what we'd expect it to read. However, if we take a look at how talkback will read this to the user, it's not super clear.
£60 per meter.
As we can see here, this isn't correct. This could be the same for per month, per annum, centimeters, or any other kind of abbreviation that we might have in our application. And this is because talkback doesn't have any context around what that text is being used for. It's literally taking it and translating it in what it thinks it means. But what can we do here? And how can we make it so that the screen reader can describe this without having to change the visual content inside of our app? In these cases, we can use the text semantic property. Now, this is not what is used to describe a piece of content, but it is actually the property that the accessibility service will use as the representation of that content. What we can do here is provide a value that is used to override the semantics of our composable, meaning that this new text property will be used by the accessibility services for the representation of this textual content. So with this text semantic in place, we can now see that the original text content
per month
of this composable is still in place, but Talkback is reading something different. It's reading the content that we provided via the text semantic while keeping the visuals in place that was originally being provided to it. So from this example, we can see that the use of text semantics can be done to improve the representation of text that is being composed in our UI. We are essentially changing the spoken representation of that composable without modifying how it is being represented inside of our UI. Now, because we have this text semantic, it's important to override it where applicable and not use other semantic properties to provide an alternative semantic value. Overriding the text semantic will replace the existing semantic value, so we'll avoid any values being represented multiple times. On that note also, the text semantics are not something that we should really need to override often. While they can be used to simplify textual content, as well as add clarity to it, it's not something that we should need to use regularly to override any composition. So with the examples of these semantic values, we've been able to see how Talkback will navigate through the different composables in our hierarchy. Now, you may be thinking, that seems like a lot of navigation. And this is where what is known as merging descendants comes in handy. But why exactly would we want to merge descendants, and what does that even mean? So let's take a look at an example. The content here isn't exactly relevant, but let's imagine we have a composable tree that is representative of the structure we see here on screen. We have a column that contains a row with 2 child composables along with a text composable. When we come to Talkback, we were going to see that every child in this composable is going to be focused. That means that the user needs to navigate through each of the focusable items that are being shown.
You've won. The 28th of June. Thanks for entering our competition. We're excited. Coffee.
So here, if we're trying to navigate through a list of emails, that navigation becomes a little tricky because we can see there that we have to navigate through 3 focusable items for every single email in that list. That means it could take the user a lot of time to get to the 6th email in their inbox. We want to remove this friction when using Talkback so we can utilize semantic merging to reduce the number of focusable elements that are being shown within a composable. So when it comes to the composable code, this is actually a very minimal change that is required. When we use the semantics modifier, we can provide a flag which is used to indicate whether we want to merge the descendants of this composable. So this will default to false. So if you don't provide a flag for this, it will not automatically merge descendants, but you can override this by passing in the true value. So when we have this applied,
You've won the 28th of June. Thanks for entering our competition. With coffee, the 1st of April was.
So here we've merged the descendants and now the whole column is being recognized as a single descendant. Talkback will now read the title, data, and description as a part of the representation of a single composable in one go. This now also means that it's much easier for the user to navigate through the list of emails, as the list is made up of single focusable elements, rather than each email having 3 focus points. Now, this will really depend on the content you're displaying. So if, say, each of these emails had a massive paragraph for each of the descriptions, it wouldn't make sense for us to read the entire content to the user. So while they could skip the content by focusing to the next item, it only makes sense for us to merge this when we need to. So we've seen here how we can use the merge descendants flag to compress multiple semantics into a single representation. This not only helps to remove bloat from the semantics tree, but it makes our UI much easier to move through when we are being used by the accessibility services. However, navigation should not be a sole reason why we merge descendants. It should be strictly done when multiple descriptions are not required for the same area. If it makes logical sense for components to be traversed through and described on an individual basis, then they should be kept that way. So merge descendants, again, is probably not something we're going to use all the time, but it's something we're going to selectively use when we feel it's appropriate to simplify the semantics tree for the user. So alongside these semantics modifications, we can also provide a description which is used to describe state. For components that have a dynamic state that can be controlled, this allows us to add clarity to the state of a component and describe the state that is currently being represented, rather than relying on a visual representation of that. But let's take this example in the form of a toggleable component. We have a custom switch composable that can be toggled between on and off. We can see this being manipulated here via some flag. But how does Talkback communicate this to the user?
Switch. On. Off. On.
So we can see here that nothing's being clearly read to the user. It's not super clear what state the current is related to. And while we can focus on the whole row again to hear the semantic description, there are things that we can do to add clarity to the state of our switch. So what we can do here is we can utilize the state description semantic to provide some meaning to the current value of our state representation. So here in my composable, I am now building a string based on the current value of the enabled flag, followed by assigning this to the state description semantic property. So this description is being applied to the value of the state description, and then this will be read out by talkback and communicated to the user.
Notifications are enabled. Notifications are disabled.
So now, rather than the user just hearing on, off, or disabled, enabled, the user has full context on what is happening with the state change and what that row currently represents in form of state. This avoids the user having to kind of play any guesswork and removes any friction that might be involved when it comes to the current state of our composables. So from this example, we've seen that we can use state descriptions to add context to the current representation of the state, allowing us to expand on a simple status of a component, helping our users to understand the current state quicker. So with that said, state descriptions should only be used for what they are designed for. State descriptions. We shouldn't use these to instruct our user on possible actions that can be triggered or any other kind of descriptions. Keep them for state descriptions only and utilize other semantic values where appropriate. So talking about switches brings us onto switch accessibility. And in fact, the accessibility aspects for any other kind of toggle components, such as checkboxes, radio buttons, and so on. Any component that can be toggled between different states by the user. So what's up with these when it comes to accessibility? Let's take a look at an example of a switch composable and how this might currently be represented. So we have nothing special here. We are composing a text label along with a switch that can be used to toggle a state value. So when it comes to how talkback will represent this composable, we're going to see something like the following.
Enable notifications. Off, switch.
We can see here that the label and switch components are represented by individual elements. There are two key issues here. The user would hear the label description and then nothing else, and we are kind of expecting that they would move to the next item to get more context, which we should really be providing up front. The second issue that is only the toggleable component is toggleable. So this means that the user needs to navigate to each component individually in order to control that toggle state. We can actually improve this here by
enable notifications.
By making the row that contains our child toggleable component toggleable. So this means that the parent row now holds, manipulates, and communicates that state of our component to the user rather than the switch being responsible for that. This means that the user now interacts with the role as a whole rather than that individual switch component. So when it comes to the talkback experience of this, utilizing the toggleable modifier, we can now see that the talkback is able to communicate things via the row.
Notifications are enabled. Notifications are disabled. Notifications are enabled.
So here we can see that the whole row is now clickable, and this not only means that we can now interact with the row as a toggleable component, but also reduce the number of navigation steps that are required to move through our UI. And this is not only for accessibility services, but also for users that don't even have talkback enabled. There's so many apps that I use that don't do this. Like I always try and click the row and expect it to toggle something, and it doesn't. So this is just a general user experience improvement that you can make in your apps anyway. So we can see from this example that we can simplify the experience for toggle components by lifting that toggle state up into the parent container. This simplifies navigation for our UI and also any interaction that takes place for these components. So setting the role semantic is something that is automatically done for switch composables. But when you're using the toggle modifier, we have to do this ourselves. So this is used by the accessibility services to be aware of what the component is and communicate it to the user. So remember to set this when you're using these custom containers. So when it comes to these kind of interactions with components, executing a single action is not complicated. It's not complicated to communicate, and it's not complicated to execute. However, there are cases in our UI where there are multiple actions that might be executed, or those actions aren't clearly represented within our UI. In these cases, the accessibility APIs provide us with what are known as accessibility actions. And this is a native accessibility API that is already baked into existing Android apps where available. So let's take a look at an example. We have a list of items, each represented by a clickable column. Clicking the column will launch a screen to read more items about the email, but there's also an icon that can be used to delete the email. You might also have more actions here. Maybe another icon does something else, or there's a button, or there's even some actions that require the user to swipe the card to perform that action. With this composable in mind, let's take a look at how TalkBack might communicate this to the user.
Item 1. This is the first item in the list. Double tap to read email. Delete email.
So we can see here that the user needs to navigate through each items in our composable, listening to the description every one. So this is just the first item, but the user will need to navigate to the second item and then each action in there. This could be very time consuming. And like I mentioned before, if we have multiple actions for each card, this is going to get very, very long. So instead, we can utilize what are known as accessibility actions. These allow us to provide access to these available actions with greatly reduced friction and in a native fashion that TalkBack users will be familiar with. So let's see how TalkBack will handle this when we are using accessibility actions in our apps.
Item 2. This is the second item in the list. TalkBack menu. Actions. Read email in list.
So we can see here that now the actions for our list are accessible through the native accessibility actions route, which is a user experience that TalkBack users will be familiar with. This also reduces the number of navigational steps that we need to take when navigating through our items. So we've seen here that we can use accessibility actions to provide a native experience for TalkBack users to trigger content actions. It's important to provide these in your apps where actions are available, as it's something that TalkBack users will likely expect to be there when using your apps. As well as being aware that this does not mean, as well as being aware of this, it's important not to disregard accessibility for the UI components that do trigger actions. So for things like content descriptions and so on, and click labels, it's important to still provide these just in case you are a user who is not using these actions. So you're providing different accessible routes for different people. So on the topic of reducing navigation via actions, there is also a feature in TalkBack that allows users to control how a screen is navigated through. One of these ways is via headings. So if a screen has content that is separating to headings, the screen can be navigated through via sections rather than individual components. So let's see how this might affect our user interface. So here we have a simple text composable that is displaying some title of a section in our screen. It's likely that we'll have multiple sections that are styled like this, but without the use of headings, we would see something like this when using TalkBack.
Learn Jetpack Compose. Lorem ipsum dolus. What is Jetpack Compose? Lorem ipsum dolus. Let's learn about state.
If our screen had a lot of UI components and not everything was a paragraph and simple text composable, say there were images and other things, this could get pretty lengthy for the users to navigate through. However, we can utilize the semantics again to mark certain composables as headings. With this semantics modifier in place and the heading declaration, TalkBack will recognize these components as headings for the different sections of our user interface. So if we take a look at how TalkBack would render this.
Learn Jetpack Compose, heading. What is Jetpack Compose? Let's learn about state.
So we can see here that using certain swipes that, again, TalkBack users are familiar with, the user can navigate through our UI using these headings and using composables that are marked as headings, resulting in a much quicker navigation for our screens without the need to focus on every single component. So here we've been able to see that we can use headings to break up our content into different sections, again, reducing the friction for our users who have TalkBack enabled. So with the ability to do this, it's important to be aware of how we can break our content up in such a way. So while we saw simple text in this example, your UI could look different from this, and they could be represented by multiple composables, but still have some form of heading representation. So when you are creating content in your apps, think about how you might be able to split it up to be able to mark things into section components. So if your content is not broken up into sections and does not have headings, do not use heading semantics, as you'll likely cause more confusion to users rather than helpfulness. And finally, don't use headings for visual decorations. This would again cause confusion and result in the user navigating through the screen and not being able to tell where they are. So at this point, we've covered a lot of concepts around semantics and simplifying navigation through Talkback. So I want to finish up on one more thing, custom composables. So it's likely that in our projects, we're going to be creating custom layouts in Compose and other things using the canvas. In these cases, we will often have a blank slate when it comes to semantics. So we need to be even more aware of providing context and content for our composables. So let's take the case of building our own checkmark component. We might have a row that shows an icon on text, where styling of these depends on some kind of flag. This allows the user to toggle the composable both on and off. If we are going to be doing things like this, we need to think about how these components are portrayed by accessibility services. While for a user not interacting with Talkback would just click on this item and not know any different, Talkback uses the semantics to provide context on what the composable is. So instead of using this clickable modifier, instead we're going to use the toggleable modifier to build a custom component that represents its purpose. What we've built is a custom toggle component, so you should be using the modifier that is built for that. This way, Talkback knows that it is a toggle component and that can be communicated to the user where appropriate. So another example of custom components might be scenarios where we're using the canvas. In these cases, we have a blank slate again. So because we are drawing custom shapes on the canvas, these are going to have no form of semantic representation. And in these cases, we're going to want to ensure that we are composing what can be described to users. So when it comes to this, we would still use the approaches that we've learned throughout this talk to apply semantics to our composables. We can use a content description to describe the role of the item that we're drawing, as well as set the click label. And then we can simply use other things we've learned to apply these directly to the canvas. It works in no other way. We use what is available from the API. So with all that in mind, we now have a good handful of knowledge around making composables accessible. This isn't an extensive collection, but is enough to help improve how our apps are experienced. So as an engineer, I would highly encourage you to try using Talkback on your device, learn how it works and how your app behaves with it. Once you understand how Talkback works, it can really open your eyes as to how these things will operate when working on your app. This is really helpful for understanding where your app falls short in terms of accessibility, allowing us to create better experiences for all of our users. If you're looking to learn more about accessibility and Jetpack Compose, I would highly recommend checking out these resources. There's the Google Code Lab on Jetpack Compose accessibility. We also have some blog posts over on Compose Academy, as well as these 2 blog posts at the bottom, which are really good on helping to understand best practices when it comes to accessibility in Compose, as well as semantics. So I'd highly recommend checking out any of these. And if you're looking to learn more about Jetpack Compose, in a couple of weeks, I'll be launching this project book, which is a practical approach to building apps of Jetpack Compose, which covers various topics, and accessibility is also a big focus for the projects in there. So if you're looking to learn Jetpack Compose, I'd love for you to sign up on the waitlist on this link. With that said, that's it from my side. So I think I wanted to share today. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you've been able to take away something from this session. Thanks for watching.
That was very interesting. Thank you. We'd like to thank Joe very much for the very exciting presentation. And we wish him good luck on the launching of the book. And also we would like to wish him to get well soon. If you're able to join us, Joe, or if you're here, send us out an emoji in the chat. And now we will be, connecting with our next speaker in a bit. While he arrives, I'm going to tell you a bit about him. So basically, his topic is going to be best practices of implementing Android and app purchases. Quite interesting, I'd say. Our next, he comes to us from Armenia. Basically, he has been programming for about 6 years. He's starting out building games with C#, and now he is an Android developer. I think it's marked as his 3rd year. Basically, Andranik is here with us. Hello, Andranik.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you for joining us today. How's it going with you?
Good. Thanks.
Fantastic. Fantastic. So would you like to share with us your presentation and we get on with the topic?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to share right now.
Fantastic. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining this amazing event. First of all, I want to present myself. I'm Andranik, an Android developer working for Pixart in the monetization department. And that's why today's topic is going to be about in-app purchase. Next 40 minutes, I'll be talking about what is in-app purchase in general. We will learn about types of in-app purchase. We will watch some code examples about the implementation of it by considering the important steps. And finally, we'll talk about billing frequency and Google billing system methods. Let's start. What is in-app purchase? In-app purchase are digital content or service that you can buy in an app. This can include things like premium features, virtual currency, additional levels for a game, special characters, and more. In-app purchase can be made with real money. As an Android developer, you must know that in-app purchase is a source of source for monetization. You can use Google Play's billing system library to sell products and subscription within your app. Why are we talking about Google Play's billing system? Because Play Market is the most popular platform for Android. Although we have also Amazon App Store or Samsung App Store, Huawei App Store, which have their own billing system. But today's speech dedicated to Google Play's billing system. In-app billing offers a simple, straightforward way for you to sell digital content and services from inside your apps. It's a seamless experience for your customers. They can make purchases without ever having to leave your app. To check if app offers in-app purchase before buy, you can see in photo I have here mentioned. In that part, they're written that application contains in-app purchase. That means that in-app purchase libraries included in this app. There are three main types of in-app purchase that you can sell within in-app billing. The first one, as you can see, is a non-consumable product, which is purchased once and provides a permanent benefit. Those items are linked to the user's Google account permanently after purchase. Premium upgrades and remove ads are examples of non-consumable good, as you can see in the presentation. The second one is consumable product. Consumable product is the one that a player consumes to gain in-game content. You provide the benefits or effects associated with your product in a procedure known as provisioning when a user takes it. For example, a player may buy a game currency product, such as a stack of coins. Whenever the user consumes the product, you are distributed to a predetermined amount of coins to them. The bought stack of coins product is no longer available once this happens, but consumable items may be purchased multiple times. This kind of product isn't associated with Google Play's account, which means that it is available for your device only. Yeah, maybe. And the final, the last type is subscription. Subscription is a package of services people may use for a specific time. You can have many subscriptions within the same application, each representing a particular services. For example, a streaming video software may have separate news and sport subscriptions, or different levels of single collection of services. For example, a cloud storage software could offer 100 gigabyte or 1 terabyte or 10 terabyte subscriptions. By purchasing a base plan, either in your app or Google Play, subscribers are granted to have access to the subscription. If you are using managed products, it's important that you need to concentrate or on additional steps to manage products on your own server. For example, you would need to acknowledge the purchase on your server and then notify Google Play that the purchase was fulfilled. Okay, that's the next slide. Now it's time maybe to look for some key components of Google Play billing. The first one is Google Play Console. The Google Play Console is where you can upload your Android application, but it's also where you can create the various kind of content you want to sell in your app. You can manage all of the details for your products through the Play Console, such as the price and other advanced settings like free trial period or subscription period. Creating items and adding your application to the console of Google Play is easy, and today we will not focus on that. The second component is Google Play Billing Library. This is the library that you will integrate into your Android app, and we are going to use this library to link with Google Play and making purchases. And the final component, the last component, is Google Play Developer API. This is a set of Google Play specific REST APIs that you may use to interact with the platform. You may use those APIs to get and manage the items for which your app is selling. The APIs are used for various purposes, including checking whether user purchases are legitimate and determining whether user subscription is still valid. We will look at those APIs in greater detail later. Okay. To successfully implement Google Play billing service, you must first set up your Android app to use Google Play billing library. Okay, sorry. Sorry. To implement Google Play billing library in your app, add the following dependency to your app module build Gradle file. Here you can see the dependency implementation. After we have added the library dependency, build the release APK of your app and upload it to the Google Play console. Then after adding a dependency on Google Play billing library, we need to initialize a billing client instance, which is the main interface for communication between Google Play billing library and the rest of your application. As you can see, we also added purchase update listener, which will listen for purchases we will make later. Okay. Here we are. After this all, we need to establish the connection between our application and Google Play. It must be a synchronous process, so we use billing client state listener, which will give a callback about connection failure or success. And then, if we connect to Google Play successfully, we can call query purchases method, which will give us the user's purchases. And we will understand what to do. Each user already have purchased. If user has already some purchases, we're gonna give them the content. Otherwise, we will continue our processes. Yeah. Now it's time to show products available to user to buy them. After we have connected to Google Play, we You may query for your available products and show them to your customers. Querying for products detail is crucial before displaying your items to your user, since it provides localized product information. Ensure that your product display follows all Google Play's policies for subscription. It's really important. Otherwise, Play Market will will block your application. Here we can query for in-app product details by calling query product details, Kotlin extension function. Query product details leverages Kotlin coroutines so that you don't need to define a separate listeners. Instead, the function suspend until the querying completes, which you can process the result. Here is the example. The query results are placed in a list of product details object in the Google Play billing library. You can then call various methods on each product detail object in the list to obtain information about an in-app product, such as price or description. To see the available product details, look at the product details class list of methods. Check whether the user already owns the product before displaying it for sales. If the user owns a consumable still in their item library, they must consume it before purchasing it again. Okay, the next presentation. Yeah. Before offering a subscription, verify that the user is not already subscribed. Also, keep the following in mind. Query product detail async returns subscription product details and the maximum of 50 offers per subscription. Also, query product details returns only offers for which the user is eligible. If the user tries to purchase an offer, they are ineligible. For example, if the app is displaying an outdated list of eligible offers, Play Market informs the user that they are ineligible. The user can choose the purchase. The user can choose to purchase the base plan instead. Yeah. Yeah. When the user taps on product to buy it, your app should present to the user the Google Play purchase screen by calling launch billing flow function and passing him billing flow object, which contains the relevant product detail object, which we obtained from calling query product detail async method. Yeah, in previous slide. The launch billing flow method returns one of many response codes that are listed in billing client library. Check this result to know if any errors are launched in purchase flow. Then if billing response code is okay, that means that everything was okay and successfully launched this purchase flow. On successful call to launch billing flow, the system displays the Google Play purchase screen as shown in the image. A purchase token is generated when a user makes a successful purchase and is saved in the user's profile. This is important point because next presentation I will show what we're gonna do with the purchase token. Apps can save the purchase token locally, but I recommend to transferring it to your secure backend server, and it recommended for even Google, where you can verify and protect against fraud. This procedure is further detailed in the next slide. A receipt is emailed to the user, including an order ID or transaction unique ID. And customers receive an email with a unique order ID for each one-time product purchase for the first subscription and subsequent recurring automatic renewals about subscriptions. And the order ID is used to manage refund in Google Play's console. That means that with that order ID, you can give money back, you can refund your user in Google Play console. Okay, now processing purchase is very important step. After user complete a purchase, as you can see, Google Play's billing API returns a purchase details. Then we must send the purchase token to our backend server to verify. As I already mentioned in previous slides, purchase token is unique identifier that represent the user and the product ID for the in-app product they purchased. So in our server side, we need to do these steps. Here we can see all these steps our server backend needs to do to verify the purchase. First and foremost, we must confirm that the current purchase token value doesn't correspond to any previous purchase token. The purchase token is a global unique value that you can use as a primary key in your database with confidence. Then, if we use RTDN, real-time development notification, we will wait for the notification from it. And if there is a successful response, we can deliver the content to the user. If we don't use RTDN or we don't get RTDN response, then we must verify our purchase token with Google Play servers with the help of Google Play developer API. After it, if the verification response is valid, we will deliver the content to the user, then acknowledge the purchase and inform to Google Play that the purchase is acknowledged. After all, you need to delete the linked purchase token, which is added in the last update of Google Play's billing system. You need to delete that linked purchase token from your backend. And please mention that you should grant entitlement only when the user state is purchased. And make sure to handle the pending purchase correctly. If there is a spike in canceled purchases, you may be granted entitlement when the purchase is still pending. Listening to purchase updates using a purchase update listener is not sufficient to ensure that your app process all purchases. It's possible that your app may not be aware of all the purchases a user has made. Here are some scenarios where app could lose track or be unaware of purchases. The first one is network issue during the purchase. This means that user makes a successful purchase and receive confirmation from Google, but their device lose network connectivity before their device receive notification of the purchase through the purchase update listener. This is the first case that is a very common case. The second one is the multiple device. We can say a user buys an item on one device and then expects to see the item when they switch devices, or handling purchases made outside your app. Some purchases, such as a promotion redemption, can be made outside of your application. To handle this situation, be sure that your app calls query purchase async method in your on resume method. That's a really important step. Move query purchase async method to on resume in every case. Oh, yes. And let's talk about states of Google Play billing frequencies. Google Play billing frequency refers to how often Google charges you for your in-app purchases. There are 4 types of billing frequencies. The main types is for monthly, quarterly, half-yearly, and yearly. The frequency that you are charged at is determined by the type of your product that you have purchased. For example, if you have purchased a monthly subscription, you will be charged every month. If you purchase the quarterly subscription, you will be charged every 3 months. And there are some states where your application can fall. We can say it can fall. For example, after purchasing successful for subscription state, after successful purchasing, your application will be your subscription status will be active during the period time that you have bought. Then if you cancel your subscription, your status will be canceled until the end of the period of subscription for which you already paid. For example, you bought a monthly subscription, but after 2 days, you decided to cancel your subscription. Your status will be canceled, but you will still have access for the rest of you will still have access for premium features for the rest of the months for which you have already paid. But after cancellation, in this case, your subscription will expire. Okay, the next step is in grace period. If grace period is enabled, subscriptions enter the grace period if there are payment issues. There are payment issues at the end of billing cycle. During this time, the user should still have access to subscription while Google Play tries to renew the subscription. You can specify the length of grace period from the in-app product settings in the Google Play console. After grace period, the subscription enters to the account hold state. Account hold state is a subscription state that begins when a user's form of payment fails and any associated grace period has ended without payment resolution. When a subscription enters into account hold, you should block access to your content for service. That means that a user will not have any access to premium features anymore. But account hold period lasts for up to 30 days, 14 days. Yeah. When you enable the pause feature, users can choose to pause their subscription for a period of time between 1 week and 3 months, depending on recurring period. Once enabled, the pause option surfaces both in subscription center and in the cancel flow. Note that I want to mention that annual subscriptions cannot be paused, and paused limits of 1 week and 3 months are subjected to change at any time. So for conclusion, we can say that we have 6 states for our subscription. The first one was active state, which our subscription can enter if every purchase was successful. The next state is cancel state, which is when user don't want anymore to have subscription, he can or she can cancel subscription. In grace period is subscription enters in grace period when there are some payment issues, card problems, and on hold state is on hold, account hold, or we can say state is begins when user's form of payment fails and the grace period has ended without any resolution. The pause state is gives additional functionality to opportunity to user to pause their subscription, but there are some limitation as I said. And the last state is expired when subscription completely finished and doesn't renew. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Andranik. I'm not sure if we've got questions from our watchers. I definitely have a couple myself.
Okay.
So basically, thank you very much for your presentation. Very informative. I'm wondering if you'd like to implement a payment method or using a payment gateway that is outside of the Google Play ecosystem. Would that be possible? Will you be allowed to be able to integrate something like Stripe for payment and accepting money in your Android application?
Sorry, but I didn't got the question.
Okay. So basically, I'm wondering if we could use other payment methods than the ones offered from Google Play.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Because Google Play is the most popular platform, and if our application is in Google Play, we need to use Google Play billing system because it's make connectivity between your application and Google Play service. Yeah. For example, if you want to upload your application to Amazon App Store or Samsung App Store, you need to integrate their own billing systems to your application. But in this case, if your application is in Play Market, you need to use Google Play's billing system. Okay. And for that, today's speech was about Google Play's billing system.
Fantastic. How do you go on and try to, let's say you want to publish this application to multiple stores? How would you handle the change in the code? This way, I think that you need to build different interfaces for the different payment systems. How would you be able to handle that in your design?
Yeah, it's interesting question. There are too many applications that is presented in many platforms. Yeah, for example, in Amazon App Store, Samsung App Store, I don't know. For that, you can make another module in your application and make the application like two billing systems with their separate modules. I have had experience like that, and maybe you need about build flows. You can you can use many billing payment systems in your application, but you need to separate their code bases to other modules, and it's possible. I don't know. Maybe I answered your question. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. Fantastic. Thank you very much. We've got a question from one of our watchers here. Olwali is asking us, hello, Android devs. Google in-app purchase feature. So is there any country restriction on an in-app purchase when you are developing a Google an Android application and publishing to the Google Play Store?
About subscriptions, there are countries that, for example, if you create subscription for US, and someone who wants to buy this subscription from Armenia, they can't, even with VPN, because it's they are not ineligible for buying that kind of products, that kind of subscriptions. That means that there are some not country restricts, but there are groups for subscriptions. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds fantastic. I think this is it. Thank you very much, Andranik, for being with us today. That was all for the Q&A. So thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. And now we're going to move to our next speaker. It's Alfred. Hello, Alfred.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us today. So Alfredo de Candia is our next speaker from Italy. How are you doing today?
Fine, thanks.
Fantastic. I'll be letting the audience a bit about you. So basically, guys, Alfredo has, is a CTO and a tech lead at Hoken. He has over 10 years of experience in Android development and about 50 apps developed. Wow, that's an amazing number, Alfredo. You are also an author in various newspapers, and you write about topics that are related to the blockchain. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us today. So the topic today is about how to develop Android apps for the blockchain. Also, very interesting topic. Thank you very much. We look forward to learning that from you. So I'll leave the stage to you to let us more about that. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity. Let's begin on how to develop an Android app for blockchain. The first question is why it's important to develop an Android apps for blockchain. In this case, you can see on the left, there is the email that Huawei sent me a couple of weeks ago that they removed a bunch of my personal app that I've developed some years ago, or some games, without reason. So the email, as you can see, is simple. Your app has been removed. Finish, stop. And I am a little Android developer, but also big company like Fortnite and Epic Studio, they were kicked off from the Apple Store because they used a payment system that infringed the Apple policy. So this is the problem, one of the problem we developer find about the centralization of the stores. But there are also other points that are important for developing an Android application that works on blockchain. For example, we are multi-platform support for every device, because this kind of application can run on smartphone, on PC, on desktop, console games, whatever you want. There are no hardware limitation. We also have the advantages to get a bigger audience, because in the crypto and blockchain space, there are millions of people that are already using this technology from different sectors, from decentralized finance to NFTs and so on. In more, there are already some tools, some libraries that are being developed to integrate the blockchain aspect on the traditional software. For example, there are tools and library for Android, for desktop application, and so on. And in this case, another advantages we can find developing an Android application that uses blockchain. It is an easy interface, and we can just set up with a browser, because if we have an internet connection and a browser on our device, we can already using the application from whenever we want. At this point, you can ask how you should program an Android application that use blockchain, because okay, I want to start an application or integrate the blockchain aspect in my apps, but from what I have to start the project. In this case, we have to begin with an idea, because if we don't have an already application to develop, then we have to think the application from the scratch, and already set what the application should do. In this case, we take the game aspect. So in the game, we have some function that we have already know what to develop. For instance, we have to set the character, and eventually an in-game marketplace, and so on. Then when we set up all the idea for our application, then we have to develop also the smart contract that will leverage all the function about the application. And always for the games development, a smart contract application could be that read the NFTs from one account, that if you have some specific NFTs, you can play the game or load your character or information, because if we have something different like a license, we have to figure out to get the license from the account on the blockchain. All this information are on the blockchain, and then you can the application can run on the blockchain. And when we developed the smart contract, then we started to set all the things inside the Android environment, because if we don't have first all the stuff on the blockchain, we cannot implement these things. Of course, we can do both separately, but this is the great order to make the steps to develop an Android application. In my case, and we will see after, I already built an Android game, and then I set up the blockchain environment. We talked about the smart contract, and you can ask, what are smart contracts? Smart contract, put it in a simple way, is a bunch of instructions that are saved on the blockchain in the account, on the blockchain account, where there are some information and some instruction that when they called by the user or the application can put then the information inside the smart contract. For example, an extraction can be queried by the smart contract, can be the balance of the account. If I put the address of one user, I can know the balance of that account. Or in the case of NFTs, we can inquire the smart contract if that account has our NFTs to play the game or to use our application. For example, if the user has the license on his account. So this is basically a smart contract function, but it can be whatever we want, because we will see that there are some blockchain that are more powerful than others. And okay, I got it. What is a smart contract? Then where I can deploy the smart contract, on which blockchain? we have to know that not all the blockchain are similar, because there are some characteristics and specs that not always has what we need. For example, in this sample, we have, for example, Bitcoin isn't Turing complete, so we have limited operation. Isn't eco-friendly because we take into account how much our application and smart contract hit the environment. We have a cheap transaction in Bitcoin, yes. If we move a lot of information, we can spend for the fees very little fees. And the other parameter that I choose is the easy development, because not all blockchain are easy to be developed on. And in case of Bitcoin, it's not very easy, because we have to check different things to make it all the information. Because yes, on the Bitcoin you can develop some kind of smart contract. Then another famous blockchain that maybe you all know is the Ethereum blockchain. In this case, we have a Turing complete blockchain, so we can make whatever function instruction on the smart contract, but isn't eco-friendly, because we know it uses the proof of work consensus that consume a lot of energy, and this impact on the environment. Their transaction is not cheap, because depends on the smart contract and the complexity, the difficulty of the smart contract. They can rise fee above $100. So imagine that every user needs to spend $100 for making a transaction. It's not economically, both for the developer and for the user. And that, because it's an old blockchain, we have a lot of development tools that it make easy for us to development. Another blockchain that it's not perfect, it's the Cardano blockchain. Another blockchain that is Turing complete, isn't at the moment eco-friendly. There are cheap transactions, but in this case it's very hard to develop on this blockchain, because they use a particular languages of developing that not all the programmer can use. So it's very difficult. You have to learn all the code, all the instruction to develop on this blockchain. Instead, one of the interesting blockchain there are on the space, and we will see on this particular case, is the EOS blockchain. In this case, we have the advantages of being a Turing complete blockchain. So every extraction we can set up on the smart contract. In this case, we have an eco-friendly blockchain, because you have to know that EOS is the first blockchain in the world being carbon neutral. So every resource they consume the blockchain to go up comes from eco-friendly engine. And also the advantages of EOS blockchain is that the transactions are extremely cheap. In this case, there are several wallets that provide free transaction for every user. So you don't have on the user side an expenditure of a fee to use your application. And also in this case, we have several tools that already been developed on the EOS blockchain, so you can already implement on your application. So to summarize all, we have the essential element of any app, a decentralized application. So we have the blockchain. So the blockchain, we have to develop and deploy the smart contract, in this case the EOS blockchain. Then we have the smart contract, the code inside that leverage all the extraction to use our application. So if they are a game, there are some instruction. If there is another application, read other instruction. And there is also the wallet, because the wallet is the tool that stores the private key of the account, of the address. So with this wallet, we have to log in and interact with the Android, with the application. If in this case, the Android application, we have to set up the wallet, and some tools already integrate the wallet. As we said before, there are advantages using a blockchain, because some of these blockchain use simple and already developed languages. For example, the EOS blockchain we can develop with C++, with Java, WebAssembly, and or for example on the Ethereum blockchain we have Solidity. So these are the different and most important languages to develop the smart contract and information for our decentralized application, because we don't have to forget that most of the developer use already languages to develop their Android application, Java or C++, and using a blockchain that is compatible with already these languages, for the developer it's more easy to develop and fast to deploy the smart contract on the blockchain, instead of developing and understanding a new blockchain languages. As we said on the Cardano, we have to understand the Haskell languages. That is not easy and simple to understand. So this is a standard integration for the application. There is what I call a wallet box, because there are several wallet that we can use to access on the application, both of Android or desktop application. In this case, we have to set up different wallet, so we can let the users use what the wallet prefer. In this case, we're talking about the EOS blockchain. We have Anchor wallet, Scatter, or Wombat wallet, but there are a lot of different wallet. So we have to take into account the wallet that we want to use and to let user use for what they have. For example, on EOS, the principal wallet on the EOS blockchain is Anchor, but you can also integrate the Wombat wallet. For instance, on the Ethereum blockchain, for example, you can implement MetaMask. MetaMask is all available also on EOS blockchain, so you can let user expand what they can use. So if a user has the Anchor wallet or MetaMask wallet, you can implement and integrate different wallet, all together on the first release, or secondly, after that you can implement one each time. So when we integrate all these aspects on the Android application, this application become a decentralized application, because with what we call in this field Web 3.0, we use a decentralized login method to access on the application. So in this case, the wallet is the core to access an application, because without that decentralized access, I don't have another way to enter in the application. And this is a great advantage, because if in a traditional way we have the system that is 2.0, 2.0 is not otherwise the Google or Facebook authentication or the simple username and password. Those methods can rely on traditional way and on a centralized platform. And the more isn't safe enough to use that login method, because I can store the password from user and enter on the application. In this case, the security is much higher, because only the person that has his account and his private key stored on the wallet can access on the application and then can use it. Because if we set when I set the smart contract to use the application only with something that you have, as example, NFTs of the character of NFTs as a license, only if you have the account and the license by these NFTs, you can use my application. And this means that also on the hacking field, we have a level or security, because if you don't have some digital asset on the blockchain, that, as we know, it can be counterfeit or duplicated in any way, we have the assurance that that user cannot force or trick the application to enter criminal to using that app. And this is very interesting for all those apps that require a lot of expensive to use the app. We can talk about, for example, Photoshop or CAD application that they cost a lot to use that app, but unfortunately there are also a lot of methods to bypass the checking of the user and the license in any way. And in this case, with the combination of the blockchain and the smart contract, in this case the license is like NFTs, we have combined the two solid aspects of the blockchain with a traditional asset that there is our blockchain. So this is the what is called the app, a decentralized application. As we said before, there are different systems and tools that we can already integrate in our application, because if, like me, I have already several Android application, I have just to integrate what we need about the blockchain. So I have the app, now I have to understand what tools or what I can use to integrate the blockchain. In this case, we see there are several tools. In this particular case, I choose one plugin, the nice one plugin, that is a simple plugin. This plugin operates in the game field, but it can be extended also on the license field, that leverage the EOS blockchain to use NFTs for login on the Android application or as a license. Because with this simple plugin, I have to integrate on the Android application on the code, because it's simple a code, fill all the information about the NFTs. We will see what information we have to fill it in, and then automatically our application become an the app, so a decentralized application maintaining all the centralized information about our Android application, because we don't recode all the extraction we made until that point, because we have to add some code to our previous code. So this is a good tool, because it's retrocompatible with all our previous application. And this is a great tool because I don't have to recode or recreate from scratch my application just to integrate the blockchain. And these kind of tools are limited only for those blockchain that are Turing complete and already develop some things, like in the EOS blockchain field, that this plugin is already on the field, and we can already test it to put in our application. So with this plugin, can transform any game, it's a Game Boy game, PlayStation game, Xbox game, Android game, console game, PC game, whenever you game want to using. With this plugin that it costs at least 15 minutes to set up, you can transform any game on a blockchain game on the EOS blockchain, because this plugin already has a general smart contract that we have to set up with all the information about the NFTs. So we are using the blockchain like a tools to check on the user's account if they have some information, in this case some asset that are NFTs. NFTs, it can be, like as I said before, propagated to the game, in this case asset like character, object, and so on, or NFTs like license. So I have the license of the assets to the application. So I have a license 1, license 2, license 4, and so on. Every license is different, and it can be used by only an account. That advantages of this kind of system, that I, as a user, don't buy the application per se, but I buy the license or the asset to play or using your application. And this can bring me, the user, the final user, an advantages incredible, because if I finish playing the game or using your application, I simply can sold that license or NFTs on the public market, because we have only all in the blockchain, and I can sold freely without any centralized authority that block me as a user or as a developer to let user share their license or NFTs and sold. So me, because I have the advantages also for the developer, because I can share more the information about my game. I haven't the restriction about a store platform, a centralized store platform that can be obliged me to don't do something in specific, don't ask money or whatever you want. And in this case, another advantages of the application that it's using blockchain, so it cannot be also stopped. So if eventually in the future the team or the company goes down on business, the application will continue to run, because we know that especially for games, the online games that use centralized server to play gaming and matchmaking on the several years will be shut down. Instead, on a game based on the blockchain, it cannot be shut down by no one. So the game can be played forever, because the blockchain, it can be live forever as much as at least one node of the blockchain survive. Turning back on the nice one plugin, how does in concrete it works? So we have simple 8 steps to using this plugin. The first is get the plugin. You have to download from the nice one website. Then you have to import the plugin In this case, we made the example of the games. So import the plugin on your game. The plugin works at the moment on the Unity environment. So if you build the game with Unity, we can already use this plugin. Then when you import all the information of the plugin, there is all the code, you have just to set a login button. So you have traditional on the game, play button, option button, credits, and so on. You have to add another button that is login button. Set the script button. So when basically is when the login button is clicked, the plugin load the instruction. So it's an easy process. When we set the first technical information on our application, then we have to create the NFTs for the license. For example, I developed the game and I released 1 million license on the market that if you want to play my game, you have to buy on the centralized market at this price. So when you get the NFTs, you can enter the game. When you create the NFTs, so the license game X, license Y, then you have to set set this information on the info on your application. So if you create an NFTs X with the information Y, you have to add this information also on the script for the application to run with that information. So when the user, the smart contract, read those information and those information are linked to the NFTs, the user can enter and play the game. When the process is done, you of course test the application, and when all is green, you can release the game whenever on whatever platform you want. So on your website, on centralized platform like Google Store, App Store, or what you want, because those information rely only on the blockchain. So the publishing the app in this case is not linked to the power of the platform that is an intermediate of payment, because the platform sold the application for you. But in this case, the application you put on the platform for free, and then the user, if you want to play or use your application, they have to both the NFTs from a public marketplace. It's an NFTs marketplace, and everyone can enter and buy the specific NFTs. Technically, what we have to do with these steps. For the first step, we have to click on Asset, set import package, and custom packages. So this is the steps to import the plugin. Then in the center, we have the information about the login button. As you can see, we have the function onClick. So onClick is the function that when the object is clicked, then do this instruction. And this instruction, we have to set the code of the plugin where load the login panel. So when the user press the login button, it shows the login menu. So in this case, we have only just to pick the right code. Then on the left, we have the main menu manager script. This, as I said before, we have to insert the information about the NFTs we have created. In this case, we have the author, that is the developer. In this case, we can see mastering else. The iData name, that is the name of our license. In this case is license, and category, what category this comply. For example, if we hasn't a category, because there are all equal, the NFTs, we can put the company name, in this case, Hokentech. Or if we have a game, we can set category, armature category, weapon category, and so on. So we can choose what category we have made on the NFT side, because this information are already on the blockchain, because we created previously the NFTs with this information. So a basic information. There is an image of the NFTs and this information, author, IData, and category. Not so complicated to develop. Then, when we have finished, as we see on the right, there is the big login button, because we added on the Android application. And then when the login is pressed, we can the wallet interface will called. In this case, we can see that is the Anchor wallet. So I have to or click the launch the wallet, or scan the QR code, so you can log in with your phone. So you can play a game also on your desktop and log in from your phone, because if you want to play the game with a joypad, it's better to play or also on a big screen. You have this kind of advantages instead of using an Android game on a little device like a smartphone. And for example, in this case, if the user press the login button, login with the wallet, don't have the license, the smart contract pop up the message no license, because you don't have the license to play that game. Instead, if we had the NFTs or the license, all the login button pop off, and we can play the game. So it's easily to implement, because these are the physical steps to implement this plugin. So we can see that it's very easy to develop and transform any game or any application, Android application, in a Android or application on blockchain. Because if there is already the tools, I don't have to invent the wheel. I have just to pick the wheel and insert in my Android application. If you want to test the game that I reconverted from my centralized application to a decentralized application, you can scan this QR code, because there is the file where you can download and play the game. This game works on Mac, because I tested the Mac version for the game, but the process is similar with all the platforms. So for Android, iOS, and Linux more, also for the console. But in this case, I tested the Mac application. In more, if you want to understand more about the EOS blockchain, I recommend you to follow and make an EOS certificate that is our official certificate with several guides to become a blockchain developer, and it's free until the end of 2022. So you can join this program. So it explains all the steps, from the basic steps to the last steps is to develop a personal smart contract. Then, if you already know how to develop on EOS blockchain, you can test the elemental battle sample, where in this course you understand in 12 points how to develop a card game blockchain game. So all the code is public, so you can check and test it on your application. So if you have a blockchain, card game or something that it's using this gameplay, you can copy the code and use it for your information. And in more, a popular anchor, a popular wallet on the EOS blockchain is the Anchor wallet. So on that QR code, you can find the GitHub with all the information, also the code to implement on several grades of the login function. So if you have the Android application, there are some code. If you on a desktop, there are other. If you on a web browser, HTML5, there is another code. But these are all the information about the wallet. So with this, I end my presentation about the transforming any Android application on an Android from a centralized Android application to an decentralized Android application, and we are ready for the question and answer.
Sounds fantastic. Thank you very much, Alfredo. We indeed do have a couple of questions. Very interesting topic. The blockchain and Web3 are one of the most trendy and interesting topics. It's lovely to see you present such valuable information to us. We start with one question from our guest today. So basically, Ahmed Khaled asks, "Hi, Alfred. What payment method would you recommend that one company use globally in terms of less transaction fees per user-friendly for developers?" So what do you think, Alfredo?
The first things we have to see is the eco-friendly blockchain. So in this case, we can point on EOS blockchain, but if you don't want to use EOS blockchain, there is also Algorand blockchain that has eco-friendly blockchain. But in that case, it's more complicated to develop a smart contract for the developer, because there aren't much tools and library to already using.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Now another question is, let's go ahead, and we've got another question here. What is suitable to be a developer as a blockchain app? I believe the question here is trying to ask how to become a blockchain developer, and then how to utilize this experience to build applications.
First of all, you have to learn the languages, and I suggest to learn the most used languages, that they can be C++, because those languages is very simple and used by several blockchain. So if you learn that code, that languages, then you can develop your own application on blockchain.
Mm-hmm. And Alfredo, a question that comes from me. For the Android world, usually you can use either Java or Kotlin, and some of our users are using, you could use Solidity, for example, to code on the Ethereum blockchain and write smart contracts. So how do you make the transition? How do we kind of merge the two technologies together?
Sure. We have to consider that on the technical level, there isn't interoperability with a different blockchain. But as example, on EOS blockchain, they are developing the EVM tools, that Ethereum virtual machine, that in simple, this EVM can take your Solidity code and transform on the blockchain code. So you can use your Solidity code, but you deploy on the EOS blockchain, because the EVM make the transformation, the magic from the one blockchain to another. So you have to also using a blockchain that is already EVM like EOS.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. One last question we have is, Alfredo de Candia, for the wallet, what are some examples of the set of tools commonly used for interacting with the smart contract?
As I said, there are different wallets, but most of the wallet has the code public, so you have just to copy paste on your Android application, because there are some teams on the wallet side that already developed their wallet, so they know on which line you have to copy paste the code, because when you copy paste the code, then you have just to, on the user interface, add what you need, some button, but if you copy the code, you don't have to do other stuff.
Okay, fantastic. And one last question also comes from me. What is the difference from you said that you built a game and you tested it on Mac. So for you to kind of deploy it on other platforms like Android, or if it works on Windows, what is the change that you're going to have to make this game also work on these platforms?
In this case, I showed the Nice One plugin, and as the team said, the Nice One team said, when you develop a plugin, you have to develop it from a dedicated platform, because we know that every platform has different things to set the resource. So at the moment, the plugin works for Mac and Windows. On the next release, will be integrated also the Android and iOS environment, because there are some technical stuff that we have on the desktop, but we don't have on the smartphone, and vice versa. So it's just some tweaks to add, but it's not something that it takes months to develop something like that.
Fantastic. Very informative. Any other tips for us to start with the development process? I'm very interested, would love to learn.
Well, for example, a tips I recommend, it's always see if there are tools and library for the development on the smart contract of the apps, because everyone can see there is a new project, there are new blockchain X, but where is the information, the tools, the language they use? If there are less stuff, it's not a good blockchain at the stage of the moment. And also, an important thing, especially in Europe and in Italy, is the eco-friendly blockchain. If you have a blockchain that set this environment at least as a EOS, a carbon neutral blockchain, then you have an advantages above other blockchain, and also above the legal stuff that in the future can be limit the blockchain that impact on the environment.
Fantastic. Very informative. Thank you very much, Alfredo. I'll be definitely following you. I encourage our users as well to follow you for more valuable information. Thank you very much for being with us today. So basically, this is it for me. This, my moderation is coming to an end right now, unfortunately. But I believe that I will be leaving you in safe hands. You are definitely encouraged to enjoy the next speakers. We will be having a 10 minutes break. And after that, my colleague Carlos Mota will be your moderator for the next few hours. Again, thank you very much for letting me have this great opportunity. Thank you for our speakers, and thank you for our friends in the backstage. And now I leave you for the break before the next speaker event begins. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carlos Mota, and I'm really glad to be here with you today for this Android Summit. Today, I'm going to broadcast from Coimbra, Portugal, a lovely city in a beautiful country. I already saw that a couple of people were texting from Portugal, so a heartful hello to everyone. And for the next 3 hours, we're going to have three amazing speakers with us today. And we're going to have talks related with multi-platform, a topic that I truly and personally love. Flutter, which is gaining a lot of attention lately, and how to master your Android tests. Don't forget, it's really important to test your applications. I hope you're still all excited and in a pleasant and safe environment. Be sure to write in the chat the city and the country where you're currently watching these talks. And please prepare your questions, to which the speakers will answer in the Q&A panels. And of course, do not hesitate to share your opinion with each other in the chat and open knowledge and ideas. Now, join me and welcome to this virtual stage, Danail Alexiev. I hope that I've pronounced it right. Hello.
Hey, folks. You got it perfectly. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a brief introduction. So Danail is an engineer lead at Infinity Lambda, currently working from Bulgaria. He is a seasoned software engineer with over 15 years of experience. During this time, he has worked mostly with Java, desktop, web, and enterprise apps, and of course, with Kotlin. In the last decade, his efforts were mainly on mobile technologies, with Android being his favorite one. He's going to talk about sharing application logic using Kotlin Multiplatform. Please, everyone, just give a big round of applause. And the stage is all yours.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the great introduction. Thanks, Geekle, for gathering us all here, albeit virtually. It's been a great pleasure to be a part of this, and hopefully you guys will enjoy my presentation. And yeah, we're going to be focusing on Kotlin Multiplatform today. Hopefully that's a topic that everybody likes. And yeah, let's move on. A bit about myself, although I was already presented. I'm an engineering lead at a company called Infinite Lambda. I have a lot of years of experience in development and a lot of experience in Android development. I'm also a bad joke enthusiast. And if you're like this yourself, then just drop me a line at danail@infinitelambda.com, and I'll be happy to share some of my worst jokes with you. Moving on to the agenda of today's talk, we're going to cover a variety of different things. We're going to start by explaining what Kotlin Multiplatform is. Then we'll go over what Kotlin Multiplatform is not. We will talk about what should you share when considering to use Kotlin Multiplatform. We'll go over the typical Kotlin Multiplatform project tech stack. We'll also talk about implementing some common code, interfacing with platform-specific code, providing a platform idiomatic interface for your native applications. Hopefully, we'll have the time to do a short demo and enough time for some very interesting Q&A. So moving on to the main question, what is Kotlin Multiplatform? Basically, one of Kotlin's best sellers. its top traits is it being able to run on multiple platforms. This makes it perfect to use as a tool to reduce the time spent implementing and maintaining the same code on multiple platforms. As such, we can leverage Kotlin Multiplatform in various use cases. Most commonly, it's used to share logic between an Android and iOS application. The bulk of the business logic, the HTTP communication, even the persistence logic can be moved to a shared Kotlin Multiplatform mobile module, thus reducing the time and complexity of the apps significantly. Another very interesting use case is also using Kotlin Multiplatform in full stack web applications, where the server is written in Kotlin JVM and the client side is written in Kotlin JS, even using React, which you can do in Kotlin Multiplatform as well. Another very important use case is creating multi-platform libraries. Let's say you have some logic that you want to share with the world. You also want to be platform agnostic, you want to be inclusive. Then you can create a multi-platform library that will run natively on a variety of hosted platforms. A very good example of this would be converting your API. Let's say you have a company offering an API, you can easily convert it to an SDK, taking away the complexity of integrating with your API away from developers. And last but not least, you can use Kotlin Multiplatform to not only share logic between mobile applications, but between mobile applications and web applications. And in fact, this is what I'm going to focus my talk around today. So it's possible to share the logic in such a way that it can be used from web as well. And hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate this a little later. So how does Kotlin Multiplatform work? There are some very important layers that make the whole magic work. Starting off with what's known as Common Kotlin or Kotlin Common. It's basically a set of standard libraries and also the Kotlin programming language itself. It's used to write shared logic that's used on all of the hosted platforms. Then there are a bunch of multi-platform libraries. Basically, your common code can depend on them, and they will plug platform-specific code into your common code. We'll talk about this a bit later as well. And basically, this helps you achieve common issues like HTTP communication, serialization, whatnot. Then comes the platform-specific Kotlin. Currently, we have 3 flavors. We have Kotlin JVM for the Java Virtual Machine and Android. We have Kotlin JS for JavaScript. It works with both Node.js and browsers JavaScript. And we have Kotlin Native, which basically transpiles Kotlin to C, and you can use it on macOS, iOS, Windows, Linux, Unix. It's from there you can reach everything basically. And last, in this ecosystem, we have the platform native code, which is the code that lives outside of Kotlin. Those are all of the platform-specific APIs, platform-specific libraries, platform-specific executables. You can interface with those using the platform-specific Kotlin flavors. So all of this bundled together provides us with the ability to write applications in Kotlin that are executed on multiple environments, interface with native code, and have native performance, which is most probably one of the most important things that we care about. We know, hopefully by now, what Kotlin Multiplatform is. So now it's very important to see what Kotlin Multiplatform is not. So Kotlin Multiplatform is not a cross-platform app development framework. Kotlin Multiplatform is not Flutter. It is not React. It doesn't aim to be those. The main difference being that in Kotlin Multiplatform, there is currently no way to share UI definitions. Although there is a little project called Kotlin Multiplatform Compose based on Jetpack Compose, which we all love and hopefully know by now, that aims to do this, to share some of the UI between some of the platforms. It will not be imposed. It will not be a obligatory part of the framework. So if we take a look at Kotlin and Flutter, there are some similarities. Basically, Kotlin and Flutter, they both get compiled to native code. For Android, Kotlin is compiled to JVM and C. For iOS, Flutter is basically compiled to C and C++ and executed on the NDK on Android and natively on iOS. But again, Flutter centers itself around defining common UI definitions, something that Kotlin Multiplatform does not want to do. Same for React. If we take a look at React, it's basically an engine that lets you run JavaScript code on a mobile device. Kotlin Multiplatform is not an engine to run Kotlin on a mobile device. It runs native code. So you don't have the bridge, you have extra performance, you have extra security, you have one less layer that an attacker can compromise. And yeah, those are the benefits. And yeah, it's very important to know that although Kotlin Multiplatform can be a very good fit for you, it's not a silver bullet. And before considering using Kotlin Multiplatform in any of your projects, you should take a step back and take a look if it is actually a good fit. You have to bear in mind a couple of things. Basically, Kotlin Multiplatform is still not production ready. It's still in its alpha and beta stages, although it's pretty stable. Some of your clients or some of your superiors might take another approach at, depending on beta code and frameworks. Also, there is the non-technical side of incorporating Kotlin Multiplatform into your development cycle. A lot of iOS developers can be put on the back by this because they feel like because Kotlin is an Android language, then Android is being favored over iOS, which is not the case. Some of them obviously will pounce on the opportunity to learn something new, but from the people side of things, you should also consider this. There is a right strategy how to introduce Kotlin Multiplatform to the entirety of your team, including iOS and web developers as well. But again, this is something that should be considered for each individual team. There's no recipe that fits all, basically. And yeah, moving on to the more important stuff now. What should you share? No matter how complex a mobile application or web application can be, it can always be divided in three main layers. You have the data access layer that basically deals with all the data that you have to interact with and store. Those can be HTTP APIs, those can be locally stored data like SQL database or a file or your shared preferences or whatever. Usually you model your data using DTOs or data transfer objects. You have database entities, you have request and response objects. You have to deal with concurrency and multi-threading as a best practice. You don't make any HTTP calls or DB calls on the main thread because it hampers the user performance. And to validate all of this logic, you would write unit tests and integration tests. So if we take a step back and look at the data access layer, normally, if we have different clients on different platforms, they will be using the same API. They will be persisting the same data. and they would need to do all the tasking computations on a thread that's not the main thread. So we have a lot of common concerns here. And this means that the data access layer is a very good candidate to be shared using Kotlin Multiplatform. Moving on to the next layer, we have our business logic layer. It contains all the application-specific business rules, and it can be broken down into a variety of things depending on what architecture you use. You can be using Viper, you can be using the hexagonal architecture or clean architecture. You can have use cases, doesn't matter. Everything basically here is application-specific business rules. You have your domain objects that are used to carry the bulk of your data, the data that's important to your business and your customers. You also need to handle concurrency and multi-threading because some hefty computations might need to be moved away from the main thread. And again, you verify everything using unit tests and integration tests. If we take a look at the big picture again, obviously, if you have the same application on Android, iOS, and web, it's going to have the same business rules, right? Or it should be, at least. This means that, again, the business logic layer is a good candidate to be shared using Kotlin Multiplatform. And also by doing this, we can eliminate some very nasty potential bugs. I don't know if you encountered this, but in my practice, I've seen it many times, like something is working on one platform, but not working on the other platform. Android is rounding half up, iOS is rounding half even. The numbers don't add up at the beginning. And those are very hard to trace. There's always, playing the guess game. Is Android functioning properly? Is iOS functioning properly? Are they both wrong? And if we share this business logic, all of this is going to be written only once. It's going to be validated with unit and integration tests only once in one place. So we can treat it as a single source of truth. So all of the application logic would be the same on all platforms. And if there is a bug, it will be there in all platforms. If there is no bug, then great. Oh, this is a very nice side effect of using Kotlin Multiplatform. And last but not least, we get to the presentation layer. We have UI definitions. Here, it can be Jetpack Compose, Swift UI, it can be NIPS, it can be XML, it can be HTML, doesn't matter. It contains presentation logic, so no business logic there. It usually works with view objects, and it's validated through UI tests, which are more complex than unit tests because the user interface has to be presented, and we have to simulate the user interacting with it. Usually, those layers, the presentation layer, is broken down into an MV something architecture. It can be MVC, MVP, MVVM, MVI, model view intent. Usually, I would not recommend sharing any presentation layer logic using Kotlin Multiplatform because in their majority, all of those MV something implementations are very platform specific, platform dependent. For example, we have mutable state and state in Android. We have state flow, we have flow, which are all Android specific and have their quirks. In Swift, we have combine, which is another thing. In JavaScript, we have RxJS, which is a third thing. And if we want to have something shared that's part of the presentation layer, it might end up being very intrusive to some of the platforms. For example, if we choose to expose flows in our model view model, it's good for Android, but it's not good for iOS. So again, there is no silver bullet. There is no recipe what should share and what not. It has to be taken application per application, but do a very good assessment of your presentation layer architecture. If you can share something, if you're using MVP, it's not platform specific. Yeah, you can share the contracts, the interfaces of your views and presenters in multi-platform. You can even share your presenters. But if you're sharing MVVM, which uses view binding and some reactive stuff, so the view can detect changes on the view model, maybe not the best idea. Okay, so how does a typical Kotlin multi-platform tech stack look like? We of course have the Kotlin standard library, which has all the good things that we know and love about Kotlin. And then there are some libraries that have become the standard of doing things. Ktor, this is a multi-platform HTTP client. It can also be a server, and it works in a multi-platform setup. We have SQLite, which works with persisting local data and supports JVM native and JS. Basically, it's an embedded SQLite database. We have Kotlin X serialization, which is a multi-platform serialization and deserialization library. We have coroutines dealing with concurrency. This is the native Kotlin way of doing it. There are also platform-specific ways of doing it, but those require a bit more mastering. And I urge you to use coroutines. There's a price to pay for it. We're going to see that in a while, but it's worth it. And we have Kotlin Test, which is a multi-platform unit and integration test supporting library. Basically, we have everything that we are accustomed to if you're using JUnit or something like this. So, how to implement common or shared code? The most important thing when dealing with the multi-platform project structure is understanding the common main module. Basically, this module contains all the logic that is going to be shared with the multiple target platforms. All the platform-specific modules depend on the common main module. The common main module itself can only depend on multi-platform libraries because it has to support a multi-platform setup. And the common main module cannot use any platform-specific code directly. So when writing your first common main module, you'll be very surprised that, hey, I cannot log to my logcat, for example. This is platform-specific. You cannot access it from there. So once again, we have the common main module. It holds all the shared data, and the platform-specific modules depend on it. For example, if we want to handle HTTP communication, we can use Ktor, which is a de facto standard. We have all the client configuration goodies that we are used to have in retrofit, for example. We have timeouts, headers, exception handling, serialization, and whatnot. We can provide platform-specific engines because each platform executes HTTP in a different way. And we can have request response interceptors and automated authentication handling and everything basically that we need. It's automatically using coroutines to handle requests out of the main thread. It integrates seamlessly with Kotlin X serialization to handle JSON payloads. And to use it, we can wrap the HTTP client that is provided by Ktor using the service pattern or whatever pattern we like. And we can expose simple suspend functions. So the rest of the application can use them. If you need to handle data persistence, we should really look into using SQLite. It can generate code based on SQL statements. Again, it has database specific drivers that are platform specific, because every platform deals with their database communication in a different way. And we have to manually offload the DB operations of the main thread, preferably by using coroutines. And yeah, concurrency, the thing that we all love and hate, and we love to hate it basically. Coroutines are a Kotlin standard. Hopefully by now everybody is used to them. We need to expose suspending functions, and we should try and write our methods in such a way that they're safe to call on any thread. We should not hard code any dispatchers or coroutine contexts, because this will make testing this a nightmare. And usually when using Kotlin Multiplatform, we need to force a dependency on a native empty version. But this is not true as of Ktor version 2.0. There was a change in the way that the Kotlin native memory module was implemented. It's still experimental, by the way. So if you want to go on the safe route, you can depend on the native empty version of the coroutine library when dealing with multi-platform. But the other thing should run well enough. There might be a performance hit here and there, but it shouldn't be something too serious. The bad thing about handling concurrency is that coroutines are only native to Kotlin. And when we want to expose those coroutine methods to other platforms, we need to take some additional steps. And by now you're wondering how to deal with input-output, with date and time, with database drivers, with encryption and decryption, hashing, generating UUIDs, because all of those are platform specific, right? They are done in a different way on each platform. So how can we deal with those when writing shared code in Kotlin Multiplatform? We have the expects and actual mechanism to help us around this. It's composed of two parts. We have the expect keyword that helps us define functions, classes, objects, and basically almost every other construct in the common code. And we have the actual keyword that helps us define a platform-specific implementation of the expect definition per platform. So in the common module, we will have an expect declaration. This basically means that during runtime and compile time, I expect for each platform to plug their own implementation of this definition that I'm providing. And on each client platform, I have the actual implementation of the declaration. And those actual implementations normally depend on native libraries. And the great thing about the expects actual mechanism is that the compiler ensures that I have an actual implementation for all platforms that I'm targeting. If it's missing, the project won't compile. So I won't get nasty runtime errors. I will know this in advance. I usually call these interfaces on steroids because they're much more powerful, but kind of fit the same bill as interfaces. So let's see an example. For example, I want to log a line on my standard output. I want to log it on logcat on Android and the console on iOS. How can I do it? I cannot do it directly from the common module. I have to create an expects declaration. I want a class logger that can do this for me. And then I have to create two actual implementations. An actual logger class in the Android module that's going to use Android util log, and an actual implementation in the iOS module that's going to use nslog. And we're going to see a demo of this in a bit. And providing a platform idiomatic interface. We have created our shared library, our shared module. Everything is working good. Now we have to plug it in our native applications. And this is where we will have the most work when dealing with Kotlin multi-platform projects. If we're talking about Android interoperability, we don't have much to do there, because if we're using suspend functions, they can be called by Kotlin code without any issues, so we don't have anything to worry about. If we want to plug a Kotlin multi-platform module into a purely Java written Android app, then we cannot call suspend functions directly, and we have to modify it, adapt it to either use RxJava or some other third-party library, or fall back to using callbacks. For iOS, things can get a bit more complex. I've briefly mentioned the Kotlin native memory model. It was implemented in various iterations. The first stable iteration had one very specific limitation. No objects could be shared between threads when running on Kotlin native. And this is why there was this very special freeze operator in Kotlin native, which basically froze the entire object graph beginning at the object that was targeted. And when you interface with Kotlin native and native code, all the objects that go back and forth had to be frozen. This was to ensure that they can be shared between threads. This has changed since, like I mentioned, the new native memory model is in the works. It's stable enough for an experimental run. You can enable it in your Gradle project. It can solve some issues with some libraries, and it lets you freely share objects between threads, even when running on Kotlin native. Currently, it has been migrated to use a garbage collector as well, because it was using reference counting before. And the garbage collector is not yet concurrent. So this is where you can get some performance hits. But usually, if you're dealing with normal applications, this shouldn't be an issue. Where the big issues come with iOS interoperability is with suspend functions. They cannot be called by Swift code directly. And to provide a more idiomatic interface, we should use completion handlers. They can be easily transformed into async await functions or combined publishers when dealing with Swift UI. And we can even optionally return a handler that can be used to cancel the operation, making us a very good citizen of the iOS platform. Bear in mind that the Kotlin native compiler kind of does this by default. It provides a variant of your suspend functions that accept a completion handler, but it can be troublesome to work with, and it cannot be cancelled by Swift. And if you're looking to have this option available, then it won't work for you. There is also a very, very experimental feature that lets you use suspending functions directly as async await functions in Swift, but it's in a very early stage, and maybe it's not the right time to use it as of now. When it comes to fruition and it starts working, it will make all of this iOS interoperability slide obsolete, and I hope this is sooner rather than later. And I just want to mention that we also have the ability to wrap our suspending functions in Rx Swift or another third-party library directly, but it involves a bit more work yet. And as a bonus, JavaScript interoperability. suspending functions cannot be called from JavaScript, obviously. So we have to use promises, which is the platform native idiomatic way of doing it. Or we have the ability to wrap those suspend functions in RxJS or other third-party libraries as well. And we made it to the demo, which is a good thing. So I'm just gonna share my other screen now. Great. I'm gonna open up my Android Studio. Cool. Awesome. So this is the structure of a basic Kotlin Multiplatform project. This SDK is the shared module. I have an Android app module, I have an iOS app module, and I have a web app module. This SDK module is going to hold all the shared code. For some reason, although the project is compiling, my Android Studio is telling me it's not, which is strange. So please ignore the red stuff. The important things are in the common main package. I have some code here that deals with HTTP communication with a remote server. First, I want to showcase the expects actual mechanism. This is the common module, so I cannot touch platform specific stuff. But I really want to have the ability to log my HTTP requests and responses when I'm debugging. So this is why I have created a expect declaration for an object that's called HTTP logger, and also it implements the logger interface. And here I'm going to plug different implementations per platform, so I can use logging whenever I'm debugging. I have a definition for Android, which is using the Android util log. I have a definition for iOS. I'm using the nslog. And I have a definition for JavaScript when I'm using the console.log command. I've done the same thing for the HTTP client factory. I need an engine that is client specific. So I have defined another object that I'm expecting, and it has to have this function that creates the engine per platform, and I have specific implementations for each platform. Here I'm using HTTP on Android. I'm using the Darwin engine on iOS, and I'm using the JS specific on JavaScript. I have basically defined all modules that are interfacing with platform specific code, and this API client here describes my API that I'm communicating with only once, and I'm going to use it in each and every platform. You can see here that I'm exposing suspending functions to my clients, and to provide an idiomatic interface per platform, I need to change those a bit. On Android, there is no change because suspending functions can be called from my Android app directly, which is a good thing. On iOS, I have an adapter interface. This is the completion handlers I was talking about. It's basically a callback that receives the payload or an error. And I'm returning something that I have called a native cancelable, which can be canceled by Swift if need be. And here you see that I am wrapping my suspending functions, executing them in an iOS specific scope. So Swift doesn't have to deal with any coroutine logic at all. And transforming the result into a completion handler. I have bundled this logic here in the coroutine interop class. I have defined some abstractions over coroutine dispatching. This is the completion handler. As you can see, it returns either the result or an NS error, which is platform specific to Swift, to Kotlin native. And this is the native cancelable, which is just an interface with a single cancel function. This logic here I use to wrap my suspending functions and expose functions with a completion handler that return a native cancelable. And basically run the code, run the logic on the default dispatcher and listen for its state and basically call the completion handler when it's done. As you can see, I'm freezing everything because when I officially created this, I didn't use the new memory model I'm using now, but I have kept the code, it's working, and it's basically a version that I can use even if I disable the new memory model if I encounter any performance hits. So yeah, this is the most troublesome part of using Kotlin Multiplatform. Basically, of course, we have to do something similar if we want to use flows. If you want to, for example, monitor a database and requery our data when it has changed. There is maybe another wrapper function that has to be created, which will let me transform the flow into some sort of native observable on Swift. And in JavaScript, I have kind of done the same stuff. Basically, I'm wrapping again my suspending functions, but I'm using the promise method that basically comes with the Kotlin JS platform. So I didn't build anything. And the JS scope is just a dummy scope because, as you know, in JavaScript, we don't deal with threads, we deal with an event loop. So no need to work out any coroutine complexities here. And again, my suspending functions are adapted to promises, which will give me a nice idiomatic way of using this in JavaScript. There is also a bit more stuff that we have to consider about JavaScript because some data types, for example, long is not supported, and we have to fall back to using int. But other than that, it should be pretty okay. And I bet you're all wondering, but does this work? Let's see. I'm just gonna exit the presentation mode for now. I have recompiled the application and run it on an emulator. So as you can see, it's a Chuck Norris jokes app. And you can do stuff on Android. Then you can do the same stuff on iOS. And you can actually even do it on the web. All of this with the shared code base that's loading the jokes, loading the joke categories, and managing all networking for me. Great. Just gonna go back to my presentation now. And with this QR code, you can go to the GitHub repo that's hosting all of this, and you can take a look, you can build it, you can run it, and hopefully it will give you a good idea of how to build your first Kotlin multi-platform project. And now, Q&A.
Hello, Daniel. What a great talk. Thank you so much. Let's see. I believe we've got a couple of questions for you. So we've got the first one here. Is SQLite preferred to room persistence these days?
I would say yes. It's native. It's supported on both Android and iOS. It has a flavor that even runs on the web, kind of. And also there is already a multi-platform library that supports this, SQLite. So I would say yes. If you're using structured data and you want something more than just a cache, I would strongly suggest SQLite. If you're just wanting to cache some key value pairs or just some very simple data, then you might look into let's say, user preferences, if we want to use the Android term. I think that there is a third-party library that also manages this in a multi-platform way. I think it leverages the local storage on JavaScript and also the iOS version of this. The name just poofed, it escaped from my head, but it kind of depends. Databases, I would recommend SQLite. Simple data, user prefs.
Yeah, I think the library that you're mentioning is the multi-platform settings by Russell Wolf, and yeah, it has great support. It also supports, for instance, if you're talking about iOS, you've got a NS user defaults, and it also supports the keychain. So it's full multi-platform with Android, iOS, desktop. It's a really great library. And it's been kept updated until the last versions of Kotlin, which is great.
Absolutely.
More questions. I think we still have a minute for questions. Let's see if someone else asks us something. I've just wanted to add that you've mentioned that, and it's true, of course, that Kotlin multi-platform it's not yet full stable, but I'm really happy to see that some companies, for instance, Netflix, made a blog post at the end of last year, if I'm not mistaken, that they were saying that they were migrating their studio application to Kotlin multi-platform, and they were really happy with the results. So it's great to see that the industry is going on this direction. So it's great to see those blog posts, and if anyone else is also working on multi-platform, please share them with us.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Netflix, I know that VMware is also leveraging it in some parts of their applications as well. We at Infinite Lambda, we always have this in our tool stack if our customers are happy to use this approach. So yeah, I would say that it's perfectly fine to even write production code in it. You just have to keep in mind that it might get a little more time to figure out the exact interdependencies between libraries, taking a look at all the corresponding version numbers of each library that you want to use, but comparing it to a simple Android project or something like this, the tech stack is not that big. So we're not talking about days here. We're talking about maybe an extra day to make sure that everything is running smoothly when you're building it. And that's it. So I absolutely support your opinion that you should try using this in production. It should work, and it has worked for bigger companies. Why not work for us as well, right?
Yeah, and with this, we have a question just asking if companies are using KMP or it's still early for now. I believe that, well, you already answered this, but yeah, the answer it's true. We've got another question here. It's not similar to Flutter just because of UI or any other reason as well.
Yeah, so Flutter, what it does, Dart gets transpiled and compiled to C and C++, which runs on the NDK on Android and natively on iOS. Kotlin Multiplatform runs on the JVM, not on the NDK. So this is one major difference. And also the UI part. The UI part is different. There are a lot of speculations because you know that Google is backing the Kotlin community and Kotlin Multiplatform itself. It's also backing, obviously, Flutter. So there has been a lot of speculations that actually Kotlin might become the language that Flutter uses because if we have to be honest, Dart is a very good language, but compared to Kotlin, it still has some catching up to do. So the official position of both Kotlin Multiplatform and Flutter is that they are not competitors. They're just aiming at different things. Kotlin is used to share logic between clients, and Flutter is used to share UI definitions. That's the official statement.
Yeah, although we start to have Compose multi-platform, that starts to give a bit of support on the UI layer, although not directly related with the initial goal of Kotlin multi-platform, but it's good to see that we have other solutions if we want to follow along.
Yeah, and still there is no mention of multi-platform Compose for Swift UI, which is going to be a major showstopper. Currently, you can share between web, desktop, and Android, sort of. But if Swift is out of the picture in Swift UI, then maybe it won't become that popular because the main use case is going to be Android and iOS, obviously.
We already have, it's a really technical preview, but there is already a sample on JetBrains that has Compose working for iOS. It only has text and lists, so no images, no nothing, but it's, let's say, something that they might be working on their free time, that might not be that much, but it's nice to see that even iOS, they are still trying to see if they can make it work on iOS.
Yeah, with Kotlin Multiplatform, what I love is the flexibility. You can share your business logic, you can share your HTTP requests, but if you don't want to share your UI, you don't have to. You have the ability, if you go and modularize your app, you can use Kotlin Multiplatform on some modules and not use them on others. Which is something that you cannot do with, cannot easily do with Flutter or React, for example. So this is maybe another point for multi-platform, if you ask me.
Yeah, totally agree with you. It's nice that you don't need to commit your entire code base to a single language that you're not sure if after 5 years it's going to be the same. So, well, I think we have answered to this question, but another one was, how is Kotlin Multiplatform Mobile supposed to leverage developers' potential? Not sure if you want to add something else.
Well, obviously, one big plus is that it really smoothens the learning curve. I was very Android-centered in the last 7 years, and with Kotlin Multiplatform, I could easily start writing in iOS as well. I only needed to get the basics of Swift UI, and I could start writing, simple, but apps. And if you go the other route, maybe it will make you a more well-rounded developer. But sometimes, we have to be smart about the effort that we put in the outcome that we get. So I mean, if you can use this as a shortcut to adopting more platforms and adding them to your portfolio and satisfying your users and customers, I think that we should all do it.
Totally agree. And I think we still have a last question. So can we share C++ code and libraries?
When targeting Kotlin native, yes. Basically, you can depend on platform-specific libraries. For example, on iOS, you can use oh my God, I forgot the pods, the CocoaPods stuff, the CocoaPods dependencies, and get them into your Kotlin multi-platform project. On JS, you can do it npm dependencies. So yeah, if you have a C++ library, you can import it in the Kotlin native project specific part and use it. And if you want to be adventurous, you can try and building some sort of bridge using the JVM mechanism of interfacing with C and expose this to your JVM module as well. So I would say it's possible. It might require some research, but hey, this is what makes our jobs great, right?
That's true. That's true. Thank you so much, Danail. It was a pleasure to have you here. Once again, a big round of applause to this great talk, and thank you for answering all the questions. I'm just assuming that everyone is also clapping on the on the other side. And thank you so much. I hope you stay with us for the next talks.
Yeah, sure. I'll be here, and if somebody has something to ask me, then you can just ping me in the chat. I will stick around for some time. Thank you for having me. Thanks, Geekle, for organizing this. And yeah, stay safe, everyone, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So we had this great talk with Danail, and our next speaker is going to be Ajiri Gunn, a software engineer at Brandy that is currently working in Nigeria. Just going to add him here.
And welcome to my session titled.
Let's just give me a brief introduction about him. So, as he states, he is an impact-driven software engineer that is dedicated to learning and passionate about deep technology, especially robotics. He has a professional experience developing software for all kinds of platforms, including Android, iOS, macOS, Windows, and so on. He has a variety of native and cross-platform tools. He spends his free time exploring the limits of modern software frameworks. He's going to talk about building for Android with Flutter. And once again, let's give a big round of applause for him. And as always, don't forget to ask your questions at the end. The stage is yours, Ajiri. Welcome.
Android with Flutter. So my name is Ajiri Gunn. I'm your speaker. I'm a software engineer with 6 years of experience developing software for the Android platform with native and cross-platform frameworks such as Flutter and Unity. Yeah, so 6 years ago, when I started working with the Android platform, I was working with Java. And when the Kotlin revolution came along, also came the Flutter revolution. and I was going really deep into the professional space. So there was a lot of demand for web developers, full stack developers, and developers who could work with a lot of different platforms. So out there for Flutter, and today I work as a full stack developer and consultant for several startups and companies. And it's really interesting to be able to share one of these frameworks, which I'm currently really passionate about, with the rest of the ninjas and awesome developers alike. So let's get into it. So content. So we will start with the Android platform so far, right? What goes into native Android development? Nothing you don't know, right? But we'll just go over them again, because that's how we know how to make Flutter work with Android. And then we'll go over the Flutter framework, just a high-level overview, what it's about, how it works, and then we enter the Flutter build process. We'll see how Flutter is able to build software for different platforms, and what layers go into making that work. And then we go into the really interesting part, which is the demo session, right? Flutter app structure, there's a demo session, and native Android in Flutter, which is also a demo session. So should be interesting, right? Let's get into it. Android so far. So Android system basically has 4 components, right? This hasn't changed, and this really won't change. So things like this don't change. It's just, the frameworks we use to interact with all of these components that actually change. So their activities, their broadcast receivers, the content providers, and their services. So this is what goes into making an Android app. And sometimes you don't really need all of them. Sometimes you just need at least 2 of them, I could say. And sometimes, you can work with all 4. So an activity, as we all know, is an entry point for interacting with the user, right? So what the user interacts with when it comes into your app, your buttons, text, all of that is presented in the activity, and whatever gesture or action the user would like to perform with your app is handled in the activity, or his inputs, handled in the activity, and whatever background process, it all comes from the activity, right? So activity are screens, basically. And you could, make that work however you want. And then there are services, which are generally background processes, right? So, music playing in the background, video playing in the background, with just probably the audio playing as a notification. All of that work with services, right? So a service is just, a background task that keeps running, sometimes without the application itself running. Then there are broadcast receivers. So broadcast receivers, they are ways to notify your application that something is going on, right? Events that happen in the device's life cycle, or events that happen in the app life cycle. So all of those things are handled with broadcast receivers, right? So it's really the interface between your app and the rest of the Android system. And then there's content providers. So if you want specific kinds of data to be provided by your app, or to provide to other apps, or you want to fetch data from other apps, all of that can be exposed to other applications with content providers, as you probably all know. So why we're just going over all of these is because these are the things that are going to make the Android system work. And we want to put in another, right, apart from this 4, which is the Flutter application. And so we'll see how Flutter gets to work with all of these components. So what is the Flutter framework, and what does it do? So Flutter framework is basically an open source framework developed by Google for building beautifully natively compiled multi-platform applications from a single code base. All right, so I don't know if I've already said this, but in my considerable experience, native Android SDKs are toughest SDKs I have had to work with, right? So Google has put a lot of effort into making these things more readable, more traceable, more user-friendly, but they are the toughest I've had to work with, honestly. And I've worked with a lot of frameworks, considerable number of frameworks, and also some ninjas, but I have worked with several frameworks, several platforms, and Android is quite unique in its challenges, and it presents the most amount of challenges we have to deal with. And Flutter really just removes all of that, right? So it was like it was a big relief because I was working with a lot of very, very challenging software at the time I transitioned to Flutter, and getting to work with Flutter really made so it was so different, right? Because it was so easy, so reactive, and you could make really beautiful UI with very, very little amount of code. Right, so all of those things that are going to make your architecture work, in a specific architecture work, the code doesn't really have to be that much when you're working with Flutter, right? So a single code base could make really beautiful UI, and you could spend fewer amount, a lot less amount of time making really beautiful UI, and your code base can be considerably less than if you were building that UI with Android. So Flutter is built with Dart, and Dart is a programming language by Google specifically developed for the Flutter. It's fair. And then there's Flutter, which is okay. Yeah, the last point there, the Flutter is pseudo declarative, right? And it's heavily functional. So imperative are getting really, really blurry right now, right? But
okay, seems that we have some issues with the internet connection. Let's see if everything gets better. Let's hope that I'm hearing that it seems that from where the streaming is being made, it's under a heavy thunderstorm. So the connection seems not to be the best at the moment, but I'm sure that in upcoming minutes it's going to recover. Let's give it a couple of minutes. So while we wait, I think I can mention a bit the program that we're going to have next. So we're going to resume here the talk that that Ajiri was speaking about Flutter, and afterwards we're going to have Pisirici. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. That is going to speak about Android testing, and of course, it's really important to test our applications. So stay tuned for this talk. After this talk, we are also going to have a couple more blocks. So the entire day is full with talks, and even tomorrow we're going to have our pro talks. So I'm also going to be giving a talk about multi-platform. So feel free to attend. I'm just going to open here the talks that we're going to have. Okay, I'm seeing that due to this heavy thunderstorm, we're just going to make a 5-minute break so everyone can stretch out a bit, and we're going to be right back. Please just hold 5 minutes, and we'll see everyone in a couple of minutes.
and welcome to my session. Right, so if I want to write software for, say, a microcontroller, really small microprocessor, there has to be a firmware, right? So the firmware is what makes my code compatible with the hardware. So the firmware just sits on top of the hardware, and whatever code is coming from my machine is able to make that work with the hardware, and that's what the Flutter engine does, right? So Flutter engine handles composition. Flutter engine handles isolate setup. That's interesting because Flutter actually runs in just one thread, right? So your application runs in just one thread. So to achieve parallelism, it uses isolates, right, instead of multiple threads, which native Android uses. So isolates are what is used to achieve parallelism in Flutter. So all of that is handled by the Flutter engine, right? So data runtime management, Flutter engine, frame scheduling, Flutter engine, platform channels. Platform channels are a big deal because we're working with that. That is what helps us to access native Android functionalities from our Flutter. And so building a programming language specifically for that is, well, it follows, right? It's not out of place. It's fair. And then there's Flutter, which is okay. Yeah, the last point there, the Flutter is pseudo declarative.
Hello, everyone. It seems that this thunderstorm, another cloud went by, and we're still having some connections problems. Let's see. Okay, if you don't mind, Efe, perhaps we're going to switch to your talk since we're having some connection issues. I hope you don't mind on this last minute switch, and we're going to get back to Ajiri's talk after yours. So we're going to just jump here a bit. So let me add you, Effie, to the stream. Hello.
Hi guys.
Hi, sorry for this last minute, but it seems that we're having thunderstorms and the connection kept failing. So if you don't mind, and you could switch to your presentation, I'm just going to make a brief introduction about you. At least let me start by asking, I'm saying the name right? Efe?
Yeah, your pronunciation is correct.
Okay, nice. I always like to ask this because since we're all over the world and pronunciation changes a lot, I don't want to say anything wrong. So let me just grab here my notes. So we've got Efe with us, a test engineer at Accenture, currently working in Turkey. He has almost 5 years of experience working in the tech industry. With an interdisciplinary academic background and studies, he offers a solid understanding of how to do things better, engineer processes and systems that improve quality, productivity, most efficient way for all the companies. He's going to talk about mastering in Android testing. This is always important. Don't forget to test your applications. And once again, let's give a big round of applause for him. Everyone is clapping on the chat, don't worry.
Yeah, I'm casting my screen now. 1 second.
Yeah.
Ateş.
Can I add them to the stream and give you the stage?
Yeah, you can give me the stage if you want it. I can do it. No problem.
Okay, so thank you so much, Effie, and the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. As you know, human beings are prone to mistakes, and very nature of the humans makes software vulnerable to bugs, defects, or any errors. I will give you a clear picture of the tester world in the Android development and make it simple and easily understandable by you. Also, we will be covering the latest test automation trends in Android development. I want to introduce myself. My name is Pisirici. I'm graduated as an undergraduate student in University of Turkish Iron National Association. In there, I obtained a Bachelor of Science in major in System and Industrial Engineering. Also, I got a minor degree in Computer Engineering and Software Engineering in there. Currently, I'm working as a software tester in Accenture, and my current duties in my company are writing tests and writing a testing program for company, which includes API testing, UI, mobile tests, which is Amazon Web Services integrated services. As for my experiences, I got 1 year's experience as a developer and almost a 4-year experience as a software tester. And today our agenda look like this. Our topics are getting deeper understanding about software testing and Android testing, and types of Android development testing types, and latest Android application automation testing trends. And I want to give you a picture of how to measure your testability of your application. Let's start it with get a deeper understanding in testing. Software testing is a method checks whenever actually software products are matching the expected requirements and to ensure software products in the defect-free. Some prefer saying software testing's definition as a white box and black box. Even some says there is a gray box. In the simple terms, software testing means verification of application under test. You can call this like that. Software testing is important because if there are any bugs and errors in the software, it can identify it early and can be solved before delivery of the software product. Properly tested software products ensure reliability, security, and high performance, which further results in the time saving, cost efficiencies, and customer satisfaction. It involves execution of software or system components using a manual or automated tools evaluated one or more properties of interests. The purpose of the software testing is identify errors, gaps, or missing requirements, construct of actual requirements. Also, we should know software bugs could be expensive or even dangerous. Software bugs can be potentially caused momentarily and also human losses, and history hasn't such examples. For example, in April 2015, Bloomberg terminal in the London crashed due to the software glitch, and it affects more than 300,000 of the traders in the financial markets. It forced the government to postpone about 3,000 million, if I'm not wrong, pounds of debt sales. It's gonna happen in that date. Also, Nissan cars recalled 1 million cars from the market due to the software failure in the airbag sensor detector. there have been 2 accidents due to that software failure, and its effect. And there, for example, for human losses. Also, in the past, Starbucks forced to close about 6% of stores in the United States and Canada due to the software failure. Its POS system. One point in the store served their coffees for free, and they were unable to process their transactions. And we should be also focusing for benefits of the software testing. As the first one is this cost effectivity of the benefits of the software testing. It's one of the important advantages of software testing any IT projects on the helps you save your money for long term in case of bugs caught in earlier stages, and software testing is cost less than fix. For security, it's most vulnerable and sensitive benefits of the software testing. People are looking for trusted products, and it helps removing the risk and problems earlier. Product quality also one of the benefits of the software testing. It's essential requirement to any software products testing ensure quality of the product is developed to the customers. For customers satisfactory, the main aim is the aim product is the game when satisfaction for their customer, their user interface. Testing ensures the best user experience. Also, building confidence in your score is the important benefits of the software testing. I have seen this happening in several times when I'm developer, had a developed particular feature and shared it, built with QA teams, only find out build failing flat even in the first round of the testing. Even some of the basic acceptance are failing. This would have never happened. The developer had decided to write test while developing app. Identifying each and every success failure cases, writing test for them will ensure that you have confidence in your code, you write it and deliver it. Here the software testing types, typical the testing classified in the 2 categories, which one of them is functional testing, other one is non-functional testing, or you can call this a performance testing. This is not a complete list, but there are about 150 more types of testing types in there, and it's still adding. Also note that not all testing types are applicable to all project, but depends of the nature and scope of the project, it can be implemented your own software testing. As you can see, test level changes by, we can simply say this like if are working with more complicated apps, we should do more unit test because it's more faster and cheaper. When you go upper levels like manual testing, it's getting slower and expensive. Also, level of integrity is increasing, but if you do unit testing, its level of isolation is decreasing also. Because of that, we should simply choose which level we want to do our test application in the first stages. After that, we should focus to all of the stages. For example, in unit test are the app fundamental test in your application testing strategy. A unit test generally exercise the functionality of smallest possible units of the code, which could be a method or class components. In the replicable way, you should add unit test when you need the verify logic specific code in your application. You can think like at we are testing inside of car, it's inside of a car gear. It's a small component of that, which is not working with any other products, but one simple product. For integration testing step, also we call this as medium testing step that validates either interaction between the level of the stack with module or interaction between the related modules. You can think like an car engine when you are making tests. For AI testing, it helps you to validate user journey of your application. Express-to-like libraries, which allows you to programmatically locate and interact with your AI elements in your application and in a thread way safe. You can think like we are testing an all car by making a user acceptance testing. Let's go with getting deeper understanding about Android testing. Mobile applications are packages, libraries that can be installed in the user mobile devices so that you can let them do whatever you want. Mobile application testing has installing packages in the target device and performing test steps through the application and devices. So mobile application automation requires the following things: application packages, mobile devices, emulators or simulators, if it's needed, networks, and permissions for accesses, the things it's required. Regarding to end-to-end testing automation, it can be done by tool that can be interacted with elements of application inside the devices. Basically, we can classify these needs as this follows: driver-based tools, native tools, we can say that, or driver plus wrapper tools, which we can call as non-native tools. Application behavior expectations are described as a specification. The goal testing is verified that behavior of the applications conforms to their specifications. To address this issue, a set of use cases, test cases written to contain sequences of the steps that result in the product achieving the desired state. Thus, application testing is the process of all test cases. As regards the manual testing is the progress the person passing the test case. If testing automated, then the software clients interact with application instead of people. In that cases, the case itself implements programmatically language, or is also called a test. To implement tests and run them automatically, you need a testing frameworks, which is like JUnit or Cucumber, which is including assertions. A set function is that checks the application. A mechanism creates fixture for sharing data between tests. The generally accept the definition of the fixture of the fixed states and environments which tests are executed. Oh, sorry. Also, we need runners to run our test cases. Runners are responsible for preparing environments, creating test case, test sets, running test itself, receiving results of the completed tests, preparing test completion reports, or collecting any static things from our code. Test that addresses their GUI drivers are the call to AI test, as opposed to the init test. They are executing on the real devices or emulator running in the corresponding mobile operating system. GUI drivers are the most complex component in the entire testing stack. They solve basic and low-level tasks. when you give GUI driver like Express or UI Automator the command to click a button, it processes your command to interact with the application and click the elements. Working with the driver API directly from the test has a number of disadvantages. The functions of the drivers are limited. That requires additional logging, that validation, or waiting, or sometimes receipt. Because of their flakiness, they need repeating unsuccessful actions. The driver API isn't concatenative to writing tests, easily readable and maintainable test code. It's often required to abstract and unify the access to several device drivers at once. Because of that, driver wrappers are used to resolve such issues. These wrappers can be very greatly depending on the task at the hand. Some of them are just synthetic sugar, while others rather trick layer the responsible for a lot of complex operations. Let's go with native tooling, which we call drivers. Native mobile automation tools are integrated libraries to mobile application development frameworks for that developers can write UI tests. For the products under development, native toolings are the part of the development framework, so it guarantees that tooling always update with development framework at upcoming new features. As you can see, test drivers in Android development. Those are, first one is Espresso, second one is Android. Also, we got a Robotinium. Also, we got an UI Automator. Let's start it with Espresso. Espresso is Android-specific test automation framework that enables the creation of the development in UI test. These tools allow the developer to create test scenarios and record how they interact with mobile devices. Based on the analysis, developer can verify the behavior of the UI elements by capturing its snapshots. And its advantages of using Espresso, it's an open source native app testing tool developed by Google for automated UI tests for Android devices. Allows both black box and individual component testing, which we can call this as a gray box. You can perform tests on Android native apps as well as the hybrid web apps. Test cases also crafted with Java or Kotlin. It provides easy setup and synchronized test executions. Record your test using a text Espresso recorder, and it's also because its level is lower than other drivers, it's the fastest one in the market actually when you are developing a new application. But there is things to consider. It's only compatible with Android UI testing. Application source is required, meaning this framework means for developers. It's wait for main UI threads to be idle before the test action performs. As you can see in the picture, you take action, then wait it idly, then do it to the main action in your application. It goes like that. And it also doesn't support web drivers. And the Selenium, which is known as a Selenium for Android-based mobile applications. It also supports test automation for hybrid and native web. Selenium can be also execute parallel test cases on multiple devices at once. And advantages of using Selenium. It supports WebDriver compatible with languages such as Java and C++, C#. Supports all Android versions. works on real devices as well as the emulator. But there is things to consider. It's got a slow testing speed, and its requirements of high-end machines. It's unusable on system with less than 4 GB RAM. It's using a Selenium 2 as a client API, which is release date is July 2011. It's pretty old school thing. And the Robotinium. Robotinium is an open source automated Android app testing tool. It helps the easy to code automation test scripts, popularly known for its ability to write automated test cases. Developers can use that Robotinium defined function system and accept the test scenarios that span many Android activities. This tool may be used for test apps that include source code, as well as the apps merely have a Android file, APK file inside of that. And advantages of Robotinium. It's simple and robust testing script program. It's automated test cases for hybrid and native app testing. Create automatic GUI test cases for Android apps. But there is things to consider also. It's got no official support, and its last commit date is 2060. And UI Automator. A Google unit testing framework, it can support both Java and Kotlin, and you can run it on any Java supporting IDE. Advantages of the UI Automator. It's convenient if you are familiar with Android app development. Has very intuitive recorder. Uses the same IDE you created in your app. It can directly supported and updated by Google itself. It's got very good documentation and tutorials in internet, but there's things to consider as always. Backgrounds in the Android app development recorder can only support basic actions. Properly, you will need to learn syntaxes if you're unfamiliar with. And it requires the application source code. It's powered by its accessibility service inside of the service that makes easier for the disabled use the mobile devices. Accessibility of service known as the what screen and one given time, how to interact with what it sees. It's accomplished in this by building visual T components of the viewed screen. In the nodes of which are the accessibility access nodes info objects. These nodes contain meta information about their respective views, class name, coordinates, or the display text inside of your app. Every view has an accessibility event source interface, uses a binder IPC that notifies the system accessibility manager service every action executed with, for example, click or changing focus. Accessibility manager service transfer to this data every currently active to accessibility service, as well as the UI Automator during the system update visual components in the tree. Commands are sent the same way, the opposite direction from the accessibility service. And UI Automator to display interface elements to any application in the system. If the interface element does not inherit the view, then it needs to be implemented series of methods in the independent part of this stream. As we mentioned before, drivers are not perfect. To make them, wrappers are used to resolve such as issues. Drivers and wrappers together be we can call them as a non-native tooling. Before that, we should look up the problems that driver creates. First of all, it's stability. Common issue with all UI testing tools is that none of them is ensured a fully stable test. Test using each of these flake. In other words, if you run working the test a lot of times under the same conditions, then there are many cases where it may be crashed. But that's the reason these crashes can be completely unpredictable. You won't be able to prevent crashes completely, as they are often causes instability of the surrounding and test run environment. Also, we got problem with multi-drivers. As my experience has proven to me that tests should use the white box model whenever possible. This ensures the higher speed and stability of test execution compared to the black box testing. But sometimes it isn't the option. Some tests may require functionality only can be black box solutions can provide. For example, the ability to work with third-party or system applications. Therefore, our dream wrapper should be aggregate access to several drivers in the own interface that provide both white box and black box sync texting features. And we got a problem with its flexibility. Market is flowed with application, as you know, and each unique its own way. Developers simply aren't capable of forcing every little nuisance in the advanced can't be provide an exhaustive set of features useful for every user. Therefore, wrapper must be extension of some points, and it has to be flexible and configurable. Test developers can easily adapt them to their needs. And logging is one of the problem also. As I mentioned earlier, the tests will inevitably fail. They won't just flake. They will become outdated or lose their lines, simply do whatever they want, and they were written to do crash whenever the application behavior different from what was expected. Finding bugs is the most efficient way for it, and this means we will have to medicate a lot of failed tests, investigate all circumstances of the incidents, to create test hypotheses, and find and fix issues in the test and application itself. So we will want to not only stack tracing the errors, but we also need the complete logs. So after the test, we can understand what was going on and what ones went wrong inside of there. Also, we mentioned about logging, but logging always aren't enough. It's a common need to see what's actually rendered on the screen when an error occurred. The screenshot, it's very helpful when attached to the logs. And access to the Android debug bridge, or we can simply call ADB. ADB is often required from test, for example, to enable or disable the network itself, or set geolocalization, or emulate the fingerprints operation, or using file in the system, in such as the cases. And with non-native tools works with server interactive with mobile objects. We got on two different types of interactions. Which one of them is one with UI libraries. Another one is with image recognition. And these are the testing trends in currently. First of all, we go with Appium. Appium is an open source automation testing framework which can be used both in Android and iOS apps. It's an effective tool for web, mobile application, platform testing, even works with hybrid app. Appium also used for automated functionality testing that improves the overall functionality over applications. And advantages of the Appium. It has a multiple language support end-to-end testing in the multiple programming languages such as Java, JavaScript, Node, Python, Ruby, C#. It supports testing on iOS and Android devices using the same API. Also, it's got a recorder itself, and it's got a playback feature for a tester to speed their testing processes and produce test script in the multiple programming languages. It's easily integrated with Jenkins and other popular CI tools. But there is things to consider also. It's got a no official support, and it's complicated UI, and when you are making a test, you'll need to make some modification for making tests. And here are the drivers of the list, which we can execute it by using Appium. And here the Kotlin. Kotlin is one of the best Kotlin automation testing tools built on top of the Appium and Selenium-based engines. It gives you complete platform support and can execute tests on all types of operating systems, browser, devices, uses charts and graphs and reporting to visualize test data execution results. In addition, it's let you to operate both in cloud and on-premise infrastructures. And here are the advantages of the Kotlin. It's an codeless testing tool. It's great for beginners. It's got almost no complexity. It's got a simple setup and easy test creation that uses keywords and images, recorders, and playback features. It's flexible test reusability across the API, web, mobile platforms. Even it supports Windows applications. Built-in integration with popular used project management tools such as Jira. And it's allowed to cross-environment test execution. Tests can be executed remotely with simulator real devices and any cloud-based platform. It's got a free version available, and it's got a feature that has an image-based testing feature. But there's things to consider. As I mentioned before, it's not an open source thing, so you have to pay up to use it in the proper way. It's got sometimes got performance issues because of the many application testing supports. For integration with pipeline, you need an additional new subscription. So you have to always pay up. Let's go with Karate. Karate is an open source framework tool to combine API combine API test automation, mocks, performance testing, mobile testing, even UI automation into the single unified framework. It's using a behavior-driven development framework. Gherkin syntax is used for writing test Karate. The advantages of using Karate: easily start with little coding. Karate features natively support JSON supports, and one can write JSON expressions right within the feature files. Karate features very powerful JSON validation. In Karate, one can do coding in JavaScript or Java. Karate has multi-thread parallel executions. It has a detail logging and reporting, but there's things to consider. Karate uses its own scripting language, and there's no IntelliSense support for in that IDE. Finding error is not easy inside of that in Karate. And Karate using mainly for mobile testing, it's using Epinium as a main driver for testing. And finally, we got an Apply tool. Apply Tools delivers the next generation of testing automation powered by artificial intelligent assist computer vision technology known as Visual AI. Visual AI helps the developer, test automation engineer, and QA professional to release high-quality web application. And mobile application can be integrated into any existing test framework. It also allows for contracted cross-devices and browser-based tests. Moreover, the tool can be helped build custom tools and facilitate the collaboration inside in the team. And using advantages of the Apply tools. It's a cross-platform testing tool. It can be easily added verification points. It's got a playback and record feature inside of it. It's got a parallel run with other devices within their cloud system. But there is things to consider. It doesn't have a device viewer, and it's freemium tool, so you can execute some queries, but it's limited. In Apply tools, there is a product name is Apply Tools Eyes. It's using cognitive vision technology to detect difference between two screen display. The tool can replicate hundreds of code line of the code with one visual scan. We shouldn't forget it's not testing its functionality. That's for testing its layout. By using Apply Tools Eyes, you can increase the stability of your application. Also, there's another parallel testing tool, which name is Apply Tools Native Mobile Grid. It's a cloud-based testing grid that allows the tester and developer to automate testing of their mobile application across the different iOS and Android devices quickly and accurately without a hassle. After running just one test locally, the Apply Tools Native Mobile Grid allows you to asynchronously run the test in the parallel using Visual AI and Apply Tools Eyes, speeding up the total execution tremendously and reduce your flakiness of your application. Thank you for listening, you guys. Does anyone have any question? I'm happy to answer that.
Oops, forgot to unmute. Thank you for this great talk, Efe, and thank you for this last minute switch. Thank you a lot.
No problem.
Let's see if we have any question. I see that on the chat we have a couple of people commenting, but no direct questions. So I think, well, you made an excellent presentation and no one had any doubts. So once again, thank you so much.
Okay.
And feel free to stay until the end of the event.
Okay. Have a nice presentation then.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wait, okay.
Okay, we had a question.
What is the best practice for app testing? Best approach is Actually, starting with unit tests. Most of the developer and tester writes about 70% of their tests in the unit test level. After the mid-year steps, like middle step, which we call integration steps, about 20% of that we can write integration test. It's one of the best approach actually. The other 10% can be manual test or any automated UI tests can be most efficient way to make tests. That's what I do actually.
Nice, thank you. Let's just give it a couple more seconds.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eve. Thank you for joining earlier to give your presentation earlier and live. Thanks for helping us. I'm finally here. I'm back. I have my electricity. So yeah, actually we have we don't have much time. We need to finish with the previous presentation and go to the next block. So yeah, once again, thank you so much. And I'm gonna play the next video. Goodbye, Eve. See you.
See you.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, folks, I'm sorry. Everything went as bad as it could have been. Like we had two separate people responsible for the pre-recordings, and we both lost our recordings. But yeah, without further ado, let's continue from the 6:45 that we had on the video. I also will post a link to the full video by Ajiri. The topic that was just going to remind, it was topic about building the Android with Flutter. So yeah, let's continue with that topic.
With Android. So Flutter is built with Dart. And Dart is a programming language that Google specifically developed for the Flutter framework. So there's really no application outside of Flutter for Dart. And I don't really blame them because it was a really ambitious project to take on, catering to every single platform from a single code base. And yeah, so building a programming language specifically for Dart is, well, it follows, right? It's not out of place. It's fair. And then there's Flutter, which is okay. Yeah, the last point there, the Flutter is pseudo declarative, right? And it's heavily functional. So I just put that there because Flutter is declarative, right? A lot of people tell Flutter is declarative. Yes, it is, but it's also object oriented. It's reactive. It's compositional, and that makes it pseudo declarative, right? So native Android development is imperative. It's meant to be imperative, but with Jetpack Compose, the line between declarative and imperative are getting really, really blurry right now, right? But native Android was originally imperative. That's why you have your XML. So the idea is the UI builds once, right? And then the state could change along the line. And that state doesn't really affect the UI, right? So you can, at any point in time, just set the text and the text changes, right? The state of each of those widgets could change at any time. But because Flutter is declarative, you have to write the code to rebuild the UI every time the state changes. So your UI is a function of your state, basically. And yeah, a lot of different paradigms that the Flutter framework supports. But functional programming is something you will have to wrap your head around if you're coming to the Flutter space. And it's not as challenging as some put it to be. But the thing is, like with every other programming languages, there was a specific purpose for which that programming language was developed. And that really affects how that language is learned and how that language grows. And functional programming is something you will find in most high-level programming languages. It's a paradigm that's really common, but it's not very common to developers because the applications of most programming languages don't really require functional programming. But Flutter does, and you're going to be seeing it a lot, even during your learning curve. And it was really hard to wrap my head around because it's not something you deal with in native Android. So I'm just saying prepare for that. And if you're coming to Flutter and you're just checking out that, check out functional programming, right? It's interesting, but it could be challenging, right? So there's an interesting learning curve. Could be challenging, but it's interesting. So just watch out for that. So next is the Flutter framework, right? So what goes into the Flutter framework? how does Flutter build apps for a lot of different platforms, Android, iOS, macOS, Linux, Windows, from a single code base? How does that work? So we will see how that works. Yeah, Flutter build process. Right. So Flutter uses Dart. Okay, on the first level, which is a level you are supposed to develop as a developer. You're supposed to make that work. And there's the Flutter engine, which is built in C and C++. And there's the embedder. So the embedder is basically the application, right? So the idea is the Flutter framework or the first level of interaction of the Flutter software is what you develop as as a software developer, and that is basically that. And the components that go into that, into making that work, are widgets, packages, libraries, painting, animations, gestures. Basically, everything you have to do to make your UI work. So Flutter is primarily a UI framework, right? A front-end framework. So all of those things you need to make your UI really pretty and look good on different screen sizes, and all of that is handled at the first level of interaction, which is the Flutter framework level. And that's all in that, right? Every single thing about this part of the software is all written in that. Now, Flutter doesn't really compile your code into native Android, right? It's not going to change that code into Android code, because it's going to have to be doing that a lot. So for for a lot of different platforms that use different programming languages to build to their native executable files. We call them that. Of course, they have different names, but let's just stick with that for now. So Flutter engine is what really lets your Dart code behave like native Android code, right? So if you are familiar with any part of hardware, any type of hardware development, engineering, you probably know what the firmware is, right? So if I want to write software for, say, a microcontroller, really small microprocessor, there has to be a firmware, right? So the firmware is what makes my code compatible with the hardware. So the firmware just sits on top of the hardware, and whatever code is coming from my machine is able to make that work with the hardware, and that's what the Flutter engine does, right? So Flutter engine handles composition. Flutter engine handles isolate setup. That's interesting because Flutter actually runs in just one thread, right? So your application runs in just one thread. So to achieve parallelism, it uses isolate, right, instead of multiple threads, which native Android uses. So isolates are what is used to achieve parallelism in Flutter. So all of that is handled by the Flutter engine, right? So Dart runtime management, Flutter engine, frame scheduling, Flutter engine, platform channels. Platform channels are a big deal because we're working with that. That is what helps us to access native Android functionalities from our Flutter app, or trigger native Android functionalities from our Flutter app, right? So those are platform channels. So you can access native platform code from your platform channels, right? So you write your code separately, and the Flutter on your native Android part of your code base, and then you could access that code, or you could call a specific function by using platform channels, and that interaction is handled by the Flutter engine. And then there's the rendering, right? Rendering of your screen. So basically, the Flutter engine is what makes Dart compatible with native Android, right? Java or JVM and all that. So the embedder is usually the app, right? So Android app usually has different stuff in it, right? Gradle, manifest, source files, and native Java or Kotlin files. So that is the embedder. So your Flutter code is really just a part of the embedder, and because of that, you can actually develop other parts of your application. You can develop other activities. You can develop services. You can develop broadcast receivers, content providers, and put all of that like a complete Android application, and then you just put in a bit of Flutter to just make your interactive. So the embedder is usually native software. So the native software structure for iOS, for the plist and all of that. And then for Android, the entire software, that's the embedder. So the Flutter engine sits between Dart code and your embedder, and then you can add other functionalities, native Android functionalities to your embedder, and make magic. All right, so now the demo sessions, Flutter app structure. So what does Flutter app look like? Okay, so now I have my Android Studio up and running. I don't know what IDE you all like to use, but your Android developers use Android Studio, and it's really, really just the best IDE out there. IntelliJ, awesome, the most intelligent IDE, in my opinion. Of course, feel free to criticize and all of that. So right now we'll be creating a new Flutter project, right? So there's a lot of setup, not much actually. You just need really the internet and follow the instructions online to set up your Flutter, to put in the Flutter plugins, right? You need a Flutter SDK, you need the Dart, Dart plugins, and you also need some of that installed on your machine itself, right? So I'm running a Mac. You need some of those, like the Flutter SDK installed on your Mac. You also need Dart installed on my Mac or Windows, so Flutter and Dart. So just follow any guide, right? Any guide online. Just go into the Flutter website and follow how to install on your specific machine, and you can get all of that up and running. Then you come on to Android Studio, and you could go onto plugins and add specific plugins for Dart, or you can just type in Flutter. Internet is hard right now. All right, yeah. So Flutter installed. So yeah, so Flutter also installs Dart, right? And then once you install this, it also installs Dart. And as long as what you were supposed to install on your machine is also installed, you're all set. So now I am going to be starting a new Flutter project, so you can see how it looks. Okay, so this is the part of my Flutter SDK. I know, add naming, whatever. Okay, so next, this is a new project. Right, so we can put in the name of our project. It's a new project. I'm not very creative when it comes to names like this. A real project, yeah, I could give you a really good name for that. And my signature package name called alcohol. And if you specify what platforms you want to build for, right? Android, iOS, web, all of this. This is all grayed out because I haven't really updated my Android Studio. You should do that, right? And yeah, so application, plugin, package, module, skeleton. So you can decide what you want to build. So basically, packages are Flutter widgets, right? So the Flutter framework, almost everything, right? Almost everything in the Flutter framework is basically a widget. And packages are mostly widgets. Of course, they could be other things, right? They could be clippers and all of that. But packages are basically Flutter. Flutter is a UI framework. So if you're making anything any other person would use, of course, packages are what other people use. Making anything any other person will use for Flutter, it's most likely going to be a widget, right? So the widget will come with several functions attached to it, business logic attached to it, but those are widgets, right? Packages, widgets. Yeah, other types of packages, right? Not just widgets. But well, if it's not a widget and it's just purely Dart, then it's probably just a plugin, module, or something else. So we're just going to be using for Android and iOS, so we can see how the different embedded sections of Flutter look like, and we can also see how we can play around with Flutter. Okay, so let's go. So I'm just going to pause the video and wait for this to finish building. All right, so we're back and we have our Flutter project. So let's see what the project looks like. Okay. So there's Android, there's iOS. And if you take a look at Android, you see a very, very familiar structure, right? So there's main, debug, yeah, you don't really work with all of this, debug, profile. These are all meant for Android embedding and testing and development. So, right, that's debug. Main, this should be very, very familiar, right? Java, Kotlin, you have your main activity, you have your manifest file. And yeah, so this is an activity, right? So this is the typical manifest file. Don't worry about all of this. We're not using the Android compiler. We are using Flutter compiler. So don't worry about all of these. If you're using Android Studio, you don't have to worry about all of this red words. And yeah, we have resource files. So resource files, drawables, and all of that. So this is all familiar. So typically, if you're going to be changing anything, maybe an app icon, you have to work on all of this, right? And what this actually means is that this is an entire application. This right here is an entire application. Build a Gradle, right? Some of these things have been, right? So careful when you mess with this part, right? So I think that's what I was saying. Guess when you mess with your build on Gradle, there's the app level build on Gradle, and there's the project level build on Gradle. So careful when you mess with any of them. So basically what this means is that you can actually develop an Android application, native Android application separately, right? And put that into this, make that this. And as long as all of this are in your new Android application, it will work. And we're going to see in the next section how we can actually add services and we could add entire activities into this and make it work with a Flutter project. So you'll notice that there's just one activity in the Android manifest file, and that's the main activity, right? And this main activity is actually the only activity that Flutter requires to do its magic and work its magic, right? So the main activity is what Flutter uses to build. Flutter renders screens by drawing, right? It draws and redraws widgets, repaints widgets on the screen, and the Flutter framework and the Flutter engine is built to optimize that process to almost 120 FPS, 120 frames per second. Yeah. So typically, that's how fast Flutter can go, and it's optimized for that. So it really just needs one activity, right? That's the main activity. And it does all this magic from there. So this is all you require. You actually don't have to change any of this. Probably if you're going to build something for release, you have to work on your resource files, so you can get a really good app icon. From that, you don't really have to mess with any of this at all, ever, right? So the Flutter framework has put in all it needs from Android here for you. And now let's get into Flutter. What does Flutter actually look like? So this is what the Flutter app looks like, right? So I'm just going to modularize this a bit, create a new file, and see how we do. Right, so I did a little modularization so we can see and really appreciate the different components of a Flutter application, right? So Flutter really just a bunch of widgets, right? So this is the entry point, the main dot, and we just have this really simple function run app. And what this app takes in is a widget. This is a stateless widget. Now there are two types of widget: the stateless, the stateful widgets. Typically, screens are stateful widgets, right? So entire screen are stateful widgets. So if you're going to be interacting with your screen and you want different parts of UI to change, remember Flutter is a UI framework, right? So if you want different things to change on your UI, probably you hover over some items and the color changes, and you want something that's stateful, right? So stateless widgets, they don't change their state, right? They're built to be single, they're built to not change, basically. So your state is fixed. And then stateful widgets are widgets that change. So typically screens change, entire screens change, so stateful widgets. Stateless widgets could be, item lists, right? So if you work with adapters, those things are going to adapters. So those could be, stateless widgets. So we don't work with adapters in Flutter, because Flutter is, a bit better. Yeah. All right, so stateless widget that we're working with here is actually a main widget, a material app widget. So this has to be, well, theoretically, it doesn't have to be, on top. This could be any widget, right? So, but typically, you don't want any problems. You want to use the material app as your first widget, and then this is your home, right? The home widget. So you could, so from here, this home widget. Once this app runs, you get to a home page, right? And this is a stateful widget, which typically represents screens. Typically, right? It could be anything, but it typically represents screens. And then your widget could be anything, right? So this is a scaffold. Scaffold is also a widget. And then scaffold takes in an app bar, and you notice this app bar is actually also a widget, preferred size widget. And then the body, also a widget. And then this widget is a center widget, and the widget takes in another widget, which is a column. And basically, Flutter is just a bunch of widgets, right? So even if you're making packages, packages are all a bunch of widgets. So yeah, so these are all widgets. So let's look at how this looks, and then we could just maybe try out the hot restart and hot reload features of the Flutter framework. So I'm going to turn on my Android emulator, and then we'll look at what the default app looks like, and then we'll move on from there. So screens, widgets. So modularization is left to you as the developer, right? So when we created this Flutter application, everything was just in here, right? So I just took the main page, which is this home page, and put in a new app file, which was the screens, and screens package or screens folder, and then created a screen, which will be the main screen, and then we'll see what the screen looks like and see what we can change about it, just a few things to tweak and see how that works. All right, so this is coming up. I'm just going to make it come up and then we'll run. All right, so I have the emulator up and running, and I just clicked on this button, and yeah, it's building right now. All right, so you're going to be working with the terminal a lot if you're going to be building Flutter or for Flutter, and they're going to be debugging a lot of stuff, cleaning and whatever with the terminal. So okay, so this is a demo application. Yeah, so it's finally running on our virtual device. Yeah, so let's go over what it does, right? So text widget title, which came from this widget title. And yeah, so this is the title. What's the title? The title is Flutter demo. So this is a widget, right? A text widget, and there's another text widget, right? You have pushed this button many times, and that's in a column. Right? Column is another widget, which I should guess is just to align child widgets vertically. Yes, push this many times. Pushed once. Push once. Counter. What's counter? Counter is an integer. Right, this is a counter, and then this is the increment the counter, right? So this is called every time this button is pressed, which is the floating action button. This is the floating action button, and then it on press calls this function increment counter. Every counter does increases the counter, and now this is set state. So this is why Flutter is reactive, right? So the set state actually calls this method again, this entire method again. So it builds this again. This time the counter has increased. And so whatever value the counter is going to be updated on this string, right? So let's try that. Increment counter 1, rebuild, 3, rebuild. And then. So let's try, let's see right now. So hot reload. So I just use the hot reload feature. There's a shortcut on Android Studio where you just press Ctrl S and then everything hot reloads. But typically you press this button, right, for the hot reload, and it all reloads. Yeah. So it's basically Flutter. See how easy it is to create, edit this widget. So we can edit this widget, right? So give it the style. Yeah, change the color of the widget. Right. So, okay, right. So let's say color blue. Red is black, right? So let's see color blue. Wow, blue. Okay, very good. Increase text size, font size, and to 20. So it takes a while to get used to Flutter scaling, but oh, okay. It's big. So we have to change the alignment, right? So come here, text alignment, text align, center. See what that looks like. All right, cool. Okay, we can change some other things, you know. Weight, font weight, oh. What you do, like Control S, and see how all that changes. Wow. All right, so I'm just a little comfortable with spacing, right? We take the spacing down a little. So we can add size box, image window, size box, right? 15. Now I'm thinking that all of this, the big deal here isn't like the prompt, right? The big deal here is the number, right? How many times I will click this button. So this is the big deal. So I'm thinking all of this style should be here instead. Oh, okay. Maybe just increase the time, size a little. See how that works. All right, cool. So that's it. So Flutter framework. So that's how you add widgets. You know, change widgets. You know, move things around. And the cool thing is, you know, the business logic and building of widgets happens in the same code base, right? So you could add more functions. This is you could say this is business logic, right? If you like to abstract this, putting a provider somewhere, collect your classes, collect your methods into a class, have a utility class, that's all fine, that's all cool. So it's really it's a very flexible programming language. The framework is also very flexible. It lets you bring in whatever architecture you want, which is why it's super declarative. And it's really not imperative at all, right? No XML at all. So all of this is actually intuitive, and I promise you, coming from Android, it is actually going to be really, really easy. I found it easy, and I'm sure you will too. Because, like I said, Android is a very challenging platform to deal with and develop for native. So this is what a typical app looks like. You can add more business logic, right? So maybe instead of adding to the counter, you could, I don't know, maybe add 2. Right, so plus equals 2 instead of 1. Maybe change this, or change whatever business logic you want. It could all reside in the same class, right? This is a class. All of your business logic could reside in the same class. Of course, if they affect the UI logic, if they affect the UI state, they should reside in your class. But if you like to abstract that to another class, just create a new file. Call you, pass in your parameters, get your results, and you can also pass around functions, but we're not going to go into that because that's actually a really big deal, and you need, maybe probably entire course to take care of that. So another big deal with Flutter, apart from the widgets, which Flutter is all about, is that Flutter supports material design, and in the main screen or in the main method, the main widget, this is the primary source. This is basically the theme of the entire application. So in your Android applications, you can actually define your theme, right? So you can define the colors for your text and all of that. That's what the primary swatch does. You could create your own swatches, and you could set that to your theme data. So you could change all of your theme data, put in new styles, default text styles, or give names to your text styles. And if you just move around this, you'll see all of the things you can do here. Indicator color, hint color, so you can set all of these anyhow you want, right? And so that's Flutter. Very flexible, declarative, and really cool. Trust me. So this is another thing with Flutter, YAML. So on Android, you need build.gradle, you need app.gradle, and you need all those Gradle files. On Android, you should really be worried only about YAML, Analysis options in YAML is when you go really higher up, right? So YAML is where Flutter engine comes to build for all different platforms, right? So there's a lot that is in the YAML. It is basically what defines, like manifest for at least Android, YAML is the Flutter, right? So this defines app structure. it defines environment, it defines dependencies, and this is the only dependency that comes default. So you could add more dependencies, and typically if you make a package, right, it can be added to a new Flutter application as a dependency. So you just add, I don't know, whatever dependency you want, and you can have a project with a lot of dependencies, right? HTTP dependency, and if you make custom widgets that you think would be too problematic for other developers to make, you can make that open source and put it on popular dev, and other developers could add it as dependencies, right? And dependency. Right, so you know how you implement implementation stuff in your Gradle? Yeah, we just depend stuff right here. And all this other stuff, you know, by the time you start building with Flutter, you get used to all of this. So use material design, true, yeah. So by default, use material design. All right, so now we are going to go back to check on all right, so now we'll be embedding Flutter in Android. Right, so we've seen how Flutter works, right? So basically, Flutter just compiles all your Dart code with Flutter engine and then puts it inside of an Android application, right? So the final build file is going to be an APK file or a bundle or whatever you want it to be. But it really does that, and then the engine makes it paints all the widgets you want it to paint and handles all the business logic on top of your embedding, which is your native Android. So your native Android could stretch as far as you want, right? You could add as many components as you want to your native Android file, and Flutter could just be, if your Flutter application could just be one activity. All Flutter really needs is just one activity, right? And you could communicate between that activity and Flutter through the platform channels. And we're going to see how that works in our new demo. So let me just get the demo ready. And okay, so for the sake of this presentation, let's say I have this application that is meant to, I don't know, fetch all background music and all music in the application or in the user's device, and then play those music, right? Or you play music with the service. So if you minimize the app, music keep coming. And then the app is also supposed to show notifications of whatever's playing by the service, right? So that's what I mocked. I don't want to go into permission issues in case anybody is trying to recreate this. So actually just use some music objects, data objects that could model what the music will contain, right? So the data object is really basic. Music should have a name, so title, description, the length, right, in seconds of the music, and then a color. Color is just like, let's say it's the image URL of the music, whatever's going in the background. So just for the UI, so we could maybe customize the notifications, some Android flair into your application, native Android flair into the application. So you can just customize notifications, change the colors and all that. So we are going to have music data from this data provider. Data provider in the real world could actually be fetching data, music data from the user's device, right? But for now, it's just holding a list of mock data, right? So again, because of permission issues, for the sake of this presentation. And then we have the service, right? So this service, what it does is to play this music. So once you start the service, you can set the current music. Of course, current music starts from 0. What it does is it just plays that music and the index or the music on that index from the data provider, right? And then it also shows a notification from the background. So what this service does, because it is a mock data that we're using, is that it just plays the music or just waits for the number of seconds that the music is supposed to play for, and shows a specific notification for that number of seconds. And then after that, it changes the notification, right? So this is really native Android, and it is going to be using notifications that are customized with the color of the music and native Android flair, things that will probably not be so easy to do because notifications are accustomed to Android. The way the Android system handles notification is different from the way any other system handles notification, and services are specific to Android. Other OS have their own versions or version types, their own types of services, right? Background processes or services specific to Android. So we've created all of that, services, activity, and we have all of this, right? And yeah, so let's run the app, see what it looks like. Yeah, so this is the app, and we'll just click on notify, and we get this. And right now, yeah, so this is playing the background, yeah. So once it plays next, yeah, they also intend to change the music from the back, but I'm not going to play with that right now. So 3, 4, and then all of that, right? So yeah, so what's that? Okay, so yeah, so it changes to the end, and then we're done. So even if I minimize the app, right, this will keep running. Yeah, let's keep running to the end. Okay, so figure it out. Figure it out later. Okay, so say you want to put this into a Flutter application, right? So we have a default Flutter application. How do we put this? Basically, what we just do is copy all of this, right? Every single part of this, all your layouts, all your styles, all your strings, and go put it through it in the Android portion of the Flutter application, right? So you can just put all of these things in the Android portion of the Flutter application and careful with your imports, right? Because this package will probably change. The name of this app is music notes. The name of your Flutter app will be something else, right? Flutter application always have just one activity, which is the main activity, and you can get the package name from there. And by the time you're copying and pasting, you will just change the package name to correspond to the package name Flutter has assigned to your project, right? So let's see what our app will look like by the time I copy all of these and all of these, and also whatever dependencies I had to add to make this work, right? That are all the dependencies. Flutter doesn't need all these dependencies, right? It just needs this core, and that's all. So let's see what the app looks like when I've added all of this to your Flutter application. All right, so I have I've imported everything I had to import into the Flutter project, right? So this is our main, the dot, and then this is our screen, our only screen for the application, right? And then this is the Android part of our app. And so the Android part has data activity, main activity, services, all of that, right? So this is an entire application on its own, and you could theoretically make this as complex as you want, right? It's a native Android application, so you can build it out natively. And all Flutter really needs is just one activity for it to do its thing, right? So typically, you don't want to mess with Flutter too much, so let it have the first activity, right? So the manifest file has the first activity, and this is what Flutter uses, that main activity. This is what Flutter uses, right, to do all of its magic and build all of its UI. So this is it, and then this is our activity. We actually did the manifest file to make sure that activity works with it's present here, because we copied all of this from our project and put it in here. We also copied the service, so that's also in here. Notify service, and you can see all of.
Okay, folks. So, like I said, I'm gonna post the link to the full video, including the beginning part that was dropped out, and the end of this demo. And yeah, we'll continue with the question and straight to the next session. Carlos, the stage is yours. Carlos, you're muted.
Oops. Classic online talk. So Ajiri is here just to answer one of the questions that we had. Hello, Ajiri. Thank you for this great talk. So we have this question for you. Flutter 3 full release for Mac and Linux. Can you provide us any insight on this?
Does the release handle no safety error message? Oh, okay. So Mac and Linux are now stable, right? So I haven't personally built any projects on Mac and Linux, but it seems that whoever asked this question has a specific issue asking about no safety error message. So yeah, so if Flutter since Flutter 2. Flutter 2 and Dart recent versions of Dart started to support no safety, right? Most platforms. I hope I'm.
Ajiri?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we now can,
Right.
but the connection dropped for a bit.
Okay, right. So the deal is most any version you have to build for, right? Since web got stable, right? So including Mac and Linux, all stable versions since the web have to be null safe, right? Your Dart code have to be null safe. So if your variables are going to be able to be nullable, you have to indicate, right, while declaring them. Or if they can't contain null values, you have to indicate all of that. And if you're using Android Studio and you have the proper tools, right, installed, then that shouldn't be an issue, right? The Android Studio will be able to, highlight whatever issues come up, and then the error tracking, the stack traces from the Flutter engine are very, very comprehensive. So you shouldn't have any issues tracing whatever issue you are, tracing your problems, right? So yeah, your code has to be null safe since web. So Mac and Linux too, which were recently stable, including Windows, which recently got stable, all have to be null safe. Your Dart code has to be null safe for them to be compatible with all those other platforms. Yeah. So if it's not null safe, upgrade to null safety. Right. So just migrate to null safety. Just you have to do some tweaks on your prospect with YAML file, and then Android Studio will take care of the rest. Right. You'll get your issues highlighted.
Okay, thank you so much, Ajiri. Thank you for everything. As the team mentioned before, the talk is going to be available so everyone can follow along. I hope you will stay with us, and thank you so much for your great presentation.
Thank you, my privilege.
Thank you. So, unfortunately, my time is up, and it's time to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you for being in the other side of the screen. In order to pass the broadcast over to the next moderator, I hope I'm pronouncing it right once again, Shri Bhagwat. Since the distance rules will not allow us to sit here together, I will transfer my control of the stream over to him.
Hey,
thank
hi,
you.
Carlos.
Hi.
Hi, and yes, you did pronounce my name properly. And
Sorry?
you did pronounce my name properly.
Thanks.
And you hosted this session very nicely. Good.
Thank you. I know that everyone now is in good hands. You're the next up in the line. I'm sure it's also going to be great. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I will see everyone at the chat. Just before I go, just want to thank all the speakers that have been here, and I had the pleasure to follow along the day. Thank you to the viewers that have been on the other side for all the energy, and to the Geekle team for this amazing event. See you on the chat, and the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
see you,
Carlos. So, guys, we just had a wonderful session by Ajiri, and he explained us how we can create a Flutter application for Android, and I enjoyed that session. Next with us, we have Mohammad Asid. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. And he is the CTO of Stardust Solution, and his topic will be team development. Hey, hi, Mohammad. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So let me just give a short introduction about Mohammad to our viewers. So he has an experience of more than 19 years in professional and entrepreneurial experience in the field of mobile services, training and development. He has also been working as a CTO for Stardust, which is a game and app development solution outsourced service provider based company, and is also a consultant mentored of tech and non-tech companies, and he has as well developed teams for gaming studio. So we have such a highly qualified and experienced person with us on board. So his today's topic is team development, and I give the entire stage to you, uh, Mohammed. If you have any screen share turned on, I will bring them to the stage. Yes, so the stage is yours. Take care.
I think. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Shri. Okay, so my name is Mohammed Asad, and I've been working in the tech industry for last almost 18 years. Started my career in services department, then I moved towards the contact center training and development, and from that on, I kept on training people, and I've been mentoring startups for a very long time. Tech non-startups both I've been mentoring for almost 10 to 15 years. Started this startup solution. This business about that how the tech team development in tech industry. It is almost a challenging industry. You have to meet your deadlines. You have to deliver the app or software to the customers. If you have in-house product, the challenges are there. So I'm gonna, in short, it will not that can be helpful, and we have to sum up the session in a very short time as I have a very little time left with me. So quickly, I will go into those cruxes and those key points on which companies I have been consulting have
I'm sorry,
gathered up
Mohammed. You have
and they
you have
worked
trouble
on
with
it.
your
And
internet connection. Can you
this
please
will
turn
definitely
off
help
your
in the teams
camera? Can you hear me?
that are working in tech industry. So a little stats that according to the research that there are 26.8 million developers in the world, and that figure is going to touch 45 million in by 2030. So it's a huge chunk that is coming to the market. We have to develop, we have to work on the development of that team, that they can deliver their work on time. They have to meet the deadline. They have also today the main purpose of the development of the companies are spending a lot of time on work life balance, which we call the pandemic a couple of years back have set back a lot of challenges for the organizations, and it took almost 1.5 year for us to get back on the track. So coming back to the new normal, which we use the term, I'll definitely share a lot of things that will definitely helpful. Basically, the training and development in tech companies, which I have worked with, and I mostly most of the tech startups skip these kind of things, and some of the growing companies, also mid-level or mid-tier companies, skip the training and development. D&D is training and development, that they don't spend time on their people's employees development. They don't work on the training. They don't work on the coaching. So both go side by side in developing the teams. So that secondly, the reason that why I have chosen to talk about upon the tech startup, so it will definitely help us in developing a very unique and a setup that helps us. So apparently, when we talk about the systematic approaches in the organizations that help in developing all of the setups. So first, I have divided it into three parts. One is the pre-knowledge analysis, which helps in the understanding the employee that you have been hiring is what kind of capabilities he has, or how do he work within the time. If he's a fresh graduate, or you're hiring from the internship program, so this is the key that helps you in developing your setup, in developing your people, so that they can be able to deliver and understand the organizational goals. And secondly, we talk about the post hiring analysis. What is a post hiring analysis? It is definitely the next step that helps in developing the organizations, that if you have the pre-knowledge analysis, by pre-knowledge analysis, we understand, we mean that how the employee has been trained, how the training has been done, how he has been working, what is his so both are, I believe that they go side to side. We come to the TNA targets. That's the training in analysis. That what is your analysis and what is the need of the on-job training. So people and organizations are spending a lot of time, a lot of money. They have been sponsoring events. They have been sponsoring trainings that help develop their employees. So these are kind of you can say that pyramid of this development that helps in helping all of the organizations. So far we have worked with the teams, organizations facing challenges for all of the time. So that's how things turn up. I'm gonna go for the next slide. Now comes the coaching. I have been working with so many software houses. The challenge which I face them, the team is not getting up to the time. They're not meeting the deadlines. They're not delivering that level. They're not developing the sense of the importance of the work. So apparently, the agile technology has given us a lot of ease in it. So introduction of these agile softwares, we oftenly get solutions. We often get the systematic approach for the people to deliver. So let's talk about some coaching that how it can help us. Okay, so T&D behavior now, not development behavior. In software industry, we have to accept that the employees, the people have a casual approach. They have a little bit of coming late, having relaxed hours, flexible hours, a kind of flexible work from home. So many things are there. So organizations have to understand that this will never let their people down. It will ease them, and at the level of ease, when they're at a very ease level, they will definitely be able to deliver what have been you've been expecting from your employees. So in target meeting and in target orientated approach, we also recommend that you can just go that's your term. Okay, so the targets now what are the targets? In Android development, I have seen, and in game development, we have to deliver the game on time. If we are working on for the services, we have to deliver the product to the customer right on time and in the need of the hour, and definitely after the sale software solution or services. If there are some bugs, whatever it is, we go for the QA as well. So these are the little things that trigger that how you achieve those targets. So we must have a systematic approach by developing your team, by giving them the coaching. So I will definitely share a case study with you. Once there was a developer, he was having a facing so many issues. He was not delivering on the time. So I went to the organization. They have a little bit of challenges from not a group or a group of the people. So he was the kind of, you can say that, the leader of leading all the negatives and all those times. So we worked with him, and we came to understand that I suggested that organization that you have to work on this guy specifically. Why? The reason is that you is guy. So it's the challenge. What I believe is that whenever we talk about the differentiating factor, we often work along with it. So there is something that comes, and as an outcome of that target oriented approach, we are able to deliver and we are able to develop the people that gives you the best outcome in the market. So coming back to the example that I was sharing with you about that particular guy. So we develop him. He needs some flexible hours. He can work from home and can give you one of the best product. So the company at the first, they were very reluctant in giving the option to work from home or hybrid system. So in the end, they developed that system, and it gave them the best results. So that's the thing which helped the organization a lot of in delivering a good results. Now let's come to the hiring process. That what is the hiring process? How we can get hire, or how can we hire the best people in the market? So these are the key outcomes. I'll little bit talk about it, that how you can get the best resource in the market. So we could talk about the goal-oriented mindset. It's a kind of development and a very as a kind of skill approach it's talking about in the tech industry. So goal orientation is the key point that which develops your people. You must, before hiring, there are so many tests available in the market. HRs forums have been guiding all the ways to the tech startups. So goal oriented mindset, what is the goal oriented mindset? Helps the people to understand that they should have some goals in their mind, that the goal, the company have some goal, the product that you are going to deliver have some goals in it. So that goal high oriented. So secondly, commitment to their roles. That is very important. Commitment to the roles define that how you deliver the work. What are your commitment? So the approach of the people are very vague. When they are in your organization, they don't have any idea what kind of people you're dealing with, what kind of customer is it, if they're not at the front end. And talking about gaming, specifically about gaming industry, it has said to be that as I shared these stats, that 45 million people will be engaged in developing softwares. And if we can have a rough estimate that maybe, or a very, you can say, safe estimate, 25 or 20-25 million will be engaged in the game development. So you see a lot of big chunk of the developers are dedicatedly working on games. So you have to develop that kind of system, that kind of, you hire that kind of team that is good for you, that will work for you in a development phase. So commitment to roles is very necessary and the key part. Secondly is open to learning. I've been talking to very different multiple forums, students, professionals. They have this specific personality challenge that they are not open to learning. So it goes side by side, and both organization and the employee both have to understand that they have to be open to the learning. Somewhere the employees are not open to the learning, or somewhere there are organizations that they have to develop a system that if they have smart people in their organization, so they have to encourage those smart people, that how they can work on it and how can they cope up with the company. So it's a kind of we use a specific term of empowerment as well. So some organizations mix up empowerment with giving authority. In fact, as a matter of fact, I will say that the empowerment is not the giving authority. It's giving them the power. It's giving them the authority to grow, to contribute, to give ideas, to work on innovation. So as an organization, what we have spent a lot of time on developing that system, and it's compulsory for every people in our organization or in any organization which I consult. And as a suggestion I share, that you have to spend 3% of your daily time on your learning and development. This is empowerment, that you spend very small time. 3% is not a more time. They are working 9 to 6, or they are working 10 to 7, whatever the working hours are there. 3% if they spend on their learning, 3% if they spend on their development, that will definitely help them. So this is the openness to learning. Then comes the diverse perspective and experiences. We have hired a kind of the industry people, a couple of guys we have hired last year. What happened is it was a kind of experiment. It was a very risky experiment. We were very alert in understanding that if this experiment goes off, we will be on a very challenging situation. We may be on the hook as well. So it helped us. We hired diversified people. We hired different experienced people. We hired soft skilled people, and we train them. They work in such a capacity, and the openness to learning, which I'm really stressing upon, is that I have been seeing, and I have been foreseeing this challenge, that maybe it can be a hurdle for any development institution or any kind of software house, or as an Android development, we will be specific talking about Android. So if we talk about our industry, of our Android industry, and this is one of the fastest growing industry, and the rapid changes and the policies that has been coming up from the Google or any platform that you have been using, or you have been uploading apps, that's very important. You have to have that diverse people. Those understand the offset customer on the onset customer. So both have to go side by side. And shared culture, exactly, people love the organizations where they are able to share the culture. When we talk about big companies like Apple, Google, what is the beauty of those organizations? That these are still the most liked companies, and people love to be a part of it. They spend every time they went, the potential they have, they are totally spending that somewhere, how or hook or by crook, they get into those organizations. Not only Apple or Google, there are so many other organizations, but specifically I'm talking about these two key organizations. So that's it. Then we talk about the responsibility and accountability. uh, Taking up responsibility or ownership. So we talk about that. Okay, if something goes wrong, or it's not up to the mark, you have been late in your deliveries, whatever it is, take responsibility on it. We have been facing this challenge in our part of the world, in Pakistan specifically. I'll talk about the Pakistan. The culture is very smooth. The working culture is smooth. Still, we have facing these challenges that people don't take responsibility of their work. We talk about ownership. It's okay if you are wrong. It's okay if you don't know anything. So it's not a bad thing that if somebody asks you something and you don't have the answer to that specific or that particular question, it's okay. So that's the little example. It may vary from what I'm saying. Is That's it. And then accountability. Are you accountable enough that whatever you have been delivering, you are building a kind of software or applications, whatever you're with this tech industry. Most of the respected speaker before me, I've been seeing all the sessions before me. So what is the team development? How you're accountable in delivering the software that you have been delivering? So accountability is one of the, you can say, that is very important factor, that at least you should hold yourself accountable, or organizations should have that, I will say must have that accountability system, or accountability sense of accountability. It's a kind of a sense where the system comes from. It comes from the sense, whether it's the common sense or whether it's the sense. So I believe that being accountable is very, very, very important. And clear communication. You walk the talk or you talk the walk. It's your choice. So clear communication is, if we have developed a system, and agile technology that helps in clearing up the communication that we deliver. We ask our designer, we ask our developer, or the 3D or whatever the work is, the system that everybody is involved in a particular product, that this is what we need. You want to know further, you're always welcome to ask anything, and you are always actively, you can talk about if you have something you can need to add in it. So in clear communication. And on online delivery and online customer services or online development, we totally face that this is the clear communication is not communicated, or we don't have clear communication, we don't have clarity that what customer wants, what the software has to be delivered, how it should be there. It's not in specifically in a software. You can say about your personal life as well. Clear communication is definitely the key to if the top points which I shared, may you can skip something, but the clear communication is the must thing for all of us, that how you can see. So we'll talk about the hiring and building. So these are the key points. Whether you are hiring a new resource, or whether you are building your own developed or your high team. So it's always it's the key points which from on my experience, which I learned from my global experience, my teachers all over my professional experience. So this is a kind of you can say the crux or key points which we can work on it, and definitely it will give you one of the time. So I have a very less time for me, so I just cleared up it, and if there are any questions, I'm open to question and answers. Thank you.
Hi, Mohammed, you can turn on your camera.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was a wonderful session, and
Thank
I've
you.
learned a lot in this. Yes, we don't have any questions over here, but when I was keeping a view on your talk, I had a few questions in my mind, and what do you think how this game development session will be like for Android and iOS? Will we have some cross-platform section, or will we use the native for development of the games?
See, the way we are working in our organizations, we have a cross platform as well. So far, as a tech, we see anything can be possible come out of it. So I will be a kind of prediction can be done that there's a chance of it. So far, the current position, if we see, it's going the different way.
And what do you think about Unity in game development?
Well, Unity is the platform that is now kind of mostly used in it as compared to the Unreal. So Unity has been now giving trainings as well, and they have come in Pakistan as well. So they have specific. I'm talking about the Pakistan as well, that they specifically came in our country and they talked about, they give trainings to the developers, that the Unity, the importance of the Unity, the updates, and the further how the developers can implement the Unity and how they can further benefit the organization or their development, improve their development by learning more Unity skills and in-depth learning by Unity. And by the end of 2022, they have another platform, and they are now launching a kind of a university type in which they will be specifically sponsored by Unity, and they will be training developers all over the country that to work on it and to be familiarized with the tool more in depth.
And a personal question, like which is your favorite game that you usually play on phones? Like mostly I'm a phone developer person. That's why. So like what game you enjoy playing, or say what is your stress buster game?
I probably go for the Cover Strike by Viva Games. Although I play PUBG as well,
usually.
but that Cover Strike is also
So we
one
are
of my
the
favorite
PUBG
games.
gang, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It recently got banned over here. I'm from India, so it got banned over here.
Oh
But
yes,
then
yes,
we
definitely.
yeah, we used to play a lot. Then we also play Call of Duty and other such games. So yeah,
exactly. I understand. Shiri, one thing I will add definitely. We are the guys who grow up playing Counter Strike. Counter Strike. We are
yeah,
the guys
yes,
of
yes,
Counter
yes. Like we were playing Counter Strike
Counter
on
Strike.
LAN,
Yeah.
and in the school days we used to play that.
Yeah, exactly. And when I started my career back in 05, so Counter Strike, we have specially paid from our salary to set up that setup that we need to play that network
Yes.
Counter Strike. So that's the game, and one of the the beauty of this industry specifically is that it is open to everybody. It is open to everybody, and I personally feel maybe I have a very different experience, but whenever I approach anybody globally or locally, they were open to guidelines, and they are open to help. That's I appreciate this thing, that this thing is very good in this industry, specifically in gaming, that
Yes.
they're very open to guide you, to train you. I think they're good overall. I think.
Yes, and like as you mentioned, Counter Strike, we also used to play GTA a lot, Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
GTA.
and those were few of the games that we grew up with. So I just had one more question now. Let's see, like both these platforms are very different, like iOS and Android. So when you create the internals, the file structure, and everything is different. So do we
Yeah,
have to
that's
manage do we have to manage the different code, like how we manage in creating an application? Like we have to write some platform specific code. So is it something like this for the game development as well? Like when we're showing the notification, or when we want to save the points in our what we say in a local storage, does Unity or the game engine handles it completely? The Android does it completely, or like we have to do something from our part?
See, it depends upon the game and the project as well. In some games, Google never allows you to ping the customer or your data. You know, the data policy that they have updated recently. So if we talk about the code, yes, definitely the conversion, which we call that, if a project is developed in Unity and you have to publish on the iOS store, you have to work on the Xcode, the specifically designed for the iOS. So that's the difference. So in Unity, it's about coding, it's about your approach and how you're familiarized with the tool. The tool is very open and you can use it for your own customization. So it depends on your learning and your approach and how much in depth you know the tool. I suggest that I may have answered the question if earlier about.
Yes,
Thank
thank you, Muhammad, for your time. It was a
you
wonderful
very much.
session. Yes, I hope our audience have liked it, and I hope some doubts. We have one question. You mentioned that T&D is around 3%. Would you say this percentage is higher for different platforms?
I mentioned that what I said is that in our organization we have this policy that every employee has to spend 3% of its daily time on T&D, on training and development. That is called empowerment. The point, I hope the question is that the 3%, it means that they have to spend their whole day time, 3% of the time, if they have 9 to 6, 9 hours job, and of that 9 hours, they have to spend 3% of their time on their T&D. That is for their own as well. So that's what I meant.
Oh, okay. So thank you for your time again, and I hope you will stay connected with us. And in future, if we have some talk shows, we would be always lucky to have you with us on board. So thank you, Muhammad. Thank you again. Yes. So bye bye. Take care. Yes.
I just have to. Oh, take care. Bye bye.
Bye. It was a nice session by Muhammad, and let us go next forward. Our next speaker's name is Afzal, and let me bring him on the stage. Yes. Hey, hi, Afzal. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So let me start with introduction. So Afzal is a senior Android developer, and he's working at Doist, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And currently he's working on application called as Todoist, which I guess is a to-do application where we put what we have to do, and a Twist app. So what is this Twist app? Some game type, or like, can you give us a short information?
It's for sure. It's a asynchronous communications platform. So it allows, like, instead of real-time chatting and being online or getting notifications, it allows you to focus on work when you need to focus, and it'll have your notifications and messages for you when you return to it and need to communicate with people.
Oh, nice. And your today's topic is mysteries of material container transform, right?
That's right.
Yes. So please turn on your screen share if you have something to share about.
For sure. Give me 1 second. There we go. All righty. Can you see my screen?
Oh, yes, we can see your screen, and the complete stage is yours, Afzal. So go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you for, first of all, for inviting me here for the talk. And thank you for arranging all of this. And I hope everyone is having a great time learning a lot of stuff. So I'm presenting Mysteries of Material Container Transform. And well, we'll get to that. But thank you for the introduction as well. So what is Material Container Transform? It's a shared element transition that takes the start view and an end view, and it morphs the the start view into the end view. There are certain things, certain limitations to it, but it allows you to transition between activities, between fragments, between two views, and between a view and a fragment. There are lots of customizations as it's a shared element transition. You get all the customizability of a transition and animators, but in addition to those, you get these as well. You can morph the shape of the start container or the outgoing container to the shape of the incoming or end container. You can change the scrim color. So while the transition is happening, maybe the background needs to gray out or something like that, and it handles that for you. You also have the choice of picking the fade and fit modes. For example, fade modes are like crossfade or fade through or fade in or fade out. And fit modes are linked to, we'll discuss this later, but they're linked to scale mask progress thresholds where it tries to fit the incoming container to the not to the shape, but to the proportions, to the height width ratio of the new container. This also allows for creating reveal transitions within material container transform. And of course, path motion. So you might have seen an example where a floating action button goes like from the bottom right of the screen. It goes in an arc or a path to the middle of the screen, and then it expands into the next screen. So that uses the path motion argument. And then we have the 4 progress thresholds that we're more interested in today's talk. There's the fade progress threshold, the scale mask progress threshold, the scale progress threshold, and shape mask progress threshold. They're a mouthful of words, so I might just shorten it to just say thresholds instead of progress thresholds. What are these? So as you might have guessed, fade progress threshold is the part in the animation where the start view fades into the end view. If we view this video over here, you can see that the first part of the transition was just a fade. That's because how we've set this over here is that the first 25% of the transition is a fade one, and the rest are at the end, just to clarify, what it looks like. And you see in the first 25% of the transition, it fades to the end view, and then the rest of them happen. Now, the part about the 25% is a bit misleading because it's not 25% of the duration. It's actually 25% of the progress as determined by your interpolator. So these progress thresholds are specific to the interpolator you're setting or the default one. And we'll talk about how that affects things in a later slide. But in code, this looks like this. You have the shared element enter transition for a fragment or a view. No, in this case, it's a fragment. And then you set the fade progress threshold from 0% of the transition to 25% of the transition. Let's see how the next one looks. Scale mask progress threshold. This was a tough one when I was trying to understand the difference between scale mask and scale mask and scale progress thresholds. But I hope this animation will clarify that. So in the first 25%, it might look like barely anything happened aside from positioning, but there is something happening here with regards to the ratio of the height and the width of the view. Here it's more square, like the proportions are more square, but as you go right here, you might notice that it's slightly more rectangular. And that's what scale mask does. It matches the proportion of the outgoing view to the proportions of the incoming view so that when you apply the scale on it, it scales kind of uniformly like this. In code, this looks almost exactly the same. You know, you have the scale mask progress threshold and you define it just the same way as the fade progress threshold. Scale, how does that look? Scale progress threshold. Well, it does the part where it enlarges the outgoing view to the size of the incoming view. Over here, you can see it doesn't reposition it. Up until this point, it's just scaling it up. And then we have the scale mask coming in, which actually changes the proportions and increases the width only. So you can see that's the difference between those two. And finally, we have the shape mask progress threshold. And you can see I didn't follow the previous slides for this one. And I'll tell you why when you look at this video. If you notice the corners, they went from, I think it's 8 dp to 4 dp. And it wouldn't have been visible if it was just a small floating action button up there. It would have looked like 0 dp corners. So it's just scaling up to show you, but the real thing I want to show you is a change in radius as it morphs. So those are the 4 progress thresholds. Now, that's all fine, but when you get a prototype from your design team and it's in a different software, like for example, the Doist team uses Principle for sharing animations, and you're like, how am I gonna implement this exactly? You can go by eye, of course, but it's going to take a long time. And this presentation, the next part of it, will show you how to do this systematically. So it's a really neat transition in the prototype, if you want to agree with that. But there are some tricks that they've used because probably the animation software can't morph from one view to another. So you see that there's a little dot in the middle of the floating action button, and that's the thing that enlarges. So there are these tricks that you get in design, and now you have to implement it proper, figure out what thresholds you should use. This was the result last year when I worked on this. It's a bit fast, I know, but I hope you agree that it is pretty close to the result. There's also the keyboard aspect, which we'll talk about briefly, but I want to focus first on how to set the thresholds, and then I'll explain a little about the keyboard. First things first, our views aren't at the right place. Our floating action button is on the right side. It needs to be centered, and it needs to be round. So that's not a big problem. You just center it horizontally, and in Material 3, you apply the shape appearance overlay that changes the shape of the floating action button. Secondly, the end view. If you remember from the prototype, the end view is not this tall, nor is it hitting the bottom of the screen. It's in the middle of the screen, right above the keyboard. For demo purposes, we'll hard code the margin, the bottom margin, and the height. Later on, when you actually use the keyboard insets, then the margin will be set depending on how tall the keyboard is, because people might be using different keyboards, and you need to determine the correct height. Okay, so once that's done, we need to figure out what fade progress thresholds to set. Over here, you can see nothing is really fading, cross-fading, but we need to figure out when to do that. And I think it's suitable to say that as soon as the incoming view is overlapping the fab, the floating action button, that's when it should complete the fade part of the animation. So that's around, if you look at this line here, That's around about 20%, 60 milliseconds of the transition. So we're going to say 20% over here. And then we're going to run our animation. Right? And it should finish in 60 milliseconds. But you can see I added this text view to show you that it's only finishing it's in 40 milliseconds for some reason. So the progress thresholds are wrong? Well, yes, they are. Remember when I said that the interpolator, the progress thresholds depend on the interpolator. We then need to figure out what fraction of the interpolator is 20% of the duration. For the default interpolator, it's this, 0.633. The way you do it, I think the easiest way is, doesn't matter if you're using a custom interpolator or the default interpolator, set a listener in the transition start, because that's when the interpolator gets set when the internal animator is created, and then figure out what the value is. So we set 0.2, well, we get the result of the 0.2 duration, of 20% of the duration, and that would be it if your design team was using the interpolator that is used by material components by default. But as you see in this principal app, the one that our design team used, the default interpolator is actually something different from the built-in Android interpolator. So we're going to set the custom interpolator now to avoid doing the work twice and calculating all the thresholds. So how do you do that? You just set the interpolator over here with a path interpolator. Thankfully, in this app, the X1 and Y1 and X2 and Y2 are right there. And also, thankfully, the design team picked the same interpolator for all of these. If they didn't, I think that would be much more difficult, if not impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but it would be much more difficult. So we set that, and then we use the same breakpoint and calculation to figure out what 20% of the duration means for this interpolator, or the progress of this interpolator. That is 0.295. So we set that, and we hope this time we're right. And you can see, I can play the animation, but you can see at 61 milliseconds, the fade part of the transition is complete. Woohoo! So we go to the next part, scale mask. Now, again, the prototype doesn't scale the floating action button. It scales a little dot coming from the center of the floating action button. That's not the same. We shouldn't start the scale animation from the beginning. Instead, what we can do is see that, okay, this is where the width of the containers match, like the floating action button and the incoming view, their width matches. So that's where we should start changing the proportion of the floating action button to match the proportions of the incoming view. So in this case, that's 13.33% or 40 milliseconds. We do the same break, hit a breakpoint and then do the calculation for the interpolator, and we come out to 0.154. So we say start scaling or scale mask progress from 0.154 progress along the animation, and finish it when the animation is complete. That's the second value over here. How does that look? That looks like that. So we have the fade part happening because this is already set. Oops. This is already set down here, and the interpolator is also there. When it reaches 40 milliseconds, it starts to change its shape a little as it goes. The width increases until we need to scale. Going forward, 2 more left. How do we set the scale progress thresholds then? In our prototype, if you remember, the scaling and the scale masking, if you will, happen at the same time. They're not staggered. So we're going to use the same value and see how that looks. And it's looking acceptable now. It's almost there. But the shape is doing its own thing right now. I think the shape is changing later than we'd like to. So the shape mask progress threshold helps us with that. Now that looks weird here. So the radius starts changing at halfway through the animation. So 300 millisecond animation at 150 millisecond, we have the radius starting to change, but in our interpolator, that means 0.8%, like that means 0.8 of the progress of the interpolation. So we'll set that. We know that that's the correct calculation, from the previous experience. So we'll believe that, and we set that. So that's it, right? So how does our animation look? Let's look at the prototype here. That's the prototype. And then the return animation right there. And then we have ours. Enter transition looks pretty solid. And then we have the return animation, which is not solid at all. So if you see here, the return animation is following the progress thresholds of the enter transition. The radius isn't changing until the last part, the corner radius, and fade is happening too soon. So this return transition isn't what would be if you reverse the enter transition. So how do we fix that now? I'll tell you the reason. The reason is that we specify in the return transition, we specify that the transition direction is return, but that only works when you don't customize the thresholds. If you customize the thresholds, then you have to define the return thresholds as well. There's no automatic calculation built into the material components library. Thankfully, that's not very difficult. All you have to do is figure out the opposite part of the animation for each threshold. So for fade, we're going from 0 to 0.295. When you're coming back, that part of the transition when coming back is going to be 1 minus 0.295 to 1. So 1 being the end of the animation, we start near the end because that's where we faded when we were entering in that position of the view. Same with the rest of them for scale mask and scale and for shape as well. And then this is how it ends up looking. That's the enter transition, still good. That's the return transition. That looks pretty solid to me. But now let's talk about keyboard. You're going to say, Afzal, you skipped the keyboard. What are we going to do? The padding isn't correct. So synchronizing IME animation with the container transform animation requires listening to the insets using the inset animation listener, if I'm naming this correctly. And that tells you what the bottom padding will be when the keyboard is about to show up. And the other part of that is controlling the keyboard animation. So when the keyboard starts showing up, we can start our animation, right? The way we do it, at least the way I did it in Todoist, was we didn't use the shared element enter transition. Instead, I used just the enter transition, and we postponed the fragment enter transitions in the beginning. When the keyboard was about to show up, we try to show the keyboard when it's about to show up. we start the postpone transition. We set the bottom padding and we start the animation. That way, when the animation starts, the container is positioned correctly. On API 30 plus, we also wanted to control the keyboard animation, because on older APIs, what would happen is the keyboard might show up too early. I don't know why, but it might happen. And so we want to control the keyboard duration as well. And that's available to do on API 30 plus. So that, I believe, uses a window insets animation controller or insets animation controller. So we use that, and that's what the demo was in the beginning before I started implementing the prototype, where the keyboard is meeting just right in the middle, all lined up. But sometimes things aren't as perfect, and sometimes transition isn't seamless. And what I mean by seamless is you might have like a color that's not changing properly. It's not fading properly, or it's fading to some other color and then immediately switching. That could happen if your container color is not being derived from the ID or the view. That's the end view or the start view. In that case, the container color arguments are your friends. You set the start container color to the color that is actually supposed to fade from, and you set the end container color, and then it will transition that color until the animation finishes and your view takes over and it shows its correct color. The other thing is shapes aren't transitioning correctly. Before shape appearances and all that, we had other tricks. We had 9 patches and all that to put rounded corners and things. And you might still be using them, or maybe you're using something else and it's not transitioning correctly. So what you do is you set the start shape appearance model and end shape appearance model on the material container transform instance. And then it seamlessly transitions. And once the transition is over, again, your view takes over and it shows up the exact same thing. So it doesn't look like it's a hack or something. What else can go wrong? Animation might look perfect in slow motion when you're developing. You have the animation scale differently, but in real time, there's something wrong. Like, I had this problem for months after implementation. I was like, why is it that it just looks off? It doesn't look perfect, just like the prototype. And then one day I decided I'll record a slow-mo video from another phone and see what's really happening. And this was happening. This is on API 30 plus. Where's the fab? It's the floating action button is hidden behind the keyboard because the keyboard is popping up too early. Or not too early. It's actually not popping up too early, but the R transition is starting slightly late. So when you see this in real time, you don't connect the floating action button to the final thing. You connect something that's happening behind the keyboard, and there's no morphing or anything, really. Your mind doesn't connect that. Unfortunately, the solution for that was for API 30 plus, just delay the keyboard 50 milliseconds. When I did that, now you see the morphing clearly. So that it's not ideal because you're delaying the keyboard showing up 50 milliseconds, but it's also not very noticeable when there's so many other things happening on the screen, like the animation. I recently told this to somebody and they were like, oh, I would never realize that it was delayed. So that's a trick to use. Now, there might be a case like it was for us where you're not using the shared element enter transition what do you call it? Or the shared element return transition setter in your fragment. Instead, you're using the normal one, the enter transition and exit transition or return transition setter, because in our case, the floating action button was in a fragment that contained the incoming fragment as well. So we couldn't replace that fragment. So we had to set a start view and an end view, and that way it worked. But the return transition did not. Turns out that if you don't set a target view, the return transition, or I guess even the enter transition, will try to look at the whole scene. And I guess for some reason, it didn't recognize that the container was the thing that was missing. So the way it got solved is I added a target view referring to the fragment container view that contained the quick add or the big container fragment. And then when the return transition started, it detected, okay, that's the container that needs to be dealt with. So that started working at that point. Dark themes might also make the fade part of the transition a little bit different. As you can see here on the left side, there's a floating action button right here, but you can't really see it against the dark background. And that's like 3 frames into the transition already. The fade is too sudden, and you don't really connect the floating action button is the thing that's morphing. Simple solution for that was delay the fade transition a little bit more. Instead of starting straight from the start, start it when the fab has moved a little so that it's more seamless. And I think when I play this animation is going to change slides, so I apologize for that. Yeah. Anyway, what about Jetpack Compose? So, material container transform, old Android views, like that's old stuff, right? Not really. But Jetpack Compose has its own thing. And right now, there's no official way there's no official way to transform a floating action button or a shared element to another part of the screen or another view or another composable. But there is a cool thing coming out. Hopefully in the next alpha, there will be a layout called Look Ahead Layout that computes the starting views measurements and the end views measurements, or I don't know what to call them. They're not views, and it animates them, or it has a framework for animation. The modifier, I think it's called Animate Layout. That's still not merged yet, but it's coming up, and it's going to be pretty exciting because then we can do all these neat animations in Jetpack Compose. Well, that's about the end of this talk, but here are the resources. This is my GitHub right here. This is the repository for all the demos that I showed in this talk. It's available in code. You can check it out, play with it, see how things are affected. And here are the blog posts and code that helped me figure out how to do this properly, especially the keyboard animation part. So check it out if you're interested in creating animation with Material Container Transform. And finally, questions. But before we go to questions, I want to thank Geekle, and I want to say that you guys have done a really great job, organizing all of this.
Thank you, Afzal. That was a nice session on material containers and how we can use Transform to give the animation. And you showed us some of the sleek animation that I was imagining how the developers are doing it. because in Flutter I usually use the hero animation, and it gives us that animation effect, like the image can go from one screen to another, and it appears that the image is moving from a position of the previous screen to the position of the next screen. So is it so can we use this in material transform as well?
Yeah, I mean, material container transform is like a subset of the shared element transition, right? And shared element transition is what you use to transform the image to the hero image. So I don't see why not. Say you have a grid. Well, I haven't tried it in a recycler view. I'm guessing that it has to do with stable
Let's
IDs.
say
And stuff.
let's say we just have two views, like screen 1, screen 2, and when we are navigating we want to show that is going from the first screen to second screen, but in a such a way that it is popping out from there. So I
For
think
sure,
with
yeah, this should be possible, and you can like show like customize the path, and if the shape is different, if it's rounded corners to non-rounded corners, and you can do that. Definitely.
And how difficult is the math in this?
Not so much. Like, I only realized this progress threshold business yesterday.
Because like I think like if we have to hard code that the delay 50 and the delay that we add, I think that might create some issue in some other codes or in some other devices.
100%. There's some amount of testing involved, which is why I waited like a whole year of issues coming up before I started talking about it. But yes, aside from the delay of the keyboard, everything was not so not so hacky. The progress thresholds, of course, you have to hard code them because they're dependent on which part of the animation is going to happen when, right?
Yes. We have a few questions from our viewers, so I will just add them to our screen. So the first question we have is, are material containers tied to the view holder?
Well, view holders come up when you use recycler views, right? But as you saw, we didn't really use any recycler view in our demo. So I believe no, they are not. But the way to, if you are using recycler view, the way to do it is assign like a different transition name to every item. That way, the material container transform will know which one to transform when you click it.
Oh, okay. Like, is it attached to our activity? The Kotlin activity or any activity that we create?
It can be attached to, you can transform an activity to another activity, or just fragments, or just views as well. Essentially, what it does is it creates a drawable. I think it's something like animated drawable or something, where it's just showing the thing, the views, but in drawable, and then transforming that drawable until it's finished, and then it shows the actual view.
Okay. Next question is about Scrim. Does it handle status bar?
It does, but once the transition finishes, the status bar is going to go back to the color it was. So what we do is we set a listener for transition N, and that's when we set the status bar to the transitioned color. And then vice versa, on the return transition, you do the opposite, where you change the alpha back to, or not the alpha, the alpha of the whatever background view you have, you change it back to be invisible, I guess. And status bar, you change the status bar color along with that.
Okay. Another question that we have is the prototype open sourced?
Yeah.
One that you have created?
Yeah. I linked it, and it has different branches for different parts of the. Oh, well, the code is, but not the principal prototype. I can ask the designer and the Doist team here if I can put it out. I'm not sure if that will be allowed, but we'll see. If it is, then it'll be in the repository.
If it is case sensitive, then we'll have to officially hide it as well. There is one more question, and I think that question, it's divided into two forms. The first question is, have you considered translating the new task field with the same speed as the keyboard? Is it possible?
Yeah, that's the first thing I tried, and it was too fast. The thing is, if one of the frames just jumps because the interpolator is calculating from one frame to another, and the fade just happens in one frame, it's too sudden. That was the first thing I tried, because I was like, I don't want to modify the keyboard duration. That'll make things slower. But that transition was too fast, and at least on my Pixel 3a, it was also janky. So had to slow it down a little.
Okay, and I think he just checked your Todoist app, and it is clear that there is a blank space between the keyboard and the rectangular view for some time before one comes to another.
That is not related to material container transform. It's hilarious that this person found this bug.
I know.
It's a bug
yeah,
related
but we can use it
to
for QA testing now.
yeah, it's a bug related to showing the snack bar while the quick add is showing. We'll prioritize that bug at some point.
Now I have another question now. Let's see. Firstly, how will these animations and these transforms that we are using affect the performance of our application? If example, we just have to show a dialog box, then there won't be any lag. But now we are adding the animation, so we will increase the processing power. So how will this affect the performance of our application? Also, do we have to manipulate between the refresh rate of a screen? Let's say if we have 60 hertz and if we have 120 hertz now, which is coming nowadays. So do we have to alter something, or the Android will do it on its own?
Well, for the most part, the refresh rate will be handled automatically. But I think that part, where I showed that the keyboard was coming up too fast, my hunch, I have to try this on a Pixel 6 or whatever is 120 hertz. But my hunch was that that's only happening in 60 hertz because you don't have the time to draw the middle part. But I don't know. But the first question was, sorry, what was the first question?
About the performance. Will it hamper the performance, or will it drop the refresh rates?
Right. It won't drop the refresh rate, but we did put in this thing in there for when the keyboard is delaying too much. For whatever reason, sometimes the keyboard isn't showing up quickly enough, and we need to show the quick add at some point. So we just added, I think, a delay of 300 milliseconds before it reverts to the way it was, and the way it was just show up. So that way, in worst case scenario, you don't see the animation, but at least the functionality is preserved, and you see it in time.
Okay, that's it from me. And thank you, Afzal, for having your precious time with us and sharing the knowledge that you had. I actually enjoyed this session a lot, because building the UIs is the thing that we do, and creating these animations is what attracts the users right now and keeps them glued.
Sure.
So this is what we are doing in our day-to-day lives when we create applications. So it was a nice session to know how we can do it. So thank you again for being a part of Geekle and showing this to our viewers.
For sure, it was my pleasure. Thank you for having me, Shri, and thank you for all the questions.
Yeah, thank you again. Okay, bye.
Take care. Bye.
Okay, guys, with us next we have Najam Singh. Yes, let me get him on the stream with me. Hey, hi Najam.
Hey, hi Shri. What's up?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How's you been? How's your day?
Yeah, it's good. Just doing some bug fixes.
Nice. So Nav's today topic is what's new in Android 12. Nav, are you going to do some presentation?
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Yeah, as the time Nav is opening his presentation, let me introduce about him. So Nav is a Google developer expert for Android. That's great, Nav. And he's also a Google developers group organizer at Montreal. And he also write articles about Android and Kotlin. So you have been your core competency is Android and Kotlin, I guess. And apart from his day-to-day job, he also spends his time learning new frameworks and new technologies. And in his free time, he loves to watch Netflix, and you can find him at the gym. So just a random off-topic question. So what was the last Netflix show that you enjoyed?
Uh, I usually love to watch anime, so I watch animated content, and I guess I watched one movie. I didn't remember the name, but I just watched it this last
Okay, so
weekend. Yeah.
just a basic question. Okay, Naruto or Dragon Ball Z?
It's Naruto.
Okay. Okay. So let us get started with the topic. So I'll just bring your screen to the stream, and then you are live to go.
Okay, thanks. Hello everyone, welcome to today's presentation. Today we will go through what are the major changes that Android 12 brings to the Android world. You might be like feel a little bit surprised, like, because right now we are almost there where we are getting the Android 13 possibly by end of August. So why I choose Android 12? Because Android 13 is still in beta, although it hits the platform stability channel last week. But most of the folks that I know, there are still challenges of actually migrating from Android 10 or 11 to the target SDK 12, because there are major changes that needs to be addressed before any Android developer wants to target SDK to change to 12. So we will go through some of the changes that are there, and we will see how we can make those changes and make sure that we doesn't break anything when we target 12 for our Android applications. So the first major new feature which is introduced with Android 12, it's Material U. And if you are a designer or if you are developing Android apps and you are following the Material theme guidelines, this is the standard way of developing or building our beautiful UIs for Android. But with Android 12, it's the whole design change, like the whole terminology gets changed, and there are new widgets introduced by the material design team, and then they change the whole like the definition of the material, and it's known as Material U, and it provides the dynamic color support. So if you are already using, for example, any device which is targeting 12, and you can see these changes like the Material U implementation for the apps like Gmail or calendar, they are already having like support for dynamic colors. So what they do is, like, whenever we change the wallpaper, we also get the options like Material U. It provides the support for generating color palette based on the wallpaper's color scheme, so that user feels more interact, like feel more comfortable or feel more closer to whatever they are, like they want to see. And from there are a lot of changes that Material U brings to the UI development in Android. And it's from M3. It's also called M3, which is 1.5 Material Designs version. So when you change from 1.4, which is like you can call it Material 2 or the old Material Design stuff, there is a lot of changes, like whole design terminology is changed. Like for for example, for the buttons, for the fab, for the bottom nav, there is a totally revamped design for that. And I can say it's the time to look for the change and start migrating your applications to the M3, which is also can say Material U implementation for Android. And it's also available for Jetpack Compose. So if you are developing your applications or started working with the Jetpack Compose, you can also start taking a look into this feature. The next feature is splash screen API. So far we, like as Android developer, we have implemented our own custom API, custom splash screens, right? Like we show some sort of progress indicator while we are fetching some data, or we are loading some must required stuff before actually lands the user to the final home screen of our application. So Android 12, it provides the new API, which provides the consistent user experience across different applications, not just for Android 12. It also support for the previous versions, and if you are targeting older versions, for example Android 10, 9, or all the way back to 23, 21, you can use the splash screens compat library version, and there is a migration guide which is explained in very well in the Android documentation, so you can check that. And it would be better if we migrate our applications to the standard splash screen. Otherwise, you will, like at the end, the user will be end up with the Singh 2 splash screens, like one which is the default that the Android operating system announced, like this one splash screen, and then the custom splash screen if you have in your application. So it's the best practice to just migrate to the new splash screen API, and then there are a lot of options to customize this. I have added the Medium article reference here. I have explained all the components that we can customize and how we can use this API to provide the consistent splash screen user experience. So I will give you the overview how splash screen works. So whenever the application is launched, from tapping from the home, like the app icon to the first frame, the Android system now it have provided a default splash screen for all the Android applications. There is no way to get rid from this one. So this is like must used or must popped up component whenever the application shows up on the screen. And it's never shown on the how it starts. It's only when users tap on the home button from the application and your application is not in the background active, like in active mode. And it's just like the first, we can say it's a cold start experience that the user will receive when any application has a support for a splash screen or that default splash screen that Android 12 provides. And it uses the values from the themes like window background, and then there is a animations that we can customize, and even for the animations, and by default it lowers, I don't know the exact number, but I guess it's a 1000 milliseconds, like the default number for the animations, and we can customize that. And also, like, this is just there for a couple of seconds, so we can also modify that behavior. For example, we want to verify some sort of data with our APIs before actually open the home page or application. So in that case, we can customize this splash screen, and we can observe the tree, and once we get the results, or whenever we feel that we are in the state that we should like pop out the splash screen and lands to the next page, we can achieve all those things. You can read that my article for the reference, how we can actually stay longer on the default splash screen for Android. The next is it's a unified API. So this is very interesting API, and if you are familiar with the apps, like for example WhatsApp or any chat app, messaging app, right? So when we can like add content, for example, there is only a standard widget, for example, for typing text to write something, right? And we can also sometimes able to paste another kind of content, for example GIFs or stickers or videos, or even the images from any other application if we have copy paste, that kind of behavior. So the existing Android world, it has a different solutions for each those to supporting those kind of capabilities in our applications. So to provide the better support for receiving the rich content in our applications, Android team comes up with the solution which is called a unified API. So this API also, it's a backward compatible, and I have written an article in detail how we can actually implement this. And this is really very like a very simple, or like just it's just a one callback that we need to implement, and we are good to go, and our application is going to be like a fully support the stuff like if user wants to if we want to support a drag and drop or copy paste rich content from different applications to our application. So I will share the quick overview how this works. So there is this is basically a implementation via the interface. So there is a on receive content listener, and we need, as Android developers, we need to attach this content listener to any of the UI component where we want to receive content from the user input, for example, text, images, or any form of input. And when the application receives the content, when we implement the on receive content listener, somehow this is the static image, but in the article I have the sample the animated UI component, which shows how we can drag and drop images from another application to our application. So when we implement the on receive content listener, we have options as a developers to provide to define the set of MIME types that we are going to support. So whenever user copy paste, or what user can actually provide us as an input. For example, if we are having the edit text, the default input for that is like text, right? But if we want to support, for example, images or videos or any other sort of input, then we define that in on receive content listener, and then we process the data from whatever the clip data we get when user interact with their application, and from there we can move forward with that content. And this is the one solution for all those kind of rich content. Before, if you are familiar, there are the different concepts of implementing drag and drop feature or copy pasting images, those kind of things. There are a separate callbacks for each those to achieve those kind of functionality in our applications. But now this is just like a one common solution for all those capabilities. And next one is for next feature, I can say it's a app search library. So this is a on-device search library for managing the locally stored data, structured data in our Android applications. And it's a really fast data accessing solution over the existing solutions. And in this, we can provide the custom insert capabilities in our Android applications, and we can also contribute to the OS level search capabilities. Like, for example, if we are searching something in our device at device level, we can also contribute from that our application. As a developers, we can provide a support so that content from our application can be widely searched across the device, not just from within our application. So these are the major features of this. I already posted an article on Medium. You can go through the details, but here I will just highlight the major features. So it's highly efficient. It's indexing and query over large data sets. It's easy. It's a multi-language support is there, and it's a mobile first solution. So you can read all these things in details on the documentation as well as in my article about how we can implement this library in our applications and how we can contribute to the device level searching from our application. And the next one is foreground service launch restrictions. So this is some sort of improvement. This is not kind of a new feature. So when applications, they start targeting Android 12 or higher, applications will not able to start the foreground services while the app in background. So what does this mean is, like, if your application is in background and you want to start something, like even when the user is not interacting with your application and you want to start something to show up, like basically we are foreground notifications, the foreground services, they are attached, they have some sort of notification on the notification drawer. But here they actually improved the behavior, how we can actually launch these services. So if your application is in the background and you try to launch the service, the system will throw that exception. If it's in the second point, it says foreground service start, not allowed exception will be thrown if we try to start the service from the background. So Android 12, it also like provide the another major like improvement in this particular case is like it will wait for the 10 seconds before actually show the notification attached to the foreground service. So for developers, we actually get the 10 seconds. Like sometimes we want to do some stuff, and if we are able to manage to complete that task under 10 seconds, or like the notification will not be shown to the user that this application is also running something even while they are not interacting with it. But there is an option to immediately show this notification. Like if you are really don't want to wait actually for 10 seconds, you just want to immediately show the notification. When we launch the service, we can pass the we can set it as like there is a method that we can call like start immediately or show immediately, something like that. I didn't remember the correct name, but we can define that behavior, and the system will totally skip the 10 seconds delay and immediately show the notification when foreground service is working. And the next improvement is about exact alarm permissions. So in Android 12, if we want to set exact alarms in our application, we need to actually ask for the permission, and that permission is called the schedule exact alarm, and it needs to be added in the manifest. And the major thing is like if application is like eligible for if our application is specifically about the timer or reminders, those kind of categories, this permission is not required. But if we are providing if our application is not specifically for those kind of tasks, then we need to ask for the permission. And if user allow the permission, then we can move forward. Otherwise, we need to provide the explanation that like you can follow the best practices for request, like requesting permissions to explain the user like why you actually need the exact alarm permission. And there is a method called can schedule exact alarms from the alarm manager that can be used to see if we can set or not set the exact alarms. And the best thing is also with that is there is also a intent action provided added in Android 12, which is called action request schedule exact alarm. So that if for example, if can schedule exact alarm returns us false, that means we don't have permission. So we can launch the intent with the given action, and user can able to provide us the permission from there, and we can actually listen to these changes in our application with the help of a broadcast receiver, that whenever the permission gets changed, again we just verify the change, verify if we are able to schedule the exact alarm, and then we can move from there. And also for this, I also have an article on Medium that you can check how actually you can implement, and I have explained all these features in that article. So the next one is the notification trampoline restrictions. So this is really a nice, this is not just the improvement at the OS level or at from the development side, but it's I guess it also provides a better user experience to the end user. So I don't know if you are familiar with some of the applications like we are using, for example, Twitter and some other applications. And when you tap on the notification, it took some time to launch the application. So for example, you got a notification from like your favorite Twitter tweet, and you tap on that, and it takes some time. So this restriction, it improves that experience. So whatever, like most of the time when that thing like that scenario happens is what is like application receives the notification, like you receive the notification when user tap on it, they do some sort of processing at the back, like in the application. For example, they receive in the broadcast receiver, or they are launched some sort of service. So with this restriction, from the notification, whenever user tap on any notifications, like for example action, or just tap on the notification, they need, like, the applications cannot launch any different activity from the receiving part. For example, if they are receiving the receiver intent, broadcast receiver, or if you are processing your notification from the service, then it will not gonna work, and system will show the error in the logs, like you need to fix this behavior to actually remove the trampoline restriction from your application. So what this means is, like, if you are working, like for example for developers, it's basically for the developers to change the implementation of how notifications processing and in their applications is, like, just to remove the in between middleman, and then just launch the, like, just start play, like interact with the note from notification to the activity that is targeted for that given notification. So for example, if there is a tweet, you should directly launch the tweet detail page or whatever page that is particularly specified for that given notification, rather than just first launching the receiver and then receiving then on receive you launching some another activity. That's not going to work anymore from Android 12. And then there are a couple of new permissions added specifically for the Bluetooth functionality. So I personally haven't get a chance to work on actually Bluetooth related functionalities, but I got the basic idea of how these permissions, like, provide the better privacy improvements in Android side. So before Android 12, if when we try to access if we are using applications that access the Bluetooth, they have access to the device location from within the with the Bluetooth functionality. But if your application is not don't requires any location related data from the Bluetooth functionality, Bluetooth related features, then there are new permissions that you can use. And when you add these permissions into your applications, it will be like you can define that if you like with the permission tag, you can provide the property, like if you really want a location information also with the Bluetooth permissions or not. So this is the improvement in terms of, like, whenever you just want a Bluetooth related functionality, just ask for the specific stuff rather than accessing the location in, like, even our users don't know, they just turn on the Bluetooth, but they don't know, like, if we are also accessing their location in the background. So this is the improvement in that space. So now Bluetooth have their own specific Bluetooth related permissions, and there will be no location access when we are using the Bluetooth in with these permissions. And the next one is the biometric localized strings. So this is really impressive improvement. So if you know that I can say in the iOS devices, like there is, like, we can say, like, use your Face ID, use your fingerprint for biometric login, right? But in Android, we don't get that information. Like, we don't know if user has registered with the fingerprint or Face ID or both. So this is the new feature which is added to the biometric manager. So it provides us the strings. Like, there are three messages that we can get if user is enrolled for any of the biometrics, and these messages we can receive from the biometric manager. I have highlighted. So first of all, we need to get the like an instance of biometric hardware manager, and then there is a method called get strings, and it takes the authenticators as a parameter to actually provide us the results. So in the results, then we get the three strings. The first one is the button label, then prompt message, and then the settings name. So button label is basically where we can show to the user, for example, on the login screen, we can get this string and we can just set this as a text to our button, which says like, if user has only enrolled for fingerprint, it will say like, use your fingerprint, or if it's face ID, or if it's both, in that case it says the biometric. I have tested this on Pixel emulator and it works like that, but it might be depend on the device also, like how it's supported by different vendors like Samsung and other Android supported devices. So there are three messages, settings name, that we can show in some sort of menu, which says like where we can change the biometric related functionality if we want to disable or enable. And then the prompt message, when we show the prompt to the user, we can use the prompt message in there. So this is another improvement that we have in Android 12 for biometric authentication. And now I guess I have left with a couple of the UI improvements that Android 12 brings to the ecosystem. So the first one is the privacy dashboard. So here we can see all the location accesses for the last 24 hours. So if you see the second image, it shows like in the past 24 hours, my camera is used by one application, location is not used at all, and microphone is also used by one application. So we get the details, like it's the more visibility to the end user. Like if there is any application that tries to access their device components that the user don't know. So here we get the details, like if you tap on any of the component, for example, if I tap on the location or camera, then I will get the more details, like which application use it. And from there we have like full control, like if we want to remove that application, or if we don't want to allow that application to use these our permissions, or like our features such as camera or location. So this is very better, like it's a good improvement in terms of providing the visibility to the end user, like what application is doing what in their device. The second one is like it's about in the notification drawer, like in the quick settings, we get the another two options for for the microphone and the camera, and we can control that as a system level. So for example, if we are in some sort of talk or in some sort of important meeting, we can, like we want to disable some feel, like we put our phone on a silent mode or that kind of things. So this is providing that kind of behavior but not for speaker, but it's for microphone and camera. So you can disable your microphone and camera from the quick settings at a system level. So this is like a quick if you see in the screen, like there is a like how it look like when it's active and how it looks when it's disabled by the user. And for the developers, if you are following the best practices for accessing camera and permissions, we are good to go. Otherwise you might need to provide like add a check if your application is having access to these features, and from there it will be fine. Otherwise you just again follow the process of asking permissions and go from there. But if it's blocked at the system level, the system will provide the respected message to the user that you need to enable these features to me. And another improvement is the microphone and the camera toggles and indicators. So whenever there is access to the microphone and the camera in your application, in the status bar at the very corner of your device, you will see the highlighted icons for that given feature. For example, in the first small screenshot, you can see there is a two little icons, one for camera and one for microphone. That means some sort of application is accessing your both the features. And second, if there is only currently some, like any application is accessing your camera. The next improvement is the pending intents immutability. So from Android 12, if you are using the pending intents, for example, when we have a notifications, we process them most of the time with the pending intents, right? So when we create a pending intents, there is a must required flag that we need to add to the pending intents. Otherwise, our project will not build successfully, and we will get the error, like we are missing the pending intent mutability flag. So here is the sample I took from this some sort of sample code. So I have created the pending intent here, and I didn't provide the pending intent flag, and even there is a lint warning for that. So this is the another thing that we need to keep in mind when we are working with pending intents, to provide the mutability flag, whether your pending intent is mutable or mutable. So based on that, you can provide the respected flag. This is the one of the challenging change, I can say. Like if you are working on application which has tons of activities, then you might be stuck on the same, like this problem, that safe component exporting. So in manifest, we need to add the exporter tag to all the components, whether it's true or false. Like for example, for the main activity, we need to provide the true, but there are some sort of activities that are only like they are like internal for our application, that we don't want to expose to the another applications or at the OS level. So in those scenarios, we need to set exported to the false. And if you are started targeting 12, then this is the required flag. And if you have a lot of activities, then good luck with this. Otherwise, if you have like a single activity architecture, or you have just most of the time you have like fragments, and then like less activities in your code, then it will be a quick change. And I think this is the this is the feature, or I can say the restriction, that so far I have seen in the different developers targeting, like facing this issue when they actually want to target 12, but their applications, they have a lot of activities, and they need to check like whether it's easy to do or not. Then there is a change for the launcher, like how the root activities, or the main active, like the launch activities of your application is behaving in Android 12. When user press the back button on the launch activity, our application will not be killed, so it will just go to the background. So you need to also take care of these things. For example, if you are specifically working on some sort of financial applications, then you make sure that you are not keeping your application state in some sort of so that anybody can access the information whenever like app comes from the background. So before it was like when we press the back button, it will our application our launch activity gets destroyed. But in this case, it's changed. So now every application has this default behavior, which is like whenever the back button is pressed on the launcher activity, app just gets to the pause state, and it will not be killed. I guess this is the last thing. So clipboard access notifications. So whenever any application tries to access the clipboard data, so user will see the small notification in their system. So user gets notified like what application tries to do with their clipboard, and if there is any access to the clipboard data, there is a notification, so that user can visually see like what's happening when they are trying to copy paste stuff in different applications. And if you have custom notifications in your applications, now this is the design improvement for the system. So there is a standard template that you need to respect when you have custom notifications, and every custom notification must respect this custom standard template for their custom notifications. You can read about these things on the documentation. I didn't get the time to actually explore this feature, but this sounds better improvement for the user experience. So again, the permissions and the privacy. This is the privacy is the main concern, I guess, still lies since last couple of releases. So when you are targeting Android 12 or higher, the find location, if you just ask for the find location, there is a two options that user will receive, like precise or approximate location, and it also depends on the developers. Like if you really want to have access for the precise location, then you can ask for the coarse location, and otherwise otherwise you can just ask for the precise location. It totally depends on your use case. So if you really want the exact location, you will combine the find and coarse location together, so you will get the option to get the precise location of the end user. Otherwise, go with your whichever way works for you, either find or coarse location. This is the sample UI, how it will look like when the location permission will be asked for to the user. So yeah, that's the quick recap of Android 12, and here are some of the reference. I have added my articles, and then the Android documentation, some YouTube content is there, so you can watch that. And that's all from my side, and feel free if you have any questions. Thanks.
Hey, hi Nav.
Hey man.
Yeah, wonderful session you had about Android 12. Most of the topics, I guess, I saw them on the Google I/O when they released the Android 12. But yeah, a few of the permission part about the Bluetooth that you said, and how we can configure the custom notification. Yeah, that was interesting. We have one question over here. Okay, so can we forcefully finish the launcher activity on back pressed?
As far as I know, I guess there is no option at that point for that, but that's the default behavior that they changed. Before it was that, like a launch activity will be finished, but now it will not get finished when user press the back button. But yeah, you can try to add a finish call on the back press and see if it works for you.
Okay, so like when we press back button, right, the bottom navigation bar, it usually if it is on any other tab other than the first tab, then it goes back to the home tab, right?
For that, navigation is different concept, because in that case you need to implement your custom backstack, right? So you keep track of the navigation, like which was the last tab. So if you are in any other tab, you switch to the home tab, or vice versa, right? But if you are like, for example, you have a different activities and you press back in the, for example, you have two activities, you press back button on the B activity, you come back to the A. In that case, B activity get destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's all questions that we have for you. So thank you, Nav. It was a wonderful session. And I've learned a lot about Android 12 and the changes that it made, so that now I can implement it in the applications that I'm building. Because we have to actually manage the Android OSs, like so Android 12 and below Android 12. So how can we make it easier? Like, do we have to always keep on managing the Android OS separately?
Yeah, I think it's a challenging thing but it's not like you have to keep them separate. You just need to make sure like what are the changes that you need to take, like our application. For example, if you are not having a feature which is like requesting location or Bluetooth related, you can just simply omit those changes, right? You can just ignore that part. But there are some changes that are must required. For example, adding exported flag to the manifest file for each activities. So
yes,
yeah, you can like first figure out like what are the changes that gonna impact your application, and you can always like, before actually waiting for migration, you can also check the compatibility test of your application with Android 12, and in that way you can easily figure out like what went wrong during the compatibility changes, and then you can move from there.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Nav. See you later. Okay,
Yeah.
stay attached, stay tuned with us always.
Yeah,
Thank you. Bye bye. Take
Bye.
care.
Bye.
Okay, now next with us we have Fakhrul Siddiqei. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. So let me get him on the stage with me. Hello. Oh, I think we lost his connection, but I think he will be back with us in a minute. So let me introduce about myself, because at the start I didn't get time to introduce myself. So my name is Shri Bhagwat, and I am the moderator of our today's event. So I've been a speaker before at Geekle, and then I got an opportunity to be a moderator, and I took it. So I have my own company, and I am a Flutter developer, where I create applications for Flutter. And yes, we have Fakhrul back with us. So let me get him on stage with me. Hey, hi Fakhrul.
Hi Ashri, how are you?
I'm doing good. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly.
Yeah, you're pronouncing my name properly.
Yes. So your today's topic, if I am not wrong,
actually I have
it is on software development, architecture patterns, and best practices, right?
And also design patterns.
And on design patterns, yes. So how was your day? How have you been today?
Actually, I'm fine. Recently, I suffered from a little bit fever, but now I'm perfectly okay, and I'm ready to present my topics.
Excited for the talk?
Yeah, really excited.
Yeah, so till the time I bring your presentation on the screen, let me introduce our viewers about you. Fakhrul is an Android developer since 2015, and he has been working in a reputed multinational company as a software engineer for Android application. And he loves to work with the latest Android technologies such as Kotlin, Jetpack Compose, Android Material U, the Spring Kotlin, Hilt, and all the Jetpack libraries. He's fond of knowing new things as they come, and he believes that he can know others about them so that they can use the latest products that are launched by Android. And apart from that, he likes to give talk shows about Android and help to spread the knowledge that he has on Android. So let me bring his presentation on the stage. And Fakhrul, the floor is yours. Okay.
Hi.
All the best.
You already know who I am. So what I will present today. So actually, I will present you today something that these topics and this programming style and the things will really help you to become a pro developer from Everest or where you are, and it also will help you to write a code that is more understandable, feasible, and also updatable at any time. So let's go to the content what we will cover. So we will cover mainly three things, and I have a bonus for you at the end. First of all, why we need architecture and design patterns in our application. Then I will cover the clean architecture, MVVM architecture, and the fusion of them. Then I will talk about some design patterns like adapter, builder, and observer design patterns. And finally, I will say about the what you should do next after knowing everything and having the capability of implementing in your project. So let's go further. So why we need design patterns? It's a very common questions we asked, and also why we need architectures. So actually, design pattern and architectures, mainly architectures are the pattern and the technique we use to build our applications, and we create the roadmap of our application, how it should be built, how it should be implemented, the processes of different business logic, use cases, and other things. And the main purpose of design pattern, making your application development simple and also fluent, and it's also make your code base secure and easily updatable. Okay, so it's the basic of design pattern. But architecture and design patterns are very important when it comes to complexity, because we know we always will not able to implement OP and solid. Sometimes we had to break them, or sometimes the code, the client, or the things the what I would say, the requirement to us asks for something that will not be easily applicable if we follow the solid or OP. So here's the design patterns comes. Design patterns really help you to make your complex code and the impossible things to make possible and really easy. I will go through them. You will get to that thing. So let's go to the main topics. Okay. So what is clean architecture and MVVM architecture? Okay. Clean architecture is the architecture actually invented by Bob. So he actually invented this architecture to make your code base so easier and so simple, and the code partitioning is very carefully done in this architecture. You will see that the main thing of the clean architecture is that the center point of of your code base or will be the most abstract part. Okay, there will be the business logic implementation. What I mean by business logic implementation, suppose you're building a application for making an image gallery. What I will show you in the code base. So you do not want to show of your business logic or the main concept of your code or the main things, because you really want to hide them from the client or the user. So you just want to make them more abstract and make them in such a way that it's are the very core things and should not be implemented in the presentation. Okay, then the outer circle of the clean architecture is more about the implementation. Like you are making the image gallery applications, so all the business logic, internet connectivity, and the what I say the core logic and the key all will be in their abstract part or the code center thing, like use cases, repository, data source, etc. Then after you implemented this in the center part, then we will come to the outside part. Okay, outside part means what? The actually a application has two part mainly. One is the business part, one is the user part, what we see in the presentation layer. So we should make sure in clean architecture all the business logic and the things which are connected to the application logic directly should be implemented in the most abstract layer or the most centered layer. Then in the outer layer we will just implement the things we want to show the user. Like you hit the API and got the data. Now after getting the data, you have lot of things to process, because you don't want to show everything to the user, right? You want to hide something from the user. Okay, you just want to show them the images, but you don't want to show them the main capture of the image or the data of the image or the abstract information of that image. You just want to show the image, so you just need a URL to show the image by a glide or anything, Picasso, any library. So what you do, you just need to implement the business logic and the UI in the data source in the most abstract part. Here is a use repository layer, and finally it will be use case. I will show it's a use case and then the repository. Then after getting the abstract things for done this, we will finally go to the presentation layer and show them the image with the glide. Okay, very nice. So it's the main concept of the clean architecture. So let's see what is MVVM architecture. I will come soon to what's there exactly. So MVVM architecture is also a pattern to build application, but already said it's the overall application architecture to follow clean architecture. But when we think the presentation layer, it's a huge part actually, because in presentation layer you have to code lots of other things and other logic for your view part, right? To make your view, hide your view, and also sometimes you need to process data in your business in your presentation layer. And we also know that our activity doesn't actually store the state, so we need to use view model. So overall, how to use view model, collect data, and showing the UI all comes in the presentation layer. Okay, so it's another architecture, and it's like not like that we cannot use the clean architecture and the MVVM architecture together, because clean architecture is the overall application architecture and the MVVM architecture is the present architecture for your presentation layer. Okay, so what's the MVVM? There are mainly 4 parts for your MVVM. So what are these? So first of all, you are collecting data from the data source. Like I would say, you are collecting data from Firebase. Okay, After collecting data in your code in your network layer, and finally in repository, after getting the data in use case or interactors, you will store the data in a particular model class. Okay, so it's the main abstraction for the data sources. Here all the data will be stored. Okay, then we have a view, okay, where the data should be presented. But already I said you cannot directly use the data in the view, because activity doesn't really hold the state. When you change the state of your applications, or suppose you are in portrait mode, you go to the landscape mode, then the data will be lost. And another thing, if you process all the data in your view class, it will be very complex for the developer, for the next person who will develop after you, and also it will be very complex for the view. Particularly, you will see that if you implement everything in your code view class, then what will happen? When you run the code, you can see that your application is skipping the frames. Okay, it's literally skipping 15 frame, 20 frame, and this makes the application very laggy. How to avoid that? The simple way of avoiding that, decreasing the operations in your view class as much as you can. So here the MVVM architectures come. So it's have a three part. One is the model, one is a view, and a view model. After getting the data from the data source, you are storing the data in the view model. After getting the data in model, you will call the data in view model by interactor. Interactor will collect the data and turn it to you, and view model will store the data in a particular model. Okay, what I say, a mutable live data model or the shared flow model, the data it will be stored there, and then the view model will provide the data to the view. View will especially will observe the data if it's a live data, or it will collect the data if it's shared flow. After collecting data, it will just upload the data in your activity. So here we are simplifying the process of conflicting the processes and the hard things. Sorry, the complexity of the view class, so that it will now skip very low frame, and it will be much faster than previous, because it's now handling more or less processes than before. Okay, so how the two things can be used together? I have seen lots of interview in pro levels also. Whenever they asked, do you use the clean architecture and MVVM architecture together in your project, their answer is no. Clean architecture for a module, MVVM is for another module. But they were wrong, because these two architecture are for each fusioning. Like these two, this whole thing is a clean architecture: presentation, domain, and data. Okay, data is the data source, as I told you. Here the wipe or DB, the Firebase, and it's a repository. The data will be collected by the help of repository, and we write the all business logic in our repository. It's the most abstracted part, center part. So all the business logic and the things we app logic are implemented in this repository. Then simply we pass this data to a use case, okay, or an entity. Entity can what's the entity? Entity can be room database, room table. So when we use a caching and also the online data or the source data, we sometimes had to make the compare is only data is stored or the data is not updated from the source. If the source is updated, then we update the room database. So we sometimes check that in entity or the room table, you can say that. After that, we collect the data in use case. Okay, it's the done part of our clean architecture, but it's not done a full clean architecture. It's just part of domain. Then in the presentation layer, we bring the famous MVVM architecture, which is already a clean architecture fully. So this part will be overlapped by MVVM architecture. So what MVVM architecture do, what I already said, it will collect the data from the use case and store the data in a view in a model class. Okay, it can be a live data, it can be a list of data model object. Okay, so we mean by model actually, this model is the object. Okay, it can be student object where student ID, student mark, and a student name will be there. So it's a object. Okay, then we storing the object in the model. Okay, after storing this, we call view model. View model just simply collect the data from the use case and store that in that shared pref of the meteor live data. Then finally it notify the UI or the view or activity that I have a data you can now collect or the observe. The UI just observe the data and collect the data and show them to the user. So you see, if we write all these things in this just UI, it will be just horrible experience, and the UI will be freeze time to time. And we are not talking about the lower devices, even extremely sorry, we are not talking about the lower devices. It can be also done in the higher devices too, with 6 GB RAM, 4 GB RAM, because the main problem is our UI handling too much task. The processor, the RAM, both are now responsible to handle the huge amount of tasks and processes. So when we part by part separate from UI to other things like data source, domain, and presentation, the code become much easier for UI class, because he now do not have to contain all the logic, all the use case functionality, all the entity functionality, or the positive functionality, or the data source management. He just now UI just now want to utilize the data he got and present the data to the user. So it makes the UI layer very smooth, and you can see that in lots of applications, and also from our application, Ami Provash, which I'm working on currently. If you download the application from Play Store, you will see that even the lower devices of 2 GB RAM, 1 GB RAM, the application is very fast, because we made sure that our UI only know about the what to present, not any logic, not anything, not other complexity. Okay, so let's come to dependency injection. Why you need that? As I told that, I will just not tell you about this. I will also tell you about the dependency injection, and why we should use them in our clean architecture, MVVM architecture, and all design pattern. Suppose you are handling all the things from manually. Okay, now think you are using retrofit. Okay, and you are you have several use cases. Okay, now you are implementing all the repository. Also there are some use case view model. Okay, adapters. Okay, if you do not use heat or dependency injection, how much struggle you will have? Let's guess. You will have to implement all the classes initialization in every class where you want to use them. Like if you want to get data from the repository using retrofit, you have to always implement the retrofit client instance in your code base, and you will have to okay, maybe I'm back. Sorry. When you suppose you are using a simple task. Okay, now you are need to implement all time the retrofit client in your repository, and moreover that you have to manually check whether your retrofit client already instance okay, where is my slide? Okay, I need to share it. Okay, okay, sorry for the interruption. Actually my voice acting weirdly. So these are the main problems. So how we can solve this? Okay, so we can use dependency injection, any kind of dependency injection like Hilt or others, dependency injection Dagger 2.1, Dagger 1, or Coin developed by Kotlin. So what will be the benefit of using dependencies? You will never need to initialize them again and again in your repository, in your any classes. Dagger will simply provide you the implementation and the initialization. If you want to provide something like retrofit or custom thing, you just can use a provide method which will provide the retrofit and custom things to you, so that you just can inject them in your classes. Okay, so it makes much easier for this. Even dagger hilt and any kind of definition makes your code decoupled, because when you want to test your code base, it will be hard if you do not use dagger hilt, because you have to implement all the things newly. But if you use just dagger hilt, you just create a demo data class, data source, or demo repository and demo retrofit, and we'll able to inject them in your testing. So it makes the testing or development every step is makes easier. Okay, so let's see. Now I already show you in the thing. I would like to show you in the actually in the app, because I believe it will be much easier for you. Yeah, I know I'm using the light theme, but actually I feel light theme is much more visible to eye, so I usually use light theme, not dark theme. I know that. I know. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, we have a UI. Okay, what you learn from the base thing, we will have a UI, then a repository. Okay, then a interactor. So our interactor here is use case. Okay, it's our use case, and the data source database. I will store the data. I use the data store latest by Google. I will give you the reference in last, and I use the, and finally, and remote, where the all the business client retrofit, all the things are implemented. Okay, yeah. Okay, so let's see. Let's go step by step. First of all, in API, we are fetching the data from the server. We created the API interface interface here at the main interface, from which we will able to pay. Sorry, too much bigger. We will able to get the call the API. Then we implemented the API interface here. See, over it. So then our repository layer, go to the repository. We finally have an interface, because okay, let me say why we should use a interface repository than an implementation repository. Okay, first of all, you don't know how much thing you need to implement in a repository, or how much thing you need to do in a API can be added further, repository can be added further, everything can be added one by one. You do not know. So it's always better making a interface first and implement the things here. So that what's the benefit of this? When the new repositories are coming or API coming, just you add the new function here, and you can implement there and just start the working from here. So you do not need to face the hassle from the beginning. Okay. So it's a Unsplash API, image API from the public API. You will get everything in this repository will be given by the moderator to you. Then gallery API endpoint interface, where we API where we implemented this, which is returning a call. Just a second. Where is returning a call of the object, which is the image model. Here we're storing all the storing all the things. So let's see our model object, but it's very complex. I already first I said that, because okay, let me go to there. Okay, it's very complex data model. I made it much complex as possible to make you understand, so that you get worried by seeing after that it can be more complex. So first of all, a image model, then image model item. There are many items like sponsorship, the topic submission, URL users data. If you go there, you will see all the user data, name, profile photo, everything. So here comes the clean architecture. You do not want to show anything except the image. So what do you need? we need just a URL. Okay, go to the image model. What we need the URLs. Okay, we need this. Sorry, we need this. The URL, regular, full, anything will be work fine, but we will use regular and raw because full can consume a lots of space, memory, and take much longer time. So after we just need this. So what we done in our repository layer, let's go there. You will see that. Go to implementation. We are just passing the thing from there. Okay, passing the image model to the collecting the image model from the internet response data source and passing the all the things to the as it's very complex. So and we do not have the much business logic. We just need the URL at any time. So we do not need the much complex business logic. If you want to suppose we want to add a thumbnail, we want to show the user to the who captured the image, we want to show the image size, then we might had some business logic here. As we do not had any of them, we just need to pass the data to the use case. We pass the data. So our interactor use case will collect the data and see it is collecting data and collected the data here. Just collected the data and ready to send it to the PV model. Okay. What are you running here? Okay. So first of all, what is this, right? So let me clarify that. We use DI healed here. Okay. So I already told it's very easy. By heal DI, you just need to create a model. So we are let me go there. Okay, see here is many code. Okay, and here's a retrofit client. If we do not use the healed, we had to again and again you initialize this retrofit client in our every part of the project. But by using healed, we are just provided the retrofit instance. And as we return in the retrofit, he'll already know when someone asks for the retrofit initialization, it will return this. Okay, so it will return. Similarly, in retrofit module, we are providing the repository. Okay, as I already told you, any custom thing will need to be provided by Hilt or any administration because they do not know how to implement or initialize them. Okay, so we are providing them. First of all, so let me go brief you a little how actually provide our work. You first of all write a function name. It doesn't really matter. The matter is what is returning and how it's returning. Then you are returning retrofit, and finally you are returning the instance of the retrofit. Okay, so is the main thing. It will always return a retrofit whenever it asked. Similarly, we need here a gallery repository. Okay, it doesn't. So what we are doing, we are returning the gallery repository for implementation. If we go to the implementation, here we can see that we're actually extremely sorry, returning gallery repository here. Okay, so what Hilt is doing, we are asking gallery repository and we are returning in the gallery repository. Okay, now you can say why use equal. You can use the third bracket, second bracket, it don't matter, but I use equal sign because it's just returning the things. Okay, so now you understand. So if you go to the repository, it's a repository. If we go to implementation, here we are injecting the constructor. Injecting constructor means we are using Hilt here. See a gallery API, and we won't need to initialize this because you already know, and he will able to provide the gallery API. Okay, go to the gallery API then. Okay, see we also implemented Hilt here, so he know when we ask for gallery API what it should be given. Okay, so we do not initialize it many times. Okay, so how this is making this easier. Okay, if more if we interface, okay, sorry, gallery API, you can see we are returning the initializing the retrofit with just a heal, so we are not needed to initialize again and again here. Okay, then why I use lazy? Okay, lazy is used when we will need it will be called. Okay, and other time it won't. Okay, so here is the basic part of the Hilt, what is doing. Okay, let me go through the steps now. So interface or gallery repository now implementation, we are getting the gallery repository here. After that, our use case, what will our use case do? Our use case just take the data and are we now ready to send the data because it's see, this function is returning. Actually, it's a higher order function. What is doing is returning a model list of our data and a failure if the failure is happened. Okay, so we had also the main thing of is we are also handling failure here. Every kinds of failure can be happen. We are listing here. So when the use case is called, so what, as far as I know, we discussed, the use case will be called from the view model. Okay, so if we go to the view model right now, what's view model? View model is for view. So let's go to view. It's a UI part and view. Let's go to gallery. It's the gallery view model. What is doing there? See, is a view model. We are using the mutable shared state flow. Okay, for saying the is data is there is a arrow loading or not loading. I try to using this new stuff because it's very easy to handle because it's have their own life cycle. After that, it's another higher order function. So what is higher order function? Higher order function is a kind of function which can return function as its parameter or send function as its parameter. So we are returning so it's a higher order function. We are returning this type of unit return type of unit is like object return type. It's really doesn't mean any return type. It's more like anything. Okay, any. So we are returning a unit. So okay, on success we are returning this invoke function. We're returning this mutable item list, image model list, and in the failure we're returning a string, failure string. Okay, so what is returning in a failure string? Actually, we are sending. Let's see what is doing. Failure dot c. If we can find the we are sending the string. Okay, in this failure. Okay, it will return us the return it to the view. And if it's success, we'll return it to success. Okay, it's here we are returning the successful model we got from the server. Okay, after getting the model from the server, we pass through the steps. Now we are just passing the model data to the view, nothing else, no implementation. So whenever a view class will call this function, it will just return two things. One is the mutable list of the item and another is the failure. Okay, so let's see what we're returning. Here is the gallery. It is the failure string which we got from the failure class. Remember, we have a failure class where it returning a string based on the failure type. Okay, so we're getting the failure here and the success is the this mutable list of image item. Okay, so we got the things here. Then if we go there, now you can see we injected the adapter. So let's see how this adapter works. We also injected this adapter so that is also all can be can be used by Hilt. So we just injected here. Then we are getting the data here. So let's see what is done here. So we actually, the problem was with this source, there are thousands of data in the page, but there is no parameter per limit. So we had to because it's always returning 10. So we had to implement in a such a way custom pager where the recycle view we can find the state of the because it's already scrolled to the end of the part. If end of the screen, if it's already scrolled to end of the, we load the gallery. Okay, so see what's gallery doing. It's very simple. It's only the business logic part of the data part here. We are just calling the VM, the view model. Let's see what is the VM here. See, it's the view model. Actually, it's a delegate created by Google to make the it's more simple. Make it more simple to work with view models. Previously, you had to create view model factory, and it created lots of hassle for the user. So here, what is doing here? We are getting the view model here. Okay, another part. When you use Hilt, you have to put this annotation in activity and put this annotation Hilt view model in your view model, else you will get the error. Okay, so what it's doing here, we are loading the gallery from the view model. Just see, we are getting the data in on on bracket and the error in on bracket. Okay, we're just logging to see that thing. So it's so easy. The code is only 117. Here we also implemented comment, app flavor by default config, and updating flavor, lots of stuff. The data part, the main part, is only about 10 or 15 line. Okay, all the other things move to the another part, which is the activity and the view model are mainly acting as MVVM, and all the things you just saw here is acting as clean architecture. So I thought that only showing the presentation slide, it might not be clear. So I decided to show you the overall code so that you can understand. Okay. Okay. That was the architecture part. Okay. Let's you will have the code and the slide. So any question you can ask me on LinkedIn, and our moderators are really great. They will able to answer it too. Okay. So let's move to the slide. Okay, so we show this part. Now we will go to the design patterns. Okay, it's the one of the interesting thing. So what is design pattern? Design pattern told you to make the code is more simpler. Okay, so build a design pattern. What is build a design pattern? Okay, design pattern build sorry, build and design pattern is used when we want to adapt an interface to another class which required another interface and doesn't match. Okay, so to or another thing, actually I misspelled. Builder mainly make your code be simpler. Suppose you want to build a burger. Okay, so on customer wants you to build a meal. Okay, like this, on burger, on shake, and all donut, and then build. Okay, but it's not builder. I'm saying just like this. If a customer came to create a meal, he asks you to create a meal. He might ask for a burger and shake. That's all. Another customer can come and ask for burger and donut. Another customer can come and ask for from you burger, donut, shake. So every customer asks separate things. So it's become very complex. You have to create custom constructor or setter or getter for each and everything you don't know. Okay, so it's becoming very complex. But suppose you have all the things, all the item, you burger, shake, and donut. Okay, now if you create a builder class which will provide whenever it asked to provide it and finally build, then it will be much easier. Okay, so suppose if you have created a builder class. Okay, now if a customer want a meal like burger, shake, and donut, you just can build that. If anyone come and say that burger and shake, you don't need that, you just can build it. You don't need to add the donut there. Okay, so it becomes much easier to use builder pattern. It will reduce the constructors, setter getter, and sometimes it's not even possible to manage with the just constructor and the setter getter. So it's a builder design pattern. So then comes to the adaptation pattern. So what is this? Okay, is the things. Suppose you have an interface which will provide a implementation, function of reading a string, but now you need to read CSV file. So it doesn't match. So more simply, I can say that when you live in US and come from the European country, the adapter and sockets are the different. So we need an adapter to match the socket or to connect our utils to the electricity. So adapter are minimizing the problem and making a way to adapting the two incompatible things together. The adaptation works similarly. When we want as interface doesn't go with another the required things. Suppose a class requiring a text interface, text reader. Okay, now B class came and he asking for a CSV reader. It's kind of same, both are reader, but it's now CSV, so both are not matching. So what we can do, we can create an adapter which will take the new CSV interface we created for the requirement and just returning on the basis of the old interface. Okay, so the code won't be will work actually, because now we are adapting these two separate interface together. So adaptation design pattern works like that. Now comes to observer design pattern. Okay, so how actually what is observer design pattern? You already worked with this, even many of you work with this, and also this we are using adapter in our daily basis, but adapted design pattern not at those adapter, because it's a total design pattern. Okay, so what is observer design pattern? Okay, let's say we have a just give us example here. We have a auctioneer. Okay, auctioneer class, which is the auctioneer class, and there are some bidder classes, 13, 101, 77, 84. So whenever a new data changed in a auctioneer class, how the bidder classes will know that changes? It's become quite impossible and very hard, because every time you change the data, you will have to manually tell everyone that the data is changed. In that case, the observations will come. Whenever we want to whenever one-to-many relation have been occurring, okay, one-to-many relations is occurring, and we have to know others classes to notify the changes, we use this observation pattern. How it works? Suppose all is told the auctioneer class change the value, uh, change the parameter value 100 to 200. Now it will have a what will say broadcaster. Okay, it will broadcast the new high bit. Okay, it's now 205, and this all will be subscriber or the observer. It will have all this class will be subscribed to the auctioneer class, and it will be notified whenever the new value is changed. As the subscriber observing observing the data, every change will be notified to them, and they will able to work with the new changes. So this works like that. So it's making your code base much simpler and easier, because suppose you have 4 observer, now you can have 10 observer, it can be increased. So if you use this observer design pattern, your code can be increased, your code can your observer can be increased, but you just can subscribe the main class, parent class, where from they want to notify it. Okay, so let me eat some water. Now you learned about the design pattern. So before that, I want to show you something. I didn't describe anything compared to all the design pattern we have. So we have I will show there in this website. You will get all the design pattern. Actually, I only picked one design pattern from each type of design pattern. Like from creation design pattern, I picked the builder design pattern. From structural design pattern, I picked the adapter, and from the behavior design pattern, I picked the observer. Okay, so if we just go to there, all are in Java and very simply explained. So you will get the implementation process very briefly here. So it will be very easy for you, and you can understand very easily. Because of time shortage, I could not go through them. Okay, now what's next? You already learned what to do, and now the basic things. Okay, so as we already know about the design pattern and architectures, it's my last slide. So what you should know, make sure you always use decoupled code base, so that it can be easily testable and easy to implement. Try to use dependent injection as much as you can. It makes your code base very easier to handle. Then make sure your code base follows solid principle. If I have time, I would explain this beautiful concept. Explore mode design pattern from the source I gave you, and follow OP as much as possible, because OP really a mandatory part for any design pattern application development, because it's really show the maximization of a performance of any code base. Then practice this with local first, a room database and EM database, because you will have much control than using the third-party free API, because there are many restrictions, like some restriction API calls and other. Then make sure you using unit testing to keep your code be testable, because if you use unit testing, the code base of you will be very simple and easy to use automatically. Okay, okay, so it's the last slide. Okay, And now there are the materials. The design pattern are from the gang of 4. Best OP is a PDF. You will learn lots of things here. The whole OP concept explained here. Best of clean architectures, here the PDF, all the clean architecture briefly explained here, and the finally Kotlin PDF books for Android development. You will learn from 0 to advanced, very advanced in this book. So here is my basic presentation. Now I'm really looking forward to answer some FAQ if you have. Okay. Any questions? I will really happy to answer.
Hey, hi, Fakhrul.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you had a nice, wonderful session on the design patterns. And me being a fellow developer, I like how you explained the types of design patterns, the difference between the multiple types of design pattern. I've
Yes.
been working in MVVM, and then
Yeah.
recently I switched to clean architecture.
Okay.
But then when I went to Flutter, now we follow the block architecture pattern, so
Okay.
that we are using. And I guess a block is somewhere similar to MVVM, and we are using the MVVM and block and clean architecture. What pattern do you suggest like a layman should start with? Because sometimes it gets very difficult to separate the UI and the logic of our application, right?
Yeah. It sometimes gets very difficult. I know. So I will say that in Flutter, obviously it's a functional programming language, Dart. So it become very hard to follow clean architecture or MVVM properly, because whenever you want to follow the clean architecture or MVVM fully or step by step, you will find some haptics there or the problem, because sometimes you will not able to follow the OP principle there properly, because it's functional based programming. You have to pave the way for you for many things. So I think for basic developer for Android, I will tell them to start with the MVVM because it's more basic, right? And so first of all, when a startup programmer or startup programmer started to use MVVM, he can use the business logic and other logic part in the view model, and just can return the data in the UI. It will be more still it will be a more performance gainer for the UI, because UI is still not needed to calculate all the performance logic and other things, right? And for the Flutter developer, I will say block is very best because it's a mixture of the clean architecture and MVVM architecture. But to make it more simple, I will suggest for the presentation layer, we should go with the MVVM if it's possible, because it's not contains the much OP logic. For the more core part, block is perfect.
Okay. We have a few questions from our viewers, and I will slowly post them over here. You can see. So the first question that we have is that how we can relate the Composer and Android 12.
Android, it's Composer Android 12. Actually, I won't say there in from the Android 12 and 13, it's become very hard to work with these things together. So I would say Composer is still good for the Android 12, but it was much easier before. Next question.
Okay. Yes. Can you explain the notification restriction again in short?
Okay, that's maybe from the previous speaker, but I will explain this. No problem. And actually, notification restriction in Android 12, 13 explored the higher, because from Android 13, whenever a application is open, the application will ask you for the notification. Do you want to allow it or do not allow? The iOS user already know that, because already they are using this kind of application behavior. Like whenever they install application, they have been asked whether he want to show the notification or do not want to show the notification. The similar behavior have been brought to the Android. So whenever new user, new Android application have been open, it will ask to the user, is it he want to show the notification or he do not. Or if he do not want to show the notification, it won't show the notification. It's the main changes in the Android 13.
Oh, thank you. Then what are the main differences between Dagger 2 and Hilt?
Actually, there are very huge difference. Okay, but works similar because hilt is a wrapper of the dagger. Okay, what I mean by this, like cleaner catcher wrapping the MVVM. Okay, hilt is doing the same. Hilt are doing the, but cleaner catcher another thing. But I am just for example, hilt just wrapped the dagger. Okay, and made it much simpler. Okay, suppose we are talking with retrofit. Previously, we had to use boolean and other things, and it was very hard. Now we just can call and enqueue and execute. Similarly, dagger to we had to create component, provide a class for each and every classes and provide separately. But from hilt, you just need to inject the constructor in whatever classes you want, and for the custom classes retrofit, you will just need a one module which will provide the retrofit or any custom class to your main classes. So I want them. And another thing, just when you use heal, you just need to say the Android entry point for the application view class and the heal view model for the heal view model, and it will handle everything for you. So you won't need to create any component for each and every class and provide a method for each and every class and handle them manually. It will all done automatically. So hilt is far better for beginner and advanced level.
Okay. So now let's see, we create an application and then we start with some architecture, but in middle we felt that this architecture can't be used. So is it advisable to switch in between, or you should start from the scratch when you're changing the architecture? Because sometimes, let's say, the lead changes, or sometimes you feel that, oh no, I have done a wrong choice with deciding the architecture.
Okay. It's a very I mean, it's a very good question actually. I am giving an example. Can I have 5 minutes then? I will explain.
Yeah. Yes. You
okay.
can. You have
okay.
your time.
I in my starting career, in my first company, I had a project. So the project was like the Firebase. Okay, I had to work with Firebase, and the project manager was not very knowledge. So he gave us the project first time, or the project flow that was described in a way, so that we decided to go with the Viper pattern architecture. Viper is very good for network application because it's more secure. Okay, so after developing it a few times a day, he changed all the requirement. Then it became impossible to follow Viper architecture anymore, because he added something that is very hard to work with double presenter in Viper. Okay, so we had to change everything from scratch, from Viper to clean architecture. So it's not possible to change everything in a one time. Okay, so what we did, first of all, we separated the use case, then the repository, then the data source, then the view model and the view, and remove the extra presenter and extra things which came from Viper. So whenever you want to change or switch from one architecture to another architecture, it should be a step-by-step process which makes you transfer easier. Not this kind of change that you changed everything and your code is not running. So it's always advisable to change step by step, and always change from the data source part than in view part, because if you change from the view part, it will be very hard. Because if we come from the DNA, we can say about human, but if you see me and say who I am, what is my nature, you won't be able to guess that. So it always better to change from the source, I mean abstract layer, most abstract layer.
This was the best explanation I've ever had. Like when you mentioned it's better to change, because I used to think let's first check the UI so that we can click on the button and we can get the response. But then the example that we gave, that's always better to change from the DNA so that we can change the UI.
Yeah.
That actually convinced me that we should go from the most abstract and business logic to the UI, because UI doesn't matter much. We can scratch the UI and redesign the UI completely. But for the logic and the business, it is very important.
Yeah.
And also when you shared the builder slides about the burgers and fries, like it actually made me hungry. But then it's good that you brought it so that I can actually think and imagine how the builder works. And I don't think we have any more question, but I would advise that if you could upload the slides
I already gave it to the moderators.
Fine. If you have given, then it's good. Then we can upload it to the users.
Okay.
Rest,
Ksenia, can you provide the slides to the user?
Yes,
please?
yes, she will. Yes, thank you, Fakhrul, for your time and the wonderful presentation that you
Thank you very much.
gave us.
I wish
It
I
was
had
a
much
wonderful
time. I
session.
could go for another 2-3 hours because that's a very
yes,
depth
because
topic.
yes, because the design pattern topic, covering the design pattern topic in 40 minutes is actually less.
Actually, there
because
are
is,
about 30-40 design patterns, so
yes,
it's not possible.
yes,
But
and then
I presenting this topic because everyone should know about design pattern, because many of them do not know there is a design patterns for Android development.
Yes, usually people just write all the code in the same activity and they just go on continuing it.
Yeah,
yes.
that's the
So
main
thank
problem
you.
actually.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
Thank you
I
for your
really
time.
enjoyed this session, and thank you very much.
Yes. Stay connected with us always. Okay.
Okay, I will
Yes.
surely
Bye
connect
bye.
with you. Bye bye.
Yes.
See you.
Bye bye. Take care.
Bye bye. See you.
Bye. So this was a lovely session on design patterns. He talked about MVVM and clean architecture and how we can do the dependency injection in our application. With us next, we have Fadejimi. Let me bring him on the stage with us. Hey, hi Fadejimi.
Hi, Shu. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice.
I hope I'm pronouncing your first name properly, and I don't want to risk it with your second name. I wish you can just explain me how you pronounce your last name, please.
Okay, it's Adegbulugbe.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's difficult for me to pronounce it. I'm really sorry, and I pardon myself for that.
Okay.
And your today's topic is Android Jetpack components, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Are your presentation slides ready?
Yeah, sure. I've
Yes,
shared them already.
yes, you have shared. So as I bring them on the screen, let me introduce Fadejimi. So Fadejimi, he's an Android developer and has an experience of more than 5 years, and he's been working in both the languages, Java as well as Kotlin. And he has worked in different industries like financial sectors, telecommunication sectors, and lately in Meta as an Android developer. So you're working for like the Facebook right now, the Meta Facebook.
Yeah.
So what is your work over there?
Yeah, I'm working for the search team. So I work as an Android developer across multiple devices like Messenger, Instagram, and Facebook. So kind of managing everything related to search on those particular devices. Out of apps. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So let me just get your slides to the stream, and you're ready to swipe the floor. Okay, I'll take your leave from now.
Okay.
Best of luck.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, so when we talk about Android Jetpack, so Jetpack is one of the latest innovations by Google. It's just simply a collection of different libraries that are to help developers to be able to write a more usable application, more user-friendly application, and also make applications to be easier to be developed easily and speedily when you use a particular set of libraries. So let me go to the next slide. Yeah, so what I'm going to be, sorry, excuse me. Yeah, I think this is not the slides I uploaded. I kind of changed some things here. Hello? 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 Hello?
Oh, hey, Fadejimi, what kind of issue do you have?
Yeah, the slides. I kind of uploaded a new one recently. I don't think it's this same one I uploaded now.
Oh, is it the wrong file?
Yeah, I uploaded one just now.
Oh,
Yeah.
can you double check? Go to stop sharing, share again, and pick the correct one because it should save.
Let me just stop sharing.
Oh, yeah, that was stop camera.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, let me get correct.
Okay, I think he's reconnecting. So yeah, let's just wait for a moment. Okay, so do you have proper slides ready?
Yeah, I do. I'm coming. Okay, supposed to save the email. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to convert it to PDF.
Like, because like you're on stage already, you can just share your whole screen. That's like the easiest way.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Just click hide on the message that you have on the bottom, and you can start.
Yeah. Okay. So this is topic we're talking about today is going to be about the Android Jetpack components. So yeah. So the Jetpack component is simply a collection of libraries that are to help the developer in writing a more usable and stable application. So when it comes to writing an Android application, it's usually comprises of a lot of things. We could have things like media, we could have things like video, we could have a lot of storage devices, can connect to databases, external database, use API. A lot of things are involved in application development. And also, when we also develop applications, we have to keep in mind that Android has a lot of devices. Like we could have old devices and newer devices. So everything we are creating has to be able to work across those particular devices, and also want to be able to have those features that I want to use in the application. So that's when Android Jetpack components come into play. So it gives us the ability to be able to write a more usable application, to be able to write a more stable application, and to be able to develop applications much faster than we would if we were using the normal Android components. So what we're talking about today is the reason why we're using Jetpack components, and then we're also going to talk about the different types of Jetpack libraries, which can be broken down into 4 different components here. We have the foundational components. The foundational components just mean like those are the things that we do before we start building the application. Like those are the things that are done underneath of the application that makes it possible for us to be able to create the application. They involve things like the dependencies we're going to be using on the application, testing, etc. We'll talk more about that when we get to foundation components. The next step is the architectural components. Whenever we're trying to build an application, architecture is very important because architecture helps us to be able to organize our application properly. Now, when we talk about the architectural components, we're talking about things like MVVM, life cycle, live data, and other components. Now, those things help us to be able to, for instance, when we talk about MVVM, that's model view model. That was recently introduced by Google. So what it just does is that it helps us to abstract our application. Here, we're going to be able to have different focus for our model, which contains the business logic, different focus for our view model, which contains more of like the controlling logic behind the application, and different classes for our views. That's the screens that we see and everything. So we'll delve more on that when we talk about the architectural components. Then as for the behavioral components, now what happens is like whenever we build the application, they need these components to be able to talk to each other, or we need them to be able to deliver like uh, responses or something to the user. So that's when we talk about like behavioral components. Here we're talking about like the media, video, audio. We're going to talk about like things like um, the media components and etc. We'll talk about more about that in the when we get to the behavioral components. Then as for the UI components, this is just what the user is going to be seeing and be interacting with. Like for instance, we have the activities, the fragments, we have the layouts. We also have things like lately we have things like TV and the Wear and the Android Wear, the Watch and the likes. So when we're going to develop an application for a mobile phone, is it from developing for a TV or for a wearable device like a watch. So when we get into that, we'll talk more about those particular components. Now the next step is why Jetpack. So one of the most important reasons why I think we use Jetpack is because it enables developers to be able to follow best practices. Now when we talk about best practices, what we are saying is we have some uh, important specs that developer is supposed to follow, specification that developer is supposed to follow. Like if you're developing an application, you have to follow the kind of the solid principles. So solid principles is a very important fundamentals for a developer, any software developer to do. So that this helps us to be able to write an application that is scalable and also can be used by multiple can be developed, can be improved on by different developers who do not have anything to do with the current code they are working on. So it's very difficult in the modern age today to see the same developers working on the same application for 10 years, 20 years. So because every time developers leave a company or a company has to hire new developers and everything. So in order for these developers to be able to follow your code pattern and the way you're writing your code, it's very important that you follow the solid principles. And Jetpack helps developers to be able to do this easily when it comes to Android. The reason why Android is kind of different from other kind of software is that it uses we have the UI separate entirely from the backend, and the developer has to know both. It's not like web development where the developer can focus on the UI and another one can focus on the backend. For mobile development, those things are intertwined together. So you have to know how to use both the UI and use the backend. Another reason for Jetpack is it makes complex things very simple. Now, what this means is that if you're developing an application for, like, let's say, audio, video, or you're going to use things like a background tags or something like that. Now, previously, if you use the normal kind of tools that we had previously in Android, those things were very difficult to do. Or even when you're developing a normal application that has to do with it has to do with rotation of the device and everything. You want to be able to keep the data that is currently on the application. These things are very difficult to do if you are just going to be using the normal components. But using Jetpack component, it makes all these things easy because you already have libraries that do this thing for us. So all we just need to do is call these particular libraries, and then they make our lives so much easier than if we refuse to use like Jetpack components library. So the next thing, as I said previously, when I was mentioning about the activity lifecycle, so in Android, what happens is whenever you rotate the device, the activity is automatically destroyed and created again. So if you do not use Android Jetpack components, you have to firstly save those changes using the saved instance change, or you can use like fragments to be able to save those changes. And then when their device gets reinstalled again, you have to restore them back using restore saved instances and everything and stuff like that. Now those things are very complicated and they are not as easy as I'm saying it right now, because sometimes you could have a lot of data you want to store, and you cannot just store those data on the saved instance states. And so those kind of things are very complex to be able to. There are a lot of work that is involved, and then using retained fragments, having to create a separate class just for the orientation alone. But if we use MVVM, which is part of the Jetpack components, whenever the data changes, everything is stored in the, we use what's called live data. So live data already knows that this is just a configuration change, so it doesn't delete the data. And then when the activity becomes visible again, it gives the data back to the activity. So these kind of things make our life easier as a developer. The same thing, yeah, surviving configuration. That's just what I just explained previously. Now the next one is avoid memory leaks. Now what happens with memory leaks is that memory leaks is when we cannot because whenever the activity is destroyed or you're no longer using the activity again, there's a particular tool that is called garbage collector. So that tool goes about and collects all those and deletes all those things from the memory and frees memory for other things. But whenever those, for some reason, let's say we're using a singleton or some other reasons that cause memory leaks, if those things are not being destroyed properly or they're not limited properly, the garbage collector would not collect that particular activity. So we're still going to be having reference to an old activity on the memory, and this is not good. So by using Jetpack components, we're able to minimize those occurrences, because the reasons why we use those particular things is because we probably want to manage configuration change, we want to save data or stuff like that. But when we use Jetpack components like the view model and the likes, we do not have to do all those things. So that way it minimizes or it limits the reasons for memory leaks in our applications. So yeah, so the next one is this is just the components talking about: the foundation components, architectural components, behavior components, and the UI components. Now for the foundation components, we have things like the app compact, the Android KTX, test, and multi-deck support. So I'll be going into each one of them on the following slides. The first one is the app compact. Now this is app compact is a library that helps us to be able to produce UI essentially. So like when we're talking about things like the recycler view, things like the app bar, bottom navigation, the drawer, navigation drawer, permissions, etc. Now that's what is comprising app compact, because basically we have what's called known as the material design on Android. So this just helps us to be able to produce a much more beautiful UI and much responsive UI for the users to be able to use. So yeah, so I would encourage you to check out these and see how you can incorporate them into building your applications. Now the next one is Android KTX. Now what Android KTX essentially means is that what it doesn't does is like when we have when we want to use we have, as I said previously, we have like different versions of Android. We have Android up to like maybe I think 18 or so with different versions of Android. There are many users that are still using the old versions of Android. So if we're building our app, we have to keep in mind that there are some users who will still be using those old versions. So using the Android KTX library it enables us to be able to build apps that what we're going to be doing, the libraries we're going to be using, we are going to be easily ported into older versions. So it gives us support for older versions of the application. So this ensures that we do not, like for instance, if you want to, let's say you want to write an application using the latest room library for database or something like that. And then what happens is like we have to check the version of the Android. Or is this greater than 16 or is this greater than 18? And then we use this particular code, and then we have to check again if it's less than 15 or something. We have this particular code, But with Android KTX, it gives us kind of creates a different libraries a different way of using it. So I would have to focus and start trying to remember how it is used in the previous version or something. So all we need to do is just call the library once and it works immediately. So that's the major advantage of using the Android KTX library. Now the next one is tests. For Android, we have different types of tests. We have the UI tests, integration tests, and we have the unit tests. So what in Jetpack components, we have improved libraries that helps us with this particular test. Because when we're going to be testing for the UI, we're testing for the UI separately from the controlling logic, the logic that controls the whole code itself. So for instance, for the UI, we're going to be using things like Espresso, Ubuntu, or UI Automator. Then for the unit test, we're going to be using JUnit, Mockito, and PowerMock. Now, Android has made it very easy for us to use. Jetpack component has improved those libraries and made it easier for us to be able to test all these components separately. Now, integration test just essentially means that we're going to be testing how the UI functions with the logic. So, and here we have like Robo Electric. So we testing as we already know, testing is very important. But Jetpack components makes it much more easier for us to be able to test all these components separately, and it gives us better libraries that helps us to be able to perform these tests. Now, the next one is the multi-dex. Now, when we talk about Android, development of Android, Android's code itself is compiled into what is called a DEX file. Now, the DEX file has a limit of like, I think 65,000, 65,000 methods. So what happens is with the multi-dex support, which is available in Jetpack libraries, we're able to break down a large application into different text files. So therefore, if you have a very large application that has like maybe 100,000 methods in the code base, we do not have to go into the code base and start looking for how to combine two methods together, everything. No, we can just simply use the multi-dex property of Jetpack components, which enables you to like break down those large files into simpler files, into simpler multi-dex, into simpler dex files, and use them in the APK file. Okay. So now, after talking about foundation components, the next type of components we're talking about are the architectural components. Now, under the architectural components, we have libraries like we have the room library, we have the work manager library, lifecycle, vModel, etc. All these libraries, what they essentially do is they just make it easy to be able to develop a better kind of application that is much more usable and much more extensible. If we're going to be using, let's say in the future, want to add a lot of things to the application and things like that. So this particular components make it easier to be able to do that. Now, the first one is we're talking about is the room components. So we already know I'm sure most of us already know what is a database. Simply, a database is just like a file storage or something like that helps us to be able to save things in the application, in the device or the application. So like if you want to, let's say for instance, let me give an instance of, let's say, your Twitter feeds or something like that. So your Twitter feeds would most likely have to be stored in the application database, so that to make it easier for you whenever you're searching through your tweets or something, to be able to see all those tweets come up. Or there could be, so there are other reasons for using database on the application. If, for instance, we want to create an app that's not going to communicate with the internet or something, so we want to store those things on the application inside the application database itself. So the popular database that is used for Android, even the only database I know that is used for Android, is SQLite. So SQLite is, when writing application with SQLite, it's kind of very complex because you have to like use all this select ADB, select queries, insert queries, etc. kind of stuff like that to create application. But what the room database comes up, it creates it's what is being referred to as it creates what is being referred to as a data access objects. So now what does access objects essentially mean? They're just like Pojo files, or they're just class files. So instead of us to like start writing create statements, select statements, start having to organize our database and everything, all we just use is we use this particular class files to be able to create our database and to be able to like store items in database. It makes it much more easier for us to be able to use database in Android developments. So I would advise you to like after this presentation to probably look into the Room database, and you see how easy it is to get started using the Room database. And also, before I conclude about Room database, Room also supports live data and flows. When we talk about live data and flows, next section we'll explain more about that. But that's very good. That's a very good, a very good attribute of Room database, because this enables us to be able to use reactive components, and then it kind of obstructs the boilerplate code we would have to go through if we're going to be using those live data and flows in our application without using like the Room database. Now, the next one is the work manager. Now, what work manager essentially means is that one wants to do like background tasks, want to run like a couple of tasks in the background that are not going to be visible to the user. So that's when we use like the work manager. So an example of this task is, for instance, if you're playing music on your phone, like let's say Spotify, Apple Music, or something like that, and then you want to be doing other things on the phone, the music will still keep on running while you're doing other stuff on the phone. So what makes these things to run is what is called like the workman. What is the background task? And then one way to do this is you can use a work manager. Another instance of this is, let's say you want to download a file or something from the internet, something like that. Now you don't want to be stuck on that screen downloading the file. You want to do all this on your phone, play games or stuff like that. So all these things can be done by the work manager, and then you don't have to like focus, and they are being selected to the background tasks, which enables you to do all that stuff you want to do. Yeah. The next thing is the life cycle. Now, what to talk about life cycle is every Android component like activity and fragment has a kind of a life cycle. So, in a fragment is part of an activity. Like a fragment cannot stand on its own, that's a part of an activity. While an activity is the screen that is visible to the user. So for each of those things, we have what is called life cycle. Like when the activity becomes visible to the user, we uncreate this code at first. That's when we create the views and everything. Then we have the on start, which is called when the activity becomes visible to the user. On resume is called when the user begins to interact with the activity. On pause is called when the activity goes into the background. On stop is called when the activity is when if the activity also like is moved, when you move it to a new activity or something like that. Then the on destroy is called when we no longer use the activity again, when the activity is garbage collected. So if you can see that whenever you develop an application, you have to have all these, you have to know how all these methods are being called and when to be able to use them. Because there are some instances where, for instance, if you want to assign views when you're creating the views like the edit text view and stuff like that, you want to assign all those views to variables that you want to start changing values or doing stuff to them. It's better to do it in the onCreate, because that's going to be called only once, and it involves a lot of work doing creating all those things on the screen. So you don't want them to be created every single time you're every single time users are manipulating the application. So you want them to be called only once. And also, let's say, for instance, you want to save some data, like let's say on unsaved instance or something like that, you want to save some data before the user before that it goes into the background or things like that. So that's when you have to know when to use the on start and the on pause. So these lifestyle components, this is very important for us in Jetpack components. Jetpack components makes it easier to be able to add some other functions and makes it easier for us to be able to use all this lifecycle in determine our application development. Yeah. So the next one is view model. So for view model, I spoke about this a little bit previously, but for view model, it's very important architectural component in Android, because it enables us to be able to write applications that can be extensible and applications that can be easily testable. Because when we use the view model, we have the views, which is the UI, which is separate from the view model, and then we have the model, which is the business logic, separate from the UI. So that way, it enables us to be able to write tests that focus on the UI without having to involve the view model, and for us to be able to write tests that focus on the controller without being able to involve the views. And as I explained previously, when with the user also, when there's a configuration change in the on the device, because we're storing the data in the view model and we're probably going to be using live data for that, these information are being stored. They are being like the information are not lost. Whenever the activity comes back to view again, the view model delivers the information back to the UI, back to the view, back to the view. So that way, this helps us to be able to to be able to reduce the number of changes that will happen if we do not use the MVVM architecture. So the next one is live data. As I explained previously when I was talking about the view model, that we need live data objects to be able to observe, to be able to do all these, to store the data on the view model. So the reason why is because live data objects are lifecycle aware. Now, what it means by lifecycle aware, it means that they are aware of any of the aware of the lifecycle of that particular activity or fragments. They are aware of what is going on in the activity or fragment. Let's say we call like we call the on start, on resume, and things like that. This live data object is aware of what is going. So when we create, let's say we're getting data from an API or something, and we save this data in the live data object. So what happens is that this live data object is being observed by the activity. So when the activity comes up, and then when the live data object gets its data, the activity is able to observe these changes and do what it needs to do on it. Now, when the activity is destroyed, when doing a state change, like when the configuration change, when you orientate the device, now what happens is that the live data object knows that this is a configuration change, and therefore it does not delete its data. And then when the activity comes back into view, it immediately uploads the data back to the activity, because it knows, okay, yeah, this activity was not destroyed. It was only the configuration change only happened then. So no need for me to delete the data. So that's why it is important. So like with just a couple of lines of code, you're able to observe the live data changes, and then you don't have to worry about configuration change on your device any longer. So the next one is the navigation component. The navigation component is by Jetpack components is kind of, I can say, it's very makes navigation much more easier. Like because according to by latest Jetpack components library for navigation, we do not need to start creating different activities. We only create a single activity, and then we can use XML. Again, we have a particular XML file where we're able to create the different fragment navigation, and also in that XML file we can also create the animation transitions. It makes it so much easier using the navigation components, because that way we can easily reuse our fragments. You can customize how you want the back button to work. You can decide where you want the back button to lead to easily with just a few lines of code. So navigation component makes it much more easier than using the normal Android navigation, calling intent and the rest. So with using navigation component, it makes it easier to be able to use fragments. We use fragments in the application, and also to be able to send data from one fragment to the other. So the next one is paging. The when like I gave an instance talking about like the Twitter post before, like when you look at applications like Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and the likes. Now these applications make you to keep loading new information like forever, like infinite loading. So you keep like seeing new information, new data every time you're loading the screen. Now, if for instance, if you had to like load all those information at once on the device, that was going to be, I would think you maybe like an hour before you can be able to open your Instagram or open your Twitter page, because it needs to load all those data together, and which is not good. And apart from the fact that it gives it uses a lot of memory, it's very unpleasant for the user. So one way to achieve to make it possible for us to be able to view more long and a lot of information on our Twitter feed or Instagram feed is the use of paging. What paging simply does is that we can be able to break down this large data into different pages, and then we only load the pages that are visible to the user. So, like while the user is calling on page one, we can be loading page two at the back end. Load when it goes to page two, can load page three at the back end. So that way, the user does not actually feel the lag. Everything just comes very fast, and it doesn't feel like there's a lag or anything, but particular when it's working on the application. So that's what paging does. And Jetpack Components makes this much more easier by devoting a library for paging. So this makes it much more easier for us to be able to use the paging function in our application development. Now the next one is data binding. Now data binding is I can say is a very data binding helps us to be able to, what it simply does is like when we have like this is an example of a particular of a UI on our, when you're writing the UI XML code on our left here, my left here. So you can see here that we have the Android on text change here. You can see it leads to something like here you can see I'm calling the view model, and I'm actually calling a method on my view model to be able to make changes based on that particular on text change. Now, what makes this possible is what is called data binding. With data binding, I'm able to use I'm able to make use of my controller logic, which is the view model, inside of the XML or the UI class. So with this makes it much more easier when I'm developing the application, because this means that I do that directly. My view model is directly talking to the UI, to the UI component, the XML component, and therefore I do not need the activity class to serve as a kind of a middleman between both of them. So I'm able to make the changes directly from my view model on my XML file. So this will help us to be able to reduce the number of lines of code writing, particularly on the activity class, and it totally eliminates the use of the find view by ID that we usually call every time we create in the activity class. It helps us to write a much more cleaner code. So that's the function of the data binding. Now, the next type of components we're talking about are going to be like the behavioral components of Jetpack, of Android Jetpack. So here we have things like as I said previously, when I was talking about the behavioral components are just the way like by which Android is able to like communicate. The Android components are able to communicate together with each other. So here we have things like the download manager. It's supposed to be able to download this library that was to be able to download data or things like that. The media and playback, permissions, notifications, sharing, and slices. So we'll talk more about this in the next slides. The first one is download manager. Now the download manager class is used to provide the ability to download large files. So when we look at the downloading like files or things like that, if we have a very large file that we want to download, we do not want the user to be focused on that particular file alone. If you understand what I'm trying to say is we don't want the user to wait for the download to complete before he can do anything with the app or with the device. So we want this to be done, number one, to be done at the background. And again, let's say the user is downloading a very large file, but the user doesn't have the user only wants to download this file when there is it only wants to download this file when there is an internet. When there's internet, it doesn't want to. So when there's Wi-Fi, it doesn't want to download this file on this regular internet. So by using this download manager library, we're able to limit limit the time when we want to download this particular files. So we can be able to specify that we only want to download this file when you're on Wi-Fi. You want to download this file when you have a full battery, or we only want you to download this file during the night or things like that. So that's what download manager helps us to be able to do. So the next one is the media and playback. Now you already know what media and playback is, essentially playing videos, audio, or things like that. Now the Android Jetpack components and produce a backward compatibility library that helps us to be able to do this. So like we have a lot of new features that are added regularly on this regular for this feature. So but the Jetpack component now gives us the access to be able to make older devices have access to these features, this new development that have been produced by this new development on this particular functions. So hereby we can now we can let the old devices or old phones to be able to have access to the new features that are created for the media and playback components. So next one is permissions. So for the latest, if you use an Android device, you could see that previously, if you use it previously, before you open the application, you have to first accept all of the permissions that the application is going to use. But the latest the Android applications, you find out that why you're using the application is only when you need a specific permission, like let's say audio device or internet storage or something like that, or media access to files or things like that. It's only when you need those particular things that the application asks you to request a permission. And then even at that, you can decide to only give that permission for when you're using the device. Like you have to give it total permission, you have to give it full permission every time. So this particular kind of security feature was introduced with Jetpack components, and it gives the user more control over how apps are able to have access to the application. Apps are able to have access to the features like location, media, files, etc. Okay. Now the next one is notifications. No, notifications are very important when it comes to application development, because notifications tell us when, let's say if we're using the background task or something, this tells us when like the background task is completed. If we're using the background task, if you have like a new message or a new tweet which you're following the publisher or something, the permission helps us to be able to like view all those information at real time, see messages that have been sent to us, see the tweets that have been sent to us. I can also be able to use permission, like if you play music, you're able to know, oh, this music is still playing in the background and things like that. So notifications, right? So notifications helps us to be able to have access to that, and based on the latest new devices we have, like the wearables, TV, etc. Notifications also help us to be able to, like, let's say you have a message from your phone or something like that, and then you want to get notification on your Apple Watch, or get notification on your TV. So those things help us to be able to do that. So notifications are very important, and because of the latest more devices that have added to it, Jetpack components gives us the ability to be able to also send notifications to the wearables, TVs, etc. Sharing. Now, the next thing is I want to talk about sharing is when we're trying to share. Like let's take for instance, whenever you're trying to like look for a location on the map and you want to share the way you're going to have dinner with your friend or something like that, you can see the share button on the map. So when you click on the share button, it has those particular this particular different, how can I put it, the different apps that you can share to, like you can share to WhatsApp, Messenger, and things like that. So the ability for us to be able to share data from one app together and the other makes easily is part of what Jetpack components libraries allow us to be able to do. So we have a library that we have, for instance, library the share action provider class. This helps us to be able to, like, allow our app to be part of those apps that you can share data to, and also be able to decide which kind of data you want to be able to share to this app. So that's one of the important libraries by Jetpack components. Now next one is slices. Now what slices essentially do is that like we want our app to we want our app to be able to take advantage of the Google Assistant too. So like we want to be able to, like, on your app, you want to be able to tell the Google Assistant. Whenever your users say tell the Google Assistant to, let's say, read a message from WhatsApp or something like that, you want your app to be able to take advantage of the Google Assistant so that your users can also use the Google Assistant to do tasks that other apps have access to. So the slices gives us that access to be able to make use of it, and not just the Google Assistant, but also the Google Search app. So whenever you use the search app, you want to be able to search for things that are related to your own application. So that's what slices enables us to be able to do. So the next thing talking about is going to be the UI components. Now the UI components, here we have things like the animation, have auto, emoji, fragment layout, etc. Now what these libraries do is they help the user to have a more enjoyable experience using the application. It enables us, like, for instance, it's more, you can have a normal app without any animation or transition, and but an app with transition animation makes the user to be more excited to use and make this app to actually use your app more. And actually, when you use the Jetpack components, there are libraries for this particular animation and transition, which makes it much more easier for us to be able to use these libraries on our application. And then we also have latest things like emoji, we have the Android Auto, we have TV, and yes, which we also have to focus on with building our applications for these devices also. So like animation and transition, we have a couple of different you can say different classes or libraries, different parts of the libraries that help us to be able to build a very impressive application that's going to use a lot of transition. So like we can use things like the twin, we can use physics. Physics just has to do with, like, want to be able to, when you're creating a game, we have physics, like you're trying to let's say you're trying to move from one place to another, you're throwing the ball from one place to another, like you're trying to calculate the projectile motion, the physics, make it look more real. So that's what physics comes into play. We have all these particular different kind of parts of the library that makes us to be able to write a very impressive application that uses a lot of, like, animation, and then they are very easy to use. Like we don't have to start creating it from the scratch. We can just use the APIs, and then even if we want to create our own animation, these APIs are easily extensible. It helps us to be able to create our own custom animation or transition. Now the next one is Android Auto. Now what Android Auto does is, like, when the user is driving the car, we do not want the user to be able to, like, be distracted. We don't want the user to be distracted on different applications popping up and everything. So what Android does is that it kind of minimizes the kind of notifications you receive when you're driving. And then let's say you're working on, like, media app like Spotify or something. You definitely want to take advantage of this library so that you can create applications that will be easily navigated. You can easily navigate, change the music easily without having to like go into the app and do things like that. So Android Auto enables us to be able to make advantage of those particular features. So like not just media, but also messaging apps like WhatsApp, Facebook, and the likes. So you don't want users to be clicking on those messages and everything. So you want users to, let's say, to be able to like use for instance, I can use the Google Assistant to be able to like make a call, to Google Assistant to send the message. I can make use of my app to read the messages through the Google Assistant to the user. So the user can either reply using the voice command or something on this particular application. So Android Auto provides access to all these particular applications, group of applications. Now the next one is emojis. Now emojis have become like very important aspect of way of communicating with people. Like instead of having to like type a long message, someone can just send an emoji as a reaction or even send emojis as messages. And a lot of people use this particular feature. So Jetpack component has a library dedicated for just emojis, which is called the emoji compact. So this helps us to be able to use, like, let's say we want to have an application that want user to be able to communicate with someone else. Let's say communicate with, let's say we have an airplane or something like that, and then we want user to also be able to make use of emojis and things like that. So this emojis library helps us to be able to do that. Then the next one is fragments. One of the key things of Android Jetpack is that Android is trying to make users to use more fragments than using activities every time. So the reason why is that we want the reason why is because fragments are easily reusable. They can be a part of the application, and then we use them extensively when we are using the navigation components. So if we're trying to navigate for one particular, if you use navigation component of Jetpack, we use strictly fragments. We have just one single activity, and then we have multiple fragments which move from one fragment to another. So Android has given us Jetpack component has given us new things to fragment, including the bottom navigation fragments, the bottom fragment viewer. So like the bottom fragment is different from like dialog fragment, which pops up. This bottom fragment pops up from the bottom of the application. So with using Jetpack components, it makes as some apps that you're using when you're using those applications, you see that sometimes if it's a particular important information comes from the bottom of the screen. So that's what's called bottom fragment or something. So like we're able to have access to this particular tool is based on the latest Jetpack libraries. So we have access to new forms of fragments, and it also makes it easier for us to work with fragments also. Yeah. The next thing is layout. So with Jetpack components, we have what is called we have the constraint layout and we have the card views. The most important, I can say one of the best layouts, it's easiest to use is constraint layouts. Now, I say this because for constraint layouts, we are able to not only just are we able to position our views based on like anywhere we want to position them, left, right, top, bottom, just like relative layout. But it also, because on Android we have different screen sizes, different devices, different screen sizes. So when we use the constraint layouts, we do not have to worry about how it's going to operate on the different devices, because constraint layout is going to do the manipulation by itself to make sure that on other devices it still appears in the same kind of similar manner we want it to appear. But if we use things like relative layouts, we will probably have to create different um, different UI for different screen sizes. But with constraint layouts, we don't have to do that. So that's one of the reasons why it is being preferred, and I don't think of any reason why you should use relative layout rather than using constraint layout for your UI, because it makes it much more easier to be able to do. And then we also have the card view components. The card view component is, we see it a lot when we're doing like emails or when you check your Gmail or something like that. You have all these things, like you have them in the recycler view. They are much more like I can say much beautiful and easier to be able to use. So card views, constraint layout, and a lot of other UIs are being improved on and being built by Jetpack components. So this helps us to be able to make use of the latest material design components or UI components that are being used today. Now the next one is the palette. Now the palette is when you're developing an application, when you're developing another application, sometimes you might have to like pick a color from an image, and then these things are very difficult. Normally, previously, you would probably have to do that on Windows or use like Chrome color picker tool to do that. But with the Jetpack component, this it enables us to be able to easily pick a color from the image. So I'm not going to delve into this deeply, but if you want to, you can check it out on the Jetpack component library, and it's very easy to use. So it makes it easier for developers to be able to use this particular tool to pick in colors from images and do whatever they want to do with colors. Now the next thing is TVs. Android Android is not just limited to mobile phones these days. We have the Android TV, we have the Android Wear OS. So like the important thing about TV is that it's not like TVs are like similar to like a tablet. You can say it look like a tablet or like a widescreen or something like that. But the thing about TVs is that they do not have the same kind of navigation component like a tablet. So like you don't have access to like the keyboard on a TV. So what you need to do is you need to make sure you take advantage of the remote control that is used for TV, which is like the D-pad up and down movements. You have to take advantage of that when you're creating an application for the TV. Like you want to search for a screen, you're looking for recommendations and things like that. You want to search for a channel and things like that. So you have to make use of that particular kind of remote control component. And the Jetpack component makes it easier to be able to do that. So like we do not have to reinvent the rule every time creating an app for TV, because Jetpack component already gives us access to that particular tool, make it easy for us to be able to create apps for the TV. Now the next one is Wear OS. Wear OS is like your watch, which helps you to be able to like track your movements. You also will get notifications like messages, or make a phone calls and things like that. So Android components already has like a Java components provides us with the UI library, which enables us to be able to like create apps for the watches, or it could be some other wearable device that may be used by people with hypertension or something like that. So Android UI library helps us to be able to create apps for that. And then apps notification, which is part of the Jetpack component also, helps us to be able to have access for notifications on those particular devices. So so I think with that we've come to the end of Jetpack components.
Hey, hi, Fadejimi.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nice session on Jetpack Compose, and frankly, I for the first time I actually understood what Jetpack Compose is, because I have been never in touch with Jetpack Compose. It was way before I left the native Android development, so I never used anything Jetpack and Jetpack Compose. But then this was really nice. It was kind of refreshing to understand the new technology.
Yeah,
And you really explained it very well. Like you had an in-depth talk over this. And we have one question. I don't know if it's related to this, but how can this be implemented in PWA development with Ionic?
Ionic is more like one thing that Ionic is like when we talk about PWA, those are like progressive web applications. Ionic is has to do with like web. It's totally different from Jetpack. Jetpack is strictly on Android. Ionic has to do with Android and iOS when you're developing for both Android and iOS. So if you want to develop for both Android and iOS, you cannot actually really take advantage of like the Jetpack component as such because they are strictly for Android. So they have to every kind of PWA applications has to have both Android and iOS libraries together. So I don't think there's really any kind of any framework for Jetpack on the iOS side. So this cannot really be work for PWAs.
Yeah, because as much as I know, Ionic is a cross-platform framework which is used to create the application for Android and iOS. Over here, I thought maybe with Ionic we can create the platform-specific code and then we can use to generate a PWA. But it's out of question, right?
Yeah, yes. I totally like it's not really possible to do that because you have to have if you're writing something for Ionic, you want it to work on both Android and iOS. So that's why Ionic is most big companies don't really use Ionic for their app development because they can't take advantage of the latest features in Android and the latest
Yes.
ones in iOS. So yeah.
Yes. And will Android be anytime XML free?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we're working towards. I think if you look at like Android Compose, I didn't really talk about it much because I think someone else has taken the topic already. But if you look at Android Compose, which is part of the Jetpack components, it makes use of it's just Kotlin code to develop UI. And I've used it once before, and it's much more. I can say it's much more easier to use it than XML. XML is kind of archaic, and with Compose, data development in Compose, we're going to move forward from XML entirely someday. But maybe not now, but someday definitely.
But it will take a lot of time to switch and remove XML completely, right?
Yeah. It'll take a lot of time. But as we can see from Kotlin, when Kotlin initially started, we were like, no, we have a lot of. But right now, we can see even in large companies, they are converting their code to Kotlin. And so at the end of the day, it might take a couple of maybe 5 years or so before we start seeing large companies make use of Android Compose because I think we had the stable version just like maybe last year or so. So it's just
Okay.
yeah. So it's not really.
And thank you, Fadejimi, for your wonderful talk and the time that you gave for us.
Yeah,
I
sure.
hope you will stay connected with Geekle, and also if you have anything else to share with us, you will be there for us.
Yeah, sure.
So thank you once again.
Yeah, thank you.
So guys, this was a nice lecture by Fadejimi, and I guess my time over here is done. And before taking my time off, I would first of all thank all the speakers for their wonderful talks that they gave, and most importantly, thank you Geekle for giving me this opportunity to be a moderator over here. Because while being moderator, even I get to attend these talks and get the information what they are sharing. So it's really wonderful that I get this knowledge over here. And without taking much time, because our next speaker is already ready, I would call on stage Nick, the next moderator who will be present completely. So hey Nick, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, sitting through the whole thing, and yeah, we have 3 more talks ahead of us. So thank you for the for your moderation for the second time.
Thank you.
Okay, then good luck. Right, without any further ado, let's go straight to the next topic. We have Amrita here with us, and she's going to talk about evolution of architectural patterns in Android. So, hey, how you doing? Oh, you're muted. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly.
Great. How are you doing?
Perfect. So, yeah, can you tell us what is the topic? What the topic is about?
Yes, sure. Can I share my screen?
Yeah, please do.
Okay. Okay, so.
Yeah, just
can
switch
you
to
see
your
my
slide.
screen?
Yeah, I can see it, but just switch to your slide first. Yeah. You can start.
Okay. So let me just start there. So hey, good morning, everyone. It's 11:30 PST in US. That's why I'm saying good morning, but good evening, good afternoon, whichever time zone you are in. Today, I'm Amrita. Today, I'm going to talk about evolution of architecture patterns in Android. Right, starting from MVC, MVP, MVVM, and MVI. So let me talk like a bit about myself. So who am I? My name is Amrita. I work as software engineer too at Microsoft. Initially, I started my career in Android, and I did Android for 7 years. Recently, I have switched to backend development. Thank you, Geekle, for inviting me for giving this talk. I'm very excited to brush up my whatever I have done in my past, and I'll try to share whatever I have learned so far. I work at Microsoft and in an organization called Yammer. Yammer is basically a social networking site that gives you an ability to talk to your colleagues and to learn about your organization. It's basically an internal Facebook, I can say. In a company, you can have an internal Facebook kind of a thing, but it's very important for an like it's important for an open culture where people can understand and get to know what their leaders have been doing, and it's good for the leaders to share their thoughts with the lower organization as well. So as I mentioned, I was doing Android initially, but now I am doing a backend development in the same organization. So right, going to my agenda for today, I'll be discussing about why do we need an architecture, and then I'll be discussing about guiding principles for app architecture, and then we can dive straight way into different architectures where we have been using in Android so far. Right from MVC, MVP, MVVM, MVI, and then a bit of conclusion from my side. Okay, so why do we need an architecture? So we need an architecture to have a clean and maintainable code. You must have heard about the solid principles. We want the separation of concerns. We want one part of the code to do just single task. So that helps us to maintain a clean code. That makes it more testable. That helps in easy debugging of the code. So that's why we tend to follow one kind of an architecture. It's also very useful when you have a new person coming in, and you can, like, everyone has a different thoughts of or different ways of writing code, but if you have a set of guiding principles or guiding architecture, that makes the code look easier to understand and easy to maintain too. So it is also used for testability, since we are leaning more towards single responsibility and separation of concerns. So that makes it more viable for the testability purposes. It's easy for debugging because you don't have to go randomly checking entire code. You can just look at particular portions and understand what exactly can cause the bug. So I'll be talking about the guiding principles for app architecture. This is straight from Google's side, from the Android side. So Google talks about the separation of concerns and drive UI from data models. I'll be talking about each of them. Separation of concerns. So what does it mean? Separation of concerns means for example, you have a class. That class should not be doing a lot of logic into it. So if one class is doing different kind of, if it is taking different kind of responsibility, it's better to break down into different classes so that each class could have their own responsibility, and that is called as separation of concerns. So what it says is the UI based classes, like for your activity and the fragments, that should only handle the UI specific task. It should not be doing any business logic. We should not be doing business logic into the UI classes. It is only responsible for taking the input and showing the output to the user, and also with interaction with the Android OS, or any like activity lifecycle or anything as such. Also, we should be like developers should remember that we don't own these activity classes. So these activity classes are they're tending to be killed by the OS based on the circumstances. So they just act as a glue classes that represent contract between OS and the Android app. So OS can destroy them based on different user interaction. For you must have seen like you are using the app and then it just gets killed. So maybe your memory, you're on low on memory, or something has happened, and that's why the OS killed your app. Or maybe you pause the app, it's in background, and when you come back again, you see that, oh, there's different stuff into it. Maybe the OS has already killed the app. So we should not be putting a lot of logic in the UI classes. Drive UI from the data models, the second point. So what does it mean? That there should be a data model and the UI should be driven by that. So UI is just as a dumb class that just takes actions, or that takes actions from the data models and does the work according to that. So as you can see the points here, developers should drive UI from data models, and that data models, you can have the persistent data models, so that even if the OS has killed your app or your activity or anything as such, you can regain back the state of the app using that persistent models. And that's the advantage has been listed here, that if user don't lose the data if the Android OS like they decides to destroy the app to free up memory. An app also continues to work in cases where network connection is flaky. For example, if you have a network connection and you had a network connection, you loaded something, and now you're trying to load something else, but something happens in between. So your UI would be very dependent on these model classes rather than directly depending upon the network request. Moving to the now diving into the real part of this presentation, that is the architecture candidates. There has been different architectures used in Android so far. Like I remember when I started coding, we in one of the organization we were using the MVC, that is Model View Controller. Another company I came and we were using MVP, Model View Presenter. Then Google proposed MVVM as their reliable architecture. That was Model View View Model. And then we have started hearing about MVI, that is a Model View Intent. So these are very confusing at times when you change companies and you don't understand what is the difference and why we are using one specific kind of architecture. So that's what I will be trying to cover in my presentation today. So now we are coming to the agenda is the MVP, talking about MVP, that is Model View Presenter architecture. So you can see here, as in the diagram, the model, the presenter, and the view. There are three components to this architecture. A model is your database or anything which is talking to the API or your caching layer or whatever. View is your UI, which you see the activity in the fragment. Now, as I mentioned before, as a guiding principle, we should not put a lot of logics into the view. So now there comes is the presenter. So presenter is having the entire logic. You can see here that presenter is talking to the view and presenter is talking to the model. So it acts as a middle layer between the view and the model. So anything the view, like for example, user clicks a button and they want to, and that button clicks does some operation, and that operation has to be done in the presenter. The logic remains in the presenter. And if any database interaction or any data has to be loaded, presenter will talk to the model. So here is a diagram I have taken from techyourchance.com. This image has been taken from there. I'll be talking about the difference between the MVC and the MVP. MVC was the model view controller. It is like age. It's the oldest I can think about the architecture that we have been using in Android, and MVP came after that. So what was the problem with the MVC architecture that MVP has to come into picture? As you can see in the left side of the diagram, we have model, we have controller, and we have view. Controller was the middle part that connected view with the model. But we can also see that the view gets changed when the model gets changed. So now view has a lot of interactions with the model as well as the controller. So UI gets updated if the model change, and UI gets updated if the controller change. And that's very difficult to manage when you're trying to debug something or you're writing a test. Because if your view is getting changed by multiple locations, you will be we will not be able to understand what exactly happened in the background. So that's why the separation of concerns come into picture, and that's why we came up with the MVP. And you can also see in the mod MVC architecture that what happens is like the view user does any action, it goes to the controller goes to the model, checks everything, updates, and then model is updating the model can update the view, or model change gets to controller and controller updates the UI. Now coming to the MVP thing, that is model view presenter. What is the presenter? How presenter was different from the controller? As you can see in the right hand side of the diagram, the presenter is the one responsible for updating the UI. Model is no longer responsible for updating the UI. So what happens is like view, it does a user action, user does an action, view updates the presenter, presenter will do some processing, updates the model class, and model gets changed. It will let presenter know, and presenter will be able to update the UI. So this, as you can see, advantages of using MVP in this slide. There are differences. In MVC, view gets directly updated by model. But in MVP, view knows nothing about the model. View is the UI part, model is the database part. So MVP view knows nothing about the model. Presenter updates the view with any changes in the model. Now, second point, MVC, views are heavy in logic as they're responsible for getting updates from the model because they're listening to the model changes. In the diagram you can see here. Oh, okay. In the diagram you can see here in the MVC that model change is updating the view. So view has to keep on listening to this. And that's why there is a lot of logics that you have to put in the view so that it gets the update. But in MVP, views are very lightweight because they're not responsible for they're just responsible for taking the user input and rendering the data that the presenter replies back with. So the views are very lightweight and it's not responsible for doing anything with the model. MVC testing was very difficult because we didn't know where exactly the view was getting changed and there was very less separation of concern. MVP testing becomes easier because you can see that the presenter is the one which is updating the UI. So you can mock the presenter. But here in MVC, you cannot just mock the controller because model is also the one which is updating the view. So again, coming to a recap how MVP works. So view is the UI, the activity and the fragment. It contains reference to the presenter. So every view will have one presenter to it. It's a one-to-one kind of a mapping. So view will take in user input. It will pass it to the presenter for further processing. And then presenter replies back with whatever the data, and then that gets rendered. Presenter, it contains the business logic for processing the user input or whatever it gets from the view. It also contains a reference to the view attached. So it's a one-to-one kind of a mapping, and it acts as a middle layer between view and model. Model is a database or the API caller or the caching one. That is the one which is responsible for talking to the API, cache to the local database, and it handles the entire data layer. Now coming to MVVM. So what was the problem with the MVP that we moved to MVVM? That I will be discussing in the next slide. So this is the MVVM architecture, that is model view view model. This is the preferred architecture by Google. You can see here there are three components: model, and view. It looks very similar to MVP, but there is a bit difference. So in MVP, the presenter has to have one-to-one mapping with the view, but in view model, it's not required. Also in MVP, the presenter needs to have the reference of the view and the view needs to have the reference of the presenter. But here the situation is a bit different. that makes it easier for testing. So what is the advantage of using MVVM? You can see here, there is a difference between MVP and MVVM I have listed. The first point in the MVP, each view holds the reference to a presenter. So there is a one-to-one mapping between the view and the presenter. So each view will hold the reference to the presenter to which it has to interact, and each presenter will hold a reference to the view that it has to. So there is a very tight coupling, which results in a lot of presenter classes because each view will have a different presenter. But in MVVM, view and view model are not tightly coupled. So one view model could be used by different views. View model is more generic, but in MVP, the presenter is not generic. You have to have one assigned presenter for one view. And that makes MVP testing difficult as there is a view dependency in the presenter, each presenter. So you cannot test the presenter as such, or you cannot test, means you can test the view by mocking, but you have to, like in the presenter, there is like one-to-one mapping. So that makes your test a lot difficult. MVVM, the code is more testable. So coming to how MVVM works, you can see in the diagram, it's taken from Geeks for Greeks. You can see that view is the one which takes in UI input from the user and it renders the corresponding output. We have a view model that does all the logic, and it also contains a live data that the view will keep on listening to. So that live data is the one the view is listening to, and if anything changes, the view gets updated. So view model need not know about the view which is calling it, but view will know about the view model because it's getting the live data changes. Now, if you can see the model classes, model class is not talking to view as we saw in the MVP, it's similar. But model class, it is responsible for, again, the API calls, the network layer, and the caching and the data layer. It also, if any model change events happen, it will update the view model, and then view model can write and read from the model classes. And then view model has the live data, which updates the UI. Now coming to MVI. MVI is the newest pattern we have that we are seeing in today's thing. So it's basically model view intent. MVVM is the preferred one from Google, but MVI is something that we have been using, like in Microsoft also, we have started using MVI with a bit of modification. Okay, so MVI, that is model view intent. This is very similar to MVVM actually, and both of them are considered as good architecture, but there are a few differences that I'll get to in the next slide. So what MVI does, so view model will have some set of actions and the events, some set of events and the corresponding actions. So that is called intents. So the view will have some intention of doing something, and that intent get translated to the corresponding actions. And that actions happen, and then the view model will be able to process everything and then reply back with the result to the view. So you can overview this whole architecture as a function. A function is the one which takes an input and it gives one output. So you don't have to know about what's happening in that function. For testing purpose, you just know what is input and the output. So that's what the characteristic, that kind of a characteristic MVVM has. So it makes it easier to understand that what will be the input and what will be the output. But in view model, what happens is like there are a lot of functions for each feature. You will end up having a lot of functions in your view model classes, and the view will have to call each function. Like for example, if I have a movie class and I want to load a screen, I want to load a picture, or for example, I want to load a screen and I want to display the details of one particular movie. So there will be, for each feature, I'll be having a method in the view model saying load my screen and then display the details. So the view will be calling these functions directly. But in MVI, you just have to say, okay, this is my intent that I want to load the screen. Now there will be only one method in the view model that will say, okay, if the intent is load the screen, then I will be calling this method. And if the intent is display the feature, it will be calling another method. So the only difference is like the passage is through one method now, and we are not calling different methods from the view. And again, the view model is not updating with different kind of data now. We won't have a lot of you can say we won't be having a lot of uh, view mod live data that will be editing the view. So that's the difference. We'll go through this. So view state, there is another thing in the MVI that we use, a view state. So view state is basically the events that make it clear how view should be rendered. So every UI will have a view state, and that state will be that's a persistent state, so that even if the UI loses the content, like it gets killed, we can restore it with those UI states. And there is a single source of truth, like the view states are the single source of truth to get the data rendered on the UI. There's one observable stream between the view and the presenter, then only one. But in the MVVM, there could be multiple. We could have different live data, we could have different functions in the then view model that we'll be calling through view. That makes it very difficult if the features are huge. Oh. So again, coming to a recap how MVI works, you can look into this example, this flow diagram. This was taken from Google web. So MVI cyclic flow representation, you can see that the user, they does some action. That action is corresponding to some intent. This intent is nothing but the intention, what exactly the user is trying to do. And when that intent, it translates to some input state saying that, okay, if the user has clicked a button and they're trying to fetch something, that means I have to call this fetch method. And that talks to the model class. Here, the model is a bit different. It's not the database and the API layer. It is a state, view state of the UI. So this model is a bit different from what we have seen in the MVC, MVP, and the MVVM. This is a bit different from that. It is similar to view model we have seen in MVVM. So here you can see the view they will have a method to render the UI based on the state, and that intent, that user action is passed as an intent, and it is a state which is an input to the model. Then we go to the model, and then model stores all the state and it sends to the view for render. So that acts as a view model. So you can see in the diagram, it's a cyclic flow. There is no interdependency, and that makes it very easy to understand and also test that what's happening at each layer. And also the view is not getting updated from multiple locations. MVVM or MVI? So that's a big question. Based on the criteria and based on the requirements, it could differ. But one thing that MVI provides is it is single stream of actions. So MVI, you can have only like from view to the view model, there is only one stream of input, and from view model to the view, there is only one stream of output, and that makes it very easy to debug and also to test, because you just have to put a log at the input and the output location to understand what input the user resulted into and what output that input got resulted into. So you can see MVI works as a function which takes input through one stream and output through another stream. So there is only one stream of input and output. MVVM, for each action, we have a different method. So MVVM, as I mentioned before too, that for each feature, you need to have different methods in the view model. But in MVI, that is the same case, but now with the help of intent, there is another middle layer between the model, between the view and the view model, and that is intent. So that intent will be just one function the view will be calling, and that will, based on what action the user has done, that will be translated into the corresponding processing. So this is just will be editing, and the view which gets complicated because now the view model will be talking, the view will be talking to different methods in the view model, and view model will be replying with different live data. So that becomes very complicated. But in MVI, we'll just have two functions. One is render state in the view that will take a view state as a parameter, and that based on the view state value, we'll be calling different functions in the view. So that makes it easier. The conclusion, I would say each architecture pattern has their own advantages and disadvantages. There are a lot of companies which are still using MVP as their architecture. There are companies that are using MVVM, and there are companies that has moved to MVI. But based on the requirements, it could be different. It could be changed. What architecture we have been using, and also it's important not just to choose an architecture, but to understand the guiding principles that has to be used in these architecture, because sometimes what happens is like we pick one architecture, but we forget about the separation of concern, and we forget about that the UI should not have a lot of logic. It should be driven by the data model. So that is the guiding principle that I talked about initially, and that should be kept in mind before adopting before opting any architecture for the application. As long as it is easy to read, easy to maintain, easy to test, and easy to debug, that makes it easier for everyone, and the app looks it will be very it will be crash free, it will be there will be less bugs. So that's it from my side. Now I'll go and share, and you can ask me any questions.
Okay, yeah, and we got a question already. So here we go. Are there any good sites you could recommend for updating MVC to MVVM?
MVC to so I cannot think about a site, but if you are still using MVC, then there are a lot of code in your view. So first try to understand what codes are in your view, and try to lay down a feature that your app is using. And then once the view becomes less complicated, try to take out the complication from the view and put it in a class called view model. View model, you can and Google has been proposing about MVVM, so you can look at Android site at google.com, whatever is that, android.google, and that could help you with the MVVM. But I would suggest that if you're still using MVC, try to make your view less complicated first, and that will help you understand. And then try to write test separate for the view, and then the view model will be added based on the, like, remove the controller, rename it to view model, and put the business logic in the view model, and leave the model at it as it is. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you for getting into details. So we have one more. Is based on the requirements, you may choose one or another. So what are example requirements for choosing one of the three?
So I would say, if, for example, I would first pick the MVVM versus MVI. MVVM, if your app is not that complicated, you don't have those many features, then MVVM is perfectly fine. MVVI, as I mentioned, we were using because there were a lot of interaction between view to view model and view model to view. There are a lot of live data in the view model, and that were updating the view, and that made your testing complicated. So as long as your testing is fine, if you're able to write unit tests, then I think that architecture is fulfilling the purpose. But if you're seeing that you're not able to write a unit test, and that testing is getting really difficult, then it's time to move to the next one. MVP, a lot of people have been using it, the presenter one, but Google has been advocating about view model a lot. With the live data, there is, I would say it's easier because your view doesn't, like, the presenter doesn't has to know about view. So in MVP, what happens is, like, for each view, you're having a different presenter. So if you are having a lot of views, that means your code is having a lot of presenter, and that's not very ideal. So that's why when you see that kind of a problem, move to MVVM. If you see your app is getting complicated, move to MVI, because now you are seeing a lot of interaction between the view and the view model.
Right, thank you. So we have one more question.
Yep.
So using MVI, is the view still dumb? As per the theory, it does some processing part for the case of rendering state.
Yes, so that's a very good question. I would say it's still dumb because it doesn't know what's happening in the background. So what happens in the render state, it gets a view state as a parameter, and the view state is having a lot of data. So for example, a very common example is a movie movie app. So now what happens is like you have a movie view state that is holding a lot of data, like for example list of movies, and then the list of details about some name or the details or any or pictures or thumbnails and everything else like that. So when you see that the particular part of the view state has changed, you just do one action. So I would say still dumb because it doesn't know the internal complexities. It just knows that, okay, if the input is this, I have to do this. So it's like a robot. You just tell them pick this, unpick that, or eat, and they are doing that particular stuff. So they don't know how to do that, but they know what to do. So that makes them still dumb. They cannot do any business logic.
Great, thank you. We have time for one more question. So
Sure.
are you using one view presenter or a view model part per screen, for example, fragment?
Okay, so in my company, we have moved to MVI from MVP. So I think there are some code. It's a big application, so there's some code from the MVVM. Whoever comes, they change it as per. But now we have moved to MVI. So when it was MVP, that is model view presenter, there was one view and one presenter corresponding. But when we move to MVVM, then one view model can be used by multiple. So it's a generic kind of a view model that can be used by different views. So as per the question, I would say we are using MVI, that is model view intent. There's some part of the code that is using MVP, model view presenter, and that is having a 1-1 relationship with the view and the presenter.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the answers, for the presentation. It was awesome. We have really good question. That means that was a good topic. So yeah, thank you for joining us for this event.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invite, and thank you. It was great to have me. It was great to come here and get those questions. Thank you all for your questions, and thank you for listening. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Hope you stay with us for till the end for the last two sessions. And yeah, see you. Take care.
Sure. See ya. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So we have two more talks ahead, and the next is gonna be pre-recorded. So this topic, we're gonna talk more about MVVM. The topic is Android MVVM project template. The presenter is Ali Ahmed, who is a developer from company VoxSmart. So let's start the video.
Hi. Welcome to the Android Development Global Summit by Geekle. Hopefully you are enjoying every session and you are learning a lot. I'm Ali Ahmed. I'm gonna share Android MVVM project template. Basically, I have splitted the overall session in different parts. Firstly, I'm gonna share my screen to discuss MVVM overview with the MVVM components. And then I will share a code base. I will not write any inline coding, but I will share a code base so that you can get a clear idea how MVVM project look like. After I will discuss the comparative studies of MVVM and MVP. In our session, if you have any question, please write it down. I will try to give a proper answer. After the summit, if you have any queries regarding the Android development, you can contact with me using my mail or my social media. I will share those details later. Welcome to my session and thank you for joining with me. Now I'm gonna share my screen. Yeah, my topic is Android MVVM project templates. This is about me. I have 5+ years of experience in Android development. Currently, I'm working as an Android developer at Voxmart. Previously, I worked for several organizations like banking sector, telecommunication sector, and software firm. Yeah, in my additional time, I really enjoy playing cricket or watching cricket. Now we're going to discuss why a boilerplate or template is important. Like when you start a project, it's important to choose an appropriate architecture where the project will be grown. Like we need to add some modules in future or feature, or we need to enhance some change requests. So if we don't follow a proper architecture, then it will really difficult to manage the overall code base. The benefit to having a boilerplates or templates. A boilerplate includes all tools required for the development of full-fledged apps. It really helps to organize the project skeleton, and the development speed is faster than the traditional development. The project template designed with UI, dependency injections, network calling, local storage management, so we don't need to think about the starter code. Okay, the available architecture or boilerplates are MVVM, which is known as model view model, MVP, model view presenter, or recently Google has introduced Android clean architecture. As my topics is MVVM project templates, so I need to discuss regarding the more about MVVM, like what MVVM really is, and what are the components of MVVM. So here you can see the high-level view of MVVM, where view is mainly represent the user interface. It will not process anything, or it will, in view you can't write any business logic or presentation logic. And model is represent the business logic. Basically, models collect the data from different data sources, and it processes the data according to the business logic and provides the data to the view model. View model mainly observe the data from model, and it's perform the presentation logic. After the performing presentation logic, it provides the data to view. Here is the MVVM responsibility chart. Like view is responsible for the data visualization and observe the view model. And model holds the data of the application and act as a gateway to the business logic. And tools of data processing, like it will collect data from different data sources. And data sources can be API or local storage. So basically, model will collect data from those data sources, and it will process the data according to the business logic and provide those data to view model. And view model mainly link between view and view model. View model observe the data from model and deliver the data to the view. So basically, it's prepared the observable data. Consists of all information that requires to the display the view. As I said, view model perform the presentation logic, like how data needed to be shown. So it will process those things. And multiple view can share a single view model using shared view model. This diagram is low-level view of MVVM, or you can say this is the Android specific diagram, where view contains the UI elements. It can be activities or fragments. So from view send the UI event to view model, and view model send the request to the model. And you can see this is the more splitted diagram of model. And here the repository is there. What is repository? Repository mainly communicate with the data sources. So data sources can be remote data sources or local data sources. So we can say repository mainly perform the network call to collect the data from remote data source, as well as it can perform the local queries to collect the data from local storage like SQLite. And after collecting the data, it changes the callbacks. So view model can observe the change as well as it can send the data to the view after performing the presentation logic, and accordingly view can update the UI. Now question is how we can achieve this overall scenario. For that we need to take help from some other components. What are they? These are dependency injection. Basically, we need to provide runtime dependency in any object. For that, we can use Kotlin Coin, Heal, Trigger. We need observer patterns because, as we saw, view is observing view model for data, and view model also observing the repository for callbacks. So we need observer patterns. For that, we can use Kotlin flows, live data, and we need concurrency, which is we need to perform multiple tasks at a time so that our application will be more efficient. For that, we can use Kotlin Coroutine Rx Java. Also, we need data binding. What data binding really is? The data binding is a support library that allows us to bind UI components in our layouts to data sources in our app using a declarative format rather than programmatically. And obviously, we need to generate view. For that, we can use Jetpack Compose XAML. Now we will see more details regarding the components dependency injection, observer, and concurrency. Okay, dependency injection is a programming technique that makes a class independent of its dependence. Basically, dependency injection is passing the dependency to other object or framework. For example, consider a car object. A car depends on wheel, engine, fuel to run. Traditionally, we need to define the brand of such dependent objects along with the definition of the car objects. So basically, car is responsible for creating the dependencies. So what if we want to change any dependencies on the runtime? So we need to recreate the car object. So then what does the dependency injection do for us? While using dependency injection, objects are given their dependencies at the runtime rather than the compile time, so that we can change any dependencies whenever we want. The advantages are dependency injection reduces the boilerplate code. It makes our code more reusable and clean. And it makes easy to replace our dependencies with fake implementation, which make testing easier. For example, we want to use mock of wheel during test instead of a real instance. We can create mock wheel object and let dependency injection inject to the car. And it helps us to enable the loose coupling. And for this boilerplate, I'm going to use Kotlin Coin for dependency injection. What is Kotlin Coin? Coin is a dependency injection framework for Kotlin developer. It's completely written in Kotlin. It is very lightweighted. It is one of the easy dependency injection framework which doesn't require a steep learning curve to get hold of it. Understanding the terminologies in Coin. While we are working in Kotlin Coin, there are few terminologies we need to understand before we getting started. What are the module? Basically, it creates a module in Coin which would be used by Coin to provide all the dependencies. Single. It creates a singleton that can be used across the app as a single instance. For example, in car object, while we use single for injected fuel dependency, so basically in across the application, it will create only single instance. And factory, it provides a bin definition which creates a new instance each time it is injected. Basically, it's opposite of single. For example, in the car object, we need to provide the dependency of wheel using factory, so that every time while car will take the dependency of wheel, it will create new instance of wheel. Get, it is used in the constructor of a class to provide the required dependencies. Okay, now we need to know how to use Kotlin Coin in our Android project. For that, we need to implement Kotlin Coin core and Coin Android dependencies in build.gradle file. And from application class, we can start coin using the start coin keyword. In the block of start coin, we can add multiple modules. For example, in our application, we are using a remote source for fetching data so that we can provide the network module dependency to view model. For that, we can create network module and provide dependency in using the app module. Basically, app module provide the dependency of network module to view model. Using the single keyword, actually it provides only single instance across the application of network module. So using the get keyword, view model will get the network module dependency from app module. That way, we can provide the dependency of network module in an MVVM project template. Concurrency is one of the most important component. What concurrency actually is? Concurrency means multiple computations are happening at the same time. Concurrency is everywhere in modern programming. In fact, concurrency is essential in modern programming. So whether we like it or not, multiple computers in a network, multiple applications running in one computer, multiple processors in computer. So actually we can say concurrency is essential in modern programming. Example can be website must handle multiple simultaneous users. Mobile apps need to do all their processing on server as well as need some processing in device logic. In that case, concurrency is required. In graphical user interface, almost always require background work that doesn't interrupt the user. In mobile apps, user can place network request and scrolling a list. So in that case, the concurrent task is happening. So user shouldn't impact because of the concurrent task. The benefit of concurrency is that design pattern we can use on Android to simplify code that execute asynchronously. Multiple workers perform multiple tasks at a time, reduce the workload of main thread, completely vanished Android not responding related errors. So in our boilerplate, I will use Kotlin coroutine for achieve this concurrency. According to the Google, over 50% of professional developers who use Kotlin coroutine have reported seeing increased their productivity. Now we're gonna discuss Kotlin coroutine. Coroutines is a recommended solution for asynchronous programming on Android. The main Kotlin coroutine features are it's lightweight. We can run many coroutines on a single thread due to support for suspension, which doesn't block the thread where the coroutine is running. Suspending saves the memory over blocking while supporting many concurrent operations. Kotlin has fewer memory leaks. So if we use the structured concurrency to run the operation within a scope, then we can achieve that one. So we need to know which scope we need to use. So I will discuss furthermore about the scope. Kotlin has built-in cancellation support. Cancellation is propagated automatically through the running Kotlin hierarchy. Like if a task is if a Kotlin task is running parallelly and the application is killed, then the task or the in processing Kotlin task also be killed. So it has the cancellation support. Kotlin coroutine has Jetpack integration. Many Jetpack libraries include extensions that provide the coroutine full support. Some libraries also have provided their own coroutine scope that you can use for structured concurrency. This is how Kotlin coroutine looked like. In that way, we can launch any coroutine task. So it has 4 parts mainly: coroutine scope, coroutine context, coroutine builder, and coroutine body. In coroutine body, we can add any suspending or regular function. In Kotlin has different scope, as well as we need to pass a different Kotlin context. And it has 3 Kotlin builder: launch, async, and await. So basically now we will discuss Kotlin scope. Kotlin has different scope. One of the most important scope is global scope. The maximum lifetime is equal to the lifetime of the application. If the coroutine finish its job, it will be destroyed and will not keep alive until the application dies. But let's imagine a situation when the coroutine has some works or some instruction left to do, and suddenly we end the application. Then the coroutines will also die, as the maximum lifetime of the coroutine global scope is equal to the lifetime of the application. And the scope is lifecycle scope, which is pretty much similar to the global scope, but it has only difference that when you use the lifecycle scope, all the coroutines launched within the activity also dies when the activity dies. It is beneficial as our coroutines will not keep running even after our activities dies. So is lifecycle scope is lifecycle ever, and it depends on lifetime of a lifecycle of an activity. View model scope. So view model scope will live as long as the view model is alive. So in coroutine scope, we need to provide the coroutine context. Coroutine context defines the threading policy, exception handler, control the lifetime of the coroutine. And there are three most important coroutine context. One is dispatcher, coroutine exception handler, and the job. Dispatchers defines which thread runs the coroutine. A coroutine can switch dispatcher anytime. So mainly there are three dispatcher: dispatcher.default, dispatcher.io, and dispatcher.main. So dispatcher.default uses a shared background pool of thread. By default, the maximum number of threads used by the dispatcher is equal to the number of CPU cores, but it at least 2. And dispatcher.io mainly shares the threads with dispatcher.default, but number of threads is limited by the Kotlin parallelism. And another one is the dispatcher.main. It's equal to the Android main thread. And there are other sub dispatcher like dispatcher.unconfined, a coroutine dispatcher that is not confined in any specific thread. The coroutine execute in the current thread and first, and lets the coroutine resume that whatever thread that is used by the corresponding suspending function. Now coroutine builders. Coroutine builders is two things like launch and async. As we saw that we can launch a coroutine. So there's this called the coroutine builders. Launches a new coroutine without blocking the current thread and returns the reference to the coroutine as a job. And we can also add async instead of launch. Async creates the coroutine and returns its future result as an implementation of deferred, which is non-blocking and cancelable future. Another most important components of MVVM is observer pattern. Observer pattern defines a one-to-many dependencies between objects so that one object change state, all of its dependencies are notified and updated automatically. Basically, observer is a behavioral design pattern. It specifies the communication between the objects. Two things, observable and observers. An observable is an object which notifies observers about the changes in its state. For example, a news agency can notify channels when it receives news. Receiving news is what changes the state of the news agency, and it causes the channels to be notified. In our MVVM diagram, we can see view is observing data from view model, and view model is observing from model. So in that case, we need the observer pattern. So basically, subject changed, like multiple observer will notify the updates. So to achieve that, we can use Kotlin Flow or Live Data or RX Java. In that case, in this boilerplate, I will choose Kotlin Flow. Now I will gonna discuss Kotlin Flows. Using Kotlin Flows, how we can achieve observer patterns. Basically, flows are built on top of coroutines and can provide multiple values. A flow is conceptually a stream of data that can be computed asynchronously. And flow is a Kotlin type that can be used to model stream of data, just like live data and RX Java stream. Flow lets you implement the observer patterns. a software design pattern that consists of an object, which are observable, producer, source, or emitter, that maintains a list of dependencies called observers, subscribers, collectors, receives, and notified them automatically of any state change. So to generate data and consume data, we need two parties, like producer and consumer. A producer produces the data that is added to the stream. Thanks to coroutine, flows can also produce data asynchronously. And consumer obviously consume the value from the stream. An optional intermediary can be there who can actually modify each value emitted into the stream or the stream itself. Now we are going to see in Kotlin flows how producer produce data and consumer actually consume the data. Here is a function who is acting like a producer who is producing the data and emit the data to the data stream. And consumer 1 basically it collecting data from the data stream or producer, as well as consumer 2 also doing same thing. So basically this is the producing data, and consumer 1 and consumer 2 consume the data using flow. Now some other terminal operations includes like to collection, first and last, single, reduce or fold are there. So as I said earlier, basically using the collect keywords, Kotlin flows collecting data from the producer. So other operations are there, like to collections. It collects the flow into the provided mutable collections, and first and last return the respective elements of such element exception. There are also variants that take in predicates as an arguments or return null instead, throwing an exception. Single is AOS for just one value to be emitted and can throw. As well as reduce and fold there can be used to reduce a flow to a single value. That's all from theoretical part. Actually, in that part, I tried to describe the MVVM overview and every components, how they work each other with help of other components like dependency injection, concurrency, and observer patterns. For that, I tried to dig down little bit Kotlin flows, Kotlin coroutines, and Kotlin coins. So now I'm inviting you to see the practical implementation. I will share a code base with you. Okay, for practical implementation, I have prepared a simple MVVM project where I tried to touch every MVVM components. And I named this application as a news app, while list of news will generated, and while you will press any item, then you will see the details view of news. It's a really simple application. For fetching news list, I am using an open API, which is known as News API. And I have uploaded the overall project in GitHub. So anytime you can download to check how my MVVM projects look like. And I will manage this repository over the time. So we will get the up-to-date code base. The tool I have used for this project, obviously I am following the MVVM architecture. The programming language I am following Kotlin. I have used Kotlin coroutine, Coin, navigation UI, Kotlin flows, and retrofit for network calling. Now I am gonna share my code base. I hope my ID is visible to you. Here is the basic project setup. I have enabled the internet connectivity. And for Gradle dependencies, I am using Coin Core, and Coin Android for dependency injection. For network calling, I am using retrofit 2, OKSTTP, and JSON for JSON converter. And as I am using view model and plus lifecycle, so obviously I need lifecycle at runtime. And for coroutine, I am implemented the coroutine Android and coroutine cores, and other supplementary dependencies are there. And I have introduced some build types like release build types, debug, and staging, where you can use the base URL according to the build types. and you can add other dynamic variables. Also, you can introduce product flavor if you need. So this is the basic project setup. Here is the project structure look like. The different directory contains the different responsible classes, where the DI directory will contains the classes that represent or responsible for the dependency injection. The model directory will contain the classes which represents the data structure. Network directory represents the classes responsible for interacting with API. And UI is the directory is responsible for the view classes. And repository, obviously, it will communicate to the data sources to fetch the data. And view model contains the view model classes who will communicate with repository and also with the view. Let's start with the model. Basically, model is representation of the data received from the API. So now, have a look what is the response we are getting from the API. Basically, this is the main response we are getting from the API, and this is the JSON array, which is known as articles. Basically, this is the main news list. So we will generate this list in our application using recycler view. And firstly, we need to prepare the data classes according to the JSON object and JSON array. So here is the main response. You can see the article data classes is generated according to the JSON object. Note that I used an annotation which is serialized name. So serialized name indicates that the property should be serialized with the specified name. Basically, this will be used the JSON converter at the moment of decoding and encoding the data. Let's start with view. In our overall application, there is only one activity, which is main activity. So main activity contains a drawer layout, a bottom navigation menu, and a fragment container. So here is the fragment container. There is the bottom navigation view. So as we are using the navigation, here is the main navigation graph, where two fragments are available. One is news fragment, another one is details fragment. And it's connected in fragment container. So here it's connected to the main activity. So according to the bottom navigation menu, it changes the fragment. So one fragment is news fragment. Basically, news fragment has a recycler view, and recycler view will generate the news list. For that, news fragment will communicate with the news view model, and news view model will communicate to the data repository. Data repository perform the network call, and that way the news list will be generated. Now I'm going to discuss regarding the network module. So for network calling, we need a base URL, and base URL is stored in Gradle file in build types. So base URL can be changed according to the build types. So as I'm using the retrofit for network calling, so API client is generating the retrofit builder, and API service interface contains the endpoint of the API. And basically, data repository hit this endpoint, and it will return the news main response. And data repository sends the data to the news view model. So in response model C++, I have defined some states, which are success, error, loading, and idle. So according to this state, news view model can detect that the response is successful or not. Let's talk about the dependency injection. As we know that we are using Kotlin Coin as a dependency injection framework. So we need to start Coin in the beginning of the application. So from main application, we are starting the Coin. And we have only one module, which is app module.
Actually, app module is providing the all dependency across the application. As you can see, news view model requires the data repository dependency, and data repository requires the network module. So actually app module provide the all dependencies. So while any class call the news view model, that class don't need to create the data repository object because Coin is providing this dependency automatically. Let's see. News fragment is calling the news view model, but it is not providing any data repository object as the Coin is prepared the data repository object explicitly. So that way we can use dependency injection over the application. In our application, news fragment as a view need to generate a list according to the API response. For that, news fragment solely relying on news view model. And news view model will call the data repository for the latest news. And data repository will call remote data sources for the latest API response. As long as it gets the API response, it will emit the response using Kotlin flows. And news view model will collect this response immediately. And it will decide that data response is successful or failure. In both states, it will emit the response result to the news fragment. And news fragment will handle data accordingly. If the response model is error, then it will show an error message. Otherwise, it will generate a news list using the news list adapter to recycler view. In that way, the whole communication is going on. So using Kotlin flows, we are observing data in news fragment, in news view model, and the data repository. And using Kotlin core team, we're performing this concurrent task. So that way, the smooth communication is going on. Hopefully, you have got a clear idea MVVM project implementation practically. For more, you can download the repository. Now I am gonna share some comparison between MVP and MVVM. MVP is another popular Android development architecture which denotes model view presenter. Model contains the business logic and presenter communicate with models and update the UI, also update the model. Basically, in MVP, presenter and view is tightly coupled. Here is some basic difference between MVP and MVVM. In MVP, observables are not needed as presentation layer in the architecture to display the user interface. In MVVM, observables are needed for each user interface components due to absence of presenter. MVP is a tight coupling between view and presenter, and the change in view affects the presenter's user interface. But MVVM, the view and the view models are not tightly coupled. In MVP, since the user interface is used more, many interfaces make the architecture heavy. In MVVM, there is no user interface, and hence fewer interfaces are used. The architecture is light when compared with the MVP. I hope you have enjoyed the overall session. If you have any question, please raise this question. Or after the summit, you can send me email or you can send me message in my LinkedIn. Thank you again for joining with me.
Okay, let's thank Ali for his presentation. And we're gonna move straight to our final speaker for today. So we have Rahnuma here with us, who was watching the whole live stream today, I think, or at least he was at the beginning. So hi, how are you feeling? Oh, unmute yourself first, please. Yep, still muted. Oh, I cannot hear you. Can you please check what device you have there?
Yeah. Oh, is it okay for now?
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect.
So sorry,
Okay, so yeah,
I'm
sorry?
doing great.
Yeah, so what you were watching the whole day or something, or partly
Not
of that?
for the whole day, but yeah, most of the time I'm here. I'm watching the speaker that what they tell about their speak. So yeah, it was a great feeling for me.
Awesome. So yeah, so yeah, I'm just checking if there were any question for Ali, but like yeah, people were asking for the repo, but they already found what was mentioned. Okay, yeah, let's start your session. So we're gonna give it live. So please share your
Sure.
screen.
Sure, let me share it. Is it visible for you?
Yes, stage is yours.
Sure. So hi everyone. Today the agenda I choose to talk about is a Jetpack Compose. It's very interesting topic and I will going to explain it from beginning to the intermediate and intermediate to the advanced level. So without wasting too much time, let's start the show where we are going to learn how we can design a layout for Android native app through the Jetpack Compose. So before going forward, let me introduce myself first that I am Rahnuma Sharib, an Android developer from New Delhi, India. Currently, I have 4 years of experience working in a tech industry, providing a valuable expertise to the startup businesses. I will try to keep this presentation simple, but there might be possibility that you fail to catch something in between. Or if there is any concept which is not get clear in your mind, so don't hesitate to ask me as many times as you want. You can reach me out through my mail or send your question on your LinkedIn. I will feel happy to help you. So let's start the show. My presentation is divided into the 5 different parts where I will explain each of part one by one and with the example that is needed the most. Step one, here we will cover the introduction about the Jetpack Compose and we see that how and why it's important, how it's become the fast beneficial for layout designing and Android development. The second step will cover some important and the main predefined composable function that help us to design the complex UI, the less in the less amount of code, and there are a lot of already defined composable function in Jetpack Compose, and it's nearly impossible to cover all of them in a one presentation because of the time limits but I tried to cover the topmost usable that must need to design a simple and complex UI. All of that are like a pillar of UI designing for Jetpack Compose, and I'm damn sure you must gonna enjoy it. The step 3 will cover one of the top rated and most important concept that you need to understand how you want to get a master in UI designing over the Jetpack Compose. And that concept is about the row and the column. I will cover the difference between the row and the lazy row lazy column in the step 3 as well. Step 4 will be completely based on the step 2 where we will learn about how we design a complete layout with the different parts means how we can design a layout by compile the different parts one by one. And the step 5 where we see that how we can communicate with the Kotlin codes and Jetpack Compose UI together and make a fun to use application. For better understanding, we will use one example where we design UI with help of Jetpack Compose where one element need to show data from a server to display the list. And we get to know that how we can design such layout and where to call server and use data to get back. So let's start with the introduction. So Jetpack Compose is an Android modern toolkit for building native UI. It simplifies the accelerate UI development on Android. Before Jetpack Compose, we were using XML layout to build a native UI. We had a very decent structure when we build a screen with the XML. Also, fragment are very heavy component for the UI. But Jetpack Compose allow us to build a same UI with a declarative UI approach and with a less amount of code.
question comes in mind, why should I use a Jetpack Compose and leave our legacy of Android UI designing of XML? So there are several of reasons. The sum of the listed here is that the declarative UI is a cleaner, readable, and performant than the imperative UI. Compose allow you to do more with a less amount of code when you compare it with the XML. Compose in intuitive, that means that you just need to tell Compose that what you want to show the user, and that's it from your side. That's all that done automatically by the composable function. Compose is compatible with all your exciting code that you already have in your projects. You can call a composable code from Vue and Vue from Compose. Also integrate that with the main Jetpack libraries. Compose improve your build time and APK size also. So let's see a comparison between the XML design and Jetpack Compose. So composition, recomposition, and state management. What that means? That means each composable has an initial composition. Initial composition runs only when we see the view at the first time in the screen. Composable can hold the state and rerun the state change. This is the called a recomposition. Let's understand it with a simple of example. Like you have a variable that value of a, and you change it later with some other numbers. Then you need to recall the composable function that then it will go display on a screen for you. This is known as a recomposition. This slide. I'm trying to show that how we build a complete layout one by one. Like if you have a small item, then we bound together the item, then make a module, then organism, the templates, and then the pages. How to set up Android Studio for Jetpack Compose. Like there might be a possibility that you are going to build a new project in Android Studio and you want to support that new project for Jetpack Compose. That might also be possibility that you want to support the Jetpack Compose for the project that you already have in XML. So we will discuss both in the upcoming slides. First, if you want to use it in a new project, you just need to download and install the latest version of Android Studio. If you're using the oldest version, then only. Once you download the latest version, that's all you need to do. If you are on the welcome on Android Studio screen, there's a start a new studio project. Select a project template window, select the empty compose activity, and click on next. Rest will remain same as the legacy of Android Studio that we all know about it. For the app that we already have and we want to support that, how we can make it support that, how we can use the Jetpack Compose over the app that we already have. So you need to configure something, like you need to add the dependency on a project level. There's some dependency also that you need to add, like minimalistic version should be 21. The Kotlin, these are plugins you need to add, Kotlin Android. And there's something that you need to add is showing the slide, like your JVM target, source capital. It might be if you are using the new version, it should be there also. Here is some dependency that you take a look here and use it. So before going forward about the Jetpack Compose and how we use the Jetpack composable function, we need to understand the two most important thing about it: default and the name argument. I might be sure that if you are from the Android development background, you must know about it. But as it's important, I will re-explain it so that if anyone is here who not able to understand that, will get a complete understanding, and later that will understand about my whole presentation is all about it. The argument that are passed using the name while calling the function are called the named argument. While calling the function, we must use the name of the formal argument to which we are passing the actual argument value. Calling the function, we must use the name of the formal argument to which we are passing the actual argument value. If user don't pass any value for any argument, then default value come into place, and that's come use into the Jetpack composable function the most. We need to follow the sequence of the argument if you're using the name parameter. So let's start the story. Here the first slide there, we are going to discuss about the Jetpack Compose. The previous one is all about the introduction, that we need that is useful for understand this whole and you are designing concept in a Jetpack Compose. So as we have in normal Kotlin function, we have a fun keyword that shows that yeah, this is the function, and then we can write the function name. It will remain same for the composable function also. We just need to declare the composable annotation, and that's it. Once you declare the composable annotation, it seems like yep, you are starting to do, you've done everything to make the function composable. Now we take a look at about the annotation. There's the most important annotation in the whole of the Jetpack Compose is the preview annotation, because while we design the UI in XML, we can show the preview on the other side of the Android Studio. We can do the same here. We just need to declare the preview annotation on a composable function, and that's it that you need to do. But be sure that composable function should not be accept any parameter. If the composable function is using any accepting any parameter, then the preview annotation will not display the preview on the side of the Android screen. So if you have a multiple composable function, you want to take a look at the preview of all, you just need to keep declaring the preview annotation one by one, and each of them, and it will be displayed on the right side of the Android Studio. And if it's a lot of function that not fill the whole screen, or is more than the space that we have, so you just need to slide it down. Once you slide, you can see the last one also. So here, like in the previous slide, as you see that once you declare the preview annotation, you can just see the thing that you write there or the thing that you're using there. Like we are using a text Geekle, and you can see this is just a box comes and the Geekle show here. For making, if you want to take a look the preview on a whole, like an app's screen, like an app mockup, in an app mockup, or in a mobile mockup, then you can use the preview. Then you need to use a parameter show system UI with true, with the value true under the preview annotations. Once you do it, you can see all the preview with a smartphone mockup on an Android Studio. Now we are going to take a look about some of the important concept, important predefined composable function that already have in Jetpack Compose. Like in XML, we are using the text for display the text. We can use the images for display the images. We can style of them according to our need. We have a different text field, buttons type, checkbox, radio buttons, switches, circular and linear progress indicator, slider, spacer, box, and there is a lot of things that is known as a view, and we used even if you want to design a normal UI, then even UI need to use all of them. So we can use all of them in Jetpack Compose also, because we have some predefined Jetpack composable function. That is that's for one for the text, one for the images, one for the text fields, buttons, the checkbox, and everything. So let's going to take a look one by one in a very quick time. First, we have to need the modifier, because this is the unique thing which we unfamiliar with. If you come with the XML background, you must be unfamiliar with the modifier. So what the modifier is, and how, and what we need to use, why we need to use it. The modifier basically a parameter that each and every composable function accept it, and that help us to make the composable function according to our need. Like if you want to set a size, none of composable function are there that can declare a size that can accept a size as a parameter in itself. So we need to use a modifier. With the help of that modifier, we can set a size of a composable function in each composable function. Like in our, we have a text view earlier, we have an image view, we can set a size in it like match parent, wrap content, and we can even specify the size in a pixel there, dps there in XML. But in Jetpack Compose, if you're using any of the composable function for displaying either a text or an image, doesn't matter, you cannot set a size according to your wish. If you want to set a size, then you must need to use our modifier. So you can say the modifier can use the modify certain aspect of a composable to set them, and a composable need to accept a modifier as a parameter. So be sure that in each and every composable function accept modifier, and with the help of that modifier you can set the size, you can make it clickable. If there is no clickable argument that accept the modifier, you accept the composable function. Even you can use the modifier to make it clickable. You can change the shape also. You can set the background colors, you can set the paddings, you can make it scrollable, draggable, and swipeable according to your needs. So modifier is the most important thing, and it's accepted by almost each and every composable function. So let's start with the text view. So what is a text view? We all know that in XML we are using, if you want to display some information to the user, some text to the user, we use a text view for that. In Jetpack Compose, we have a text composable function. That's what same for as the text we're doing in a XML, right? You can see it like here that the text composable here, and I'm passing that I'm Rahnuma Sharib, which is I am. So here, and it will display it on a screen like that. So whichever string you write under that composable text composable function, it will get displayed on a user as you write it. You can even put a style. We will take a look later in this after upcoming slide. So here is the two composer function you can show on a screen like that. So first composer function is a text composable function. Second is a text style composable function. Both are the predefined composable function. You just need to use according to your need. So text composable function will get used for displaying the text on a screen for the user, and text style will use to style the text according to your need. So like that I'm using previously. Let me change the slide so it will explain better. So here you can say that you can take a look that we are using a text composable function where we are passing a text under the text parameter, and later we style it with the text style. So here is a lot of things like text composable accept the text as a string, accept the modifier as I already described. Each and every composable function will accept the modifier. So you can do what you want. Like if you want to set a text, set a size, we can use this modifier for that. We can provide the color, font size, font style, font weight, font family, and the latest spacing, text decoration, everything here. And once you describe the things, it will change. Its text will change according to your declaration. Here we see the text style. We have passed it as a font weight bold. So take the Geekle is a bold. We have set a background color, the color dot blue. So you can see there's a color of the box that change into the blue. We have a colors here. Colors means a color for the text. So here we are declaring at the white. So the color is a white here. Font size at 20.sp. And if you want to make it bigger, you just need to change the size and it will get it bigger. And here we also need the text style. So this is that how we can change. We can make the style of the text. This is for the image drawable. Like if you want to display the image, earlier days when we use the XML for the layout designing in Android apps, we use the image view to display image on the screen. The image can come from the internet, or it also possible to place somewhere in the app, like in a drawable folder. We can achieve the same result by just use the image composable and pass the path of the image when it's placed somewhere in the app. So like if your image is in a drawable, so we just need to send the drawable slash and the image name and in the image view, and it display on the screen. For an image in a composable Jetpack Compose, we need to use an image composable where we have a pointer, which is a name parameter. Under the pointer we have to pass the pointer resource and the drawable file that we place here like that. We have a content description. This is the string value. You can pass what you want. Like if sometimes your internet is so weak and not able to load the image properly, so the text you write there, it will display it here on a screen. So again, the content scale is fit. Here a lot of value of content scale after that. Yeah, it is. So content scale is like a scale type which we have in an image view. Like if you want to fit on the screen, you can set a fit. If you want to center crop, use a crop. If you want to fill height, weight, inside, and none, so you can choose the accordingly. And the thing that you choose, the image will get scaled according to your selections. There is a text field outline. So text field is known as a text field is similar like edit text which have in your XML. So for achieving the result, you just need to call outline text field. There are two type of text field. First is the outline, and second the field. First, we will discuss about the outline because I like that the most. And then after that, next slide, for the upcoming slide, we will take a look about the field text field also. Things will remain the same, but the things that change is something like in a outline text field. Here's the outline, you can take a look, and the field it will not there. This thing will remain the same. So outline text field here to say this is a composable predefined composable function where is the value. What's the value? Value is the enter text here. You can see this here. So value means that what you write here, it will be a value for it. On value change, once you write anything under it, the value change will get called and the things get updated here. You just need to update it accordingly. There's a different thing, but the value change will come there. Placeholder is a placeholder. If I don't write the text, then it will come here. Leading is the icon that come into the top left side, and the trailing icon is the icon that come into the top and on the right side of the screen. You can experience it here right now. So here one thing, yeah. Now the things is how we can change the shape. Text field, outline text field have one parameter, one parameter that it accept is a shape. So if you want to, if the composable function already accept the shape, then you just need to call a shape. According to which time here I'm calling the rounded corner shape as a 20 dp pass the parameter, and the shape get rounded here. You can see here like that. But if it not accepted the shape, then we can use the modifier. We will take it later in this presentation. So this is a text field. So in the earlier slide, I will talk about there are two type of text field. First is the outline, and second the field. So this is the example of field, and the things of this will remain the same. You just need to change the thing that get changed only here. We are calling the text field only. The previously we are calling the outline text field. Here just need to call the text field. This is the predefined function as I told earlier, and the rest thing will remain the same. Here is also a value that you can enter what you want. Once you enter anything, it will update the value here. On value chain will remain the same as we discussed earlier. Placeholder, leading icon, trailing icon, and the shape will remain the same. If you don't use the shape, it will be show something like that, and if you use the shape rounded, then it will show something like that. So now talk about the buttons, which is a most useful concept, because in XML, while we're designing XML file, you need to use a lot of buttons according to our layout complexity. So here is also a button, but here different type of buttons is. Like here you can say this is the flat button, this is the rounded flat button, this is a text button, this is the outline buttons. What is the difference between all this? Just take a look. This first thing is a button. The button is already a predefined composable function. You just need to call. If you want to use somewhere in your XML, in your UI that need a button, then you just need to call a composable function button. Now composable function have three things. It have a more thing, but three things are mandatory. Like on click means what happened when you click on it. If you want to call some function here, you just need to call the function here under the on click braces, and that's it. Modifiers, here is the padding. If you need to declare the padding, we must use the modifier, because button not itself we have any property or any parameter that accept a padding. So we need but button have a modifier, so we are using a modifier here for declaring the padding. Elevation is the elevation. You can understand little shadow under it. And button is like a view group. You can put a text under it, you can put an icon under it, you can put anything under it like you want. So here I'm putting a text under it, and text is like elevated buttons. The different text, I just forgot to change, sorry for that. So second is the text. So in the rounded. If you want to make it rounded, you just need to call the shape here, and once you get the shape, you need to call the rounded corner, but rounded corner shape and produce. And you need to declare the DP size that you want, and then once you declare the thing get the border get rounded. Next is the text button. So text button is not a big thing. It's also a button. You just need to declare text. That's it, and it always will be applicable because it's a button composable. It's a composable function. So it have on-click method on it, and you just need to call what you want to do here. And once you declare it, you unclick it in function that gets called. Here you're using a text under it as a text button, so that the text is displayed here. If you want to declare some icon above it, we need a row and column concept. We will discuss later in this presentation. Here's the outline button. Outline button is the same thing that we discussed. That we'll take a look about the outline text field where that was the edit text field where we can edit the things. We cannot edit the things. The shape will look like the same as we have on that time also, but it's a button. You have an on-click method in it, on-click parameters where we can do what we want to do when the button get clicked. Here's the border option. Like if you want to customize the border, you can customize the border with help of the border stroke. 1 dp is the size, and the color black is our colors. You can change it accordingly. And here the modifier for the help for the padding also. Now take a look about the checkbox. Checkbox, check, unchecked. How to make the checkbox checks and unchecked. So checkbox is also a composable function, predefined composable function that help us to build a new logics, the complex UI whenever we want. So as you know that each and every composable has their own list of arguments that they have to accept. So let's discuss something about that argument and how to make checkbox checked and unchecked according to our need. Is there any problem? So here you can see we have a checkbox here, and which is a composable function where first I'm declaring it false. So false means the checkbox is unchecked. So it will produce something like on a screen like that. If you want to change it like true, so once you set it true, that there is a checkbox that makes checkable, means there's a checked and unchecked. So you just need to click on it. Once you click on it, it will get unchecked, and if you click on it, it will get checked. So you just need to call the check composable, and that's it. Radio button, select and select. This remains the same as the checkbox we have. We have here not a check. Here is a selected option. Selected. If you declare the selected option as a false, then it will be unselected, and once you selected the true, it will be selected. Now we have to switch. So switch will also be the same, by like you switch is a composable function, and we have an option here the checked. And if you declare the check false, if you want to click on it false, set it false, so it will produce a false from the beginning. And once you click, you need to change it. You need to change it with the true, and that the switch get checked. So let's talk about the progress indicator. So progress indicator will help us to show the progress of some task. Like we have a progress indicator bars in XML, if I pronounce it right then. So let's take a look. We have a two type of progress indicator in Jetpack Compose. First is the circular, and second is the linear. So first we will take a look about the circular, and then we will get back and see look what's the linear indicator is. The circular progress indicator is a progress bar, means we have to declare the progress here, how much progress it completed. So if as you can see here like that, if the progress I declare 0.3, that means a 30%. It accepts the value from 0 to 1. So 0 will be the 0%, and 1 will be the 100%. So 0.3 means this is the 30% completed, and it will produce a screen something like that. If you declare the progress 0.6 means the 60%, so here is the effect of that. If you progress 1, that means 100%, and it will produce the effect like that. So the question is that how we can change. So we need to recompose it continuously once we change the progress and update the progress. Once the progress get updated, the surplus value will produce something like that. Here is the color option. We can change the color if you want. Like if I'm using the blue color, you can change what you want. Stock width you change for reduce the width or increase the width according to your need. So this is the progress indicator linear. If it is used for the same task, same things for displaying the progress, how the progress will come, and how the progress will be on ongoing progress. What the ongoing progress in a linear format. So like we have for the linear progress indicator, we have a composable function that known as a linear progress indicator. And here we have to do the same thing. Like if you update the progress, we are updating the progress like 0.7, it was something like that on a screen, it is 70%. And if you're using the 0.8, means the 80%, it will be something like that. You need to, if you want to increase the height or width of that linear progress bar, you just need to hit here. Like here is the film action, these are different things. I'm stuck. No, I think not. Yep, this is the new concept which is not in our XML. So we need to understand the most. What is a box and a spacer? So first in XML, the box. So let's discuss about the box. So the box is one of the unique concept in a Jetpack Compose, and it's related to the view group which is present in XML. Like XML have a thing like linear layout, relative layout, constant layout. So this is the view group where we can contain different or one or multiple views. So this concept come into the Jetpack Compose with the boxes. So boxes can contain one or more than one view group at a time. Sorry, view at a time. Box can accept just a one argument, and that is a modifier. We will see what the modifier ahead in the presentation. So box we cannot pass the different argument on the box because box just accept the one argument, and that's the modifier. With the help of modifier, we can set the size here, we can change the colors here, we can do the everything that we want, but with the help of modifier, we cannot pass any other argument here. Box contain as many as composable you put under it, and the benefit of it that we can use it like a view group which contain a child under itself that help us to design the complex UI and align the item whenever we want, wherever we want. Let's understand it with the help of a given example on the screen. So here is the example we have put it in on like that. So first is that we have a three boxes. Just we made the three boxes. We have and both have the same size with the 15 dps, and the color remain the different. So how we achieve this? Like box can accept just a modifier, and we declare the modifiers as similar for all of three the boxes but different backgrounds. So this is that how modifier help us to change the size. If you want to put the different size, you just need to put the different size. Here if we are putting a size, we can even put the different sizes with help of the fill width or the width past the width. We can use that also. So let's understand the spacer. As the name suggests, spacer is all about setting space around the composable on any side. And spacer always be transparent. So whenever you use it, it will produce an effect like margin between the two composable. So the final conclusion is that spacer helps us to set the margin around the composable. In Jetpack Compose, there is nothing like a margin of things, but we can achieve this margin effect if like a spacer. If anyone of here is familiar with a Flutter background, so they understand the concept very well because the spacer there also. So with the spacer, I'm just putting the here it like that. And just assume that I'm dealing with a row. I'm just not writing because we don't have much space on the slide. So box first we are putting the box with the blue color, which is this. Second, we are using the spacer of 30 dp. So here, this is the spacer here right now. 30 dp with a transparent background. There's nothing on it, so it will not show that we have a view or we have a composable here. It just reflect that it's space here. Second spacer I'm using for the 20, and the third space I'm at 10. So here, this is the 30 dp space, this is the 20 dp space, and it cannot reflect the space because we don't have any composable after it. So let's understand that how we can design a top app bar like a toolbar. In XML, we are more familiar with known as a toolbar, but in a Jetpack Compose, it's known as a top app bar. So we have a already defined pre-composable function, this name on top of bar, that can contain a title in itself, modifier, navigation item, action, background color, content color, and evaluation. So what is all this? So first is a title. This is the title you can see here. We just need to use a text composable under it and pass the text string that you want to display on the screen, and it's done. Second is modifier that help us to set the size, background, and anything that you want. Here we can declare the background too, because it accepts the background parameter color. So we don't need to pass it with the help of modifier. We can set the size and the other thing if we need. Like third thing is navigation icon. This is the navigation icon, which is the top left side. So with the help of this argument, we can pass the navigation icon here. Action, this is the action buttons we need. If point here, you can see we can pass the action to as many as we want. Here the background color that you need to change according to your need, and it will reflect the effect on that here also. So bottom navigation composable, which is a bottom bars. The bottom navigation is a composable, predefined composable function that contain itself these 5 values: modifier, background color, content color, elevation, and content. So we know the modifier, we know about the background. We just need to pass the background according to our wish, and that will get displayed over here. Here we are passing a primary surface. For that time, when I code it on Android Studio, this color will be the same as this color. So that's why it's the blue color here. Content color is the content you put here. You can do it according to your wish, and it will display it here. We can also use the tint, but for now it will be perfect. So let's see that we in the previous slide we see how we use the bottom navigation icon. So bottom navigation, but not the icon. Here is the bottom navigation item composable. Under the bottom navigation composable, we need to use the bottom navigation item composable for put the item under it. Like here, the 5 items that I put, we need to 5 composable of bottom navigation item, and for each of the icon we have a selected option. If we selected, it will produce effect like it was selected. On click, what will happen when you click on it? Modifier will help us to modify customize it more according to our need. Enable, disable labels, all the labels. If you put the labels and text, it will come under it. So this is that how we can customize the navigation item under the bottom bar. So let's take a look about the scaffold layout in Jetpack Compose. So scaffold allow you to implement a UI, which is the basic material design layout structure. Scaffold provides slot for most of the common top level material components, such as a top bar, bottom bar, floating action button, and a toggle. So what that means, let's assume that we have a mobile screen. We have a 3 thing. We designed a 3 thing, like we have a compose, we have a top bar, which is here. We have a bottom navigation, bottom bar. We have a floating action button. So in Jetpack Compose, if you want to align, like top bar will always be on a top bar, bottom bar will always be on the bottom, and the floating action button, the standard place of that is the right side of the bottom. So how we can place that? We need to use some logic. We need to use the row and column concept for all this. So all this, but what the scaffold do? Scaffold has predefined things. Like if you declare the top bar under the scaffold, it will automatically goes on the top. If you declare the bottom bar under the scaffold, it will automatically go to the bottom of the screen. Same happen with the floating action button. So you can assume that Flutter have a predefined structure or template for all the views, and once you declare it, it will automatically place on the standard places. Let us the same thing. Let understand it with the same thing. Here is the scaffold. We just declare the top bar with the top bar composable, and it will goes here. We use the floating action button. We just set the position. We can set the position of floating action button also, but for the standard way, it will come here. If you don't declare the position here, I am declaring the position as an int. Same happen with the bottom bar also. So it will automatically place under it. So let's understand the most important concept of the row and the column. Row and lazy, the difference is like that. We already knows that the difference between the list and the recycle view. The widget recycle is a more flexible way. So the lazy row is also a more flexible and standard way. because it does not create the whole items in a one time. Once it's off the screen, then it will create the more. So we can you reuse it. So this is the difference. So row is once like if you put anything under the row, so first thing will be on the left side, second thing will the after the left after right side of the first one, third one is the right side of the second one. So this is the row we have. This is the vertical alignment and this is the horizontal alignment. So if you put another thing here, it will goes here, neither here. So this is the concept of row. So let's understand that how we can put the gravity, we can set the gravity, or we can arrange the spaces in a row. So like here we have is a row which have a filled modifier with filled max width. That means the whole the screen, like this is similar that the match parent we have. And I'm just putting the 100 dp heights for make you understand the most. Here is a 3 box contain the 53 box which all have a 50 dp, but the screen have a more width, and then it will contain, it will after putting the all the thing, the width of that container make a 150, and the screen have more. So let's know that how we can divide the space accordingly. So if we need a arrangement, like this is the vertical arrangement, here you can say the vertical arrangement top, and this we are dealing with the arrangement here. So space evenly will divide the space evenly in each container. Space between will divide the space all in between. So first container will be on the exactly on the left side, and the third one is the right side, and this and the third one is the center. So the space will be equally between all this, and the space around will be the space around. In that it happened that the left side space is equal than the right side space, and these two spaces will be the same. This and this will be the same, and this two will be the same. So how we can space if we are dealing with a row? So how we can deal with place the item on the vertically? So we need to use a vertical alignment top, and if you set the alignment center vertically, so it will come center automatically. If you want to send it bottom, which you need to alignment dot bottom, and we need to alignment top for setting it on a top. So the columns have a same thing. Concept will remain the same for the as a row, because but it will deal from top to the bottom. So once you place anything, it will come on the top, and the next thing will come automatically on the bottom of the first one. So this is the concept of row, where this will convert. Previously in a row, this will the vertical arrangement, and this will be the horizontal arrangement. But in a column, this will be the horizontal arrangement and the vertical arrangement. It's a vice versa in a both row and column. Column. So now, like how we can divide, it will remain the same as we have a row, but need to change it that if you need to if you need to divide the space vertically, then we use the arrangement here, like space around, space evenly, and space between. The concept of all this will remain the same as we have in a row. Now how we can divide the space or put the element in a column for the from left to the right. So for that, if select the start arrangement is start vertical horizontal alignment. If you select the start, that will become in the start. If you select the end, it will come on the right side of the column if there is a much space of rather than the much space for the container then. And if center horizontally, it will be on the center. So now we will take a look at how we can design a layout. What we learned from the previous slides about the predefined composable function, how we can develop a complete UI with the help of those little predefined composable. First, for this UI, I want to thank my friend Phillips. This UI drawn by him. So let's take a look. So this is the full sky UI that we have to design, and what we did, we will convert into the 5 different parts. Let's take a look at how we can do it. Just convert it with help of the good morning phrase will be the first part, where we have a two text view in a column and a icon of searches. Second, the chip section we declared we make it separate alone, and the third is button, we can put like a banner section or any section that you want to call. You can call it. So fourth section is the future and the 5 the bottom. So we divide all this in 5 different parts, and let's take a look at how we can design that. So let's take a look from the first one. This is the container. This is the box which have a one row that contain a one column, and one column contain a 2 text and a search box. So the main important thing is that how we divide the space between this. So for the row we need a space between. So all the space here, you can see the space between. So all the space comes between the column and the icons. So we have a column here in it, and column have a 2 text. Here you can say there are 2 texts which have a simple user predefined material theme style, that will for the h2 for the headings and the body 1 for the descriptions. And that's we are using columns. So the first text will come here and second text will automatically come to the down of the page. So if you write one more text, it will come here. This is the chip section, and what have we done that? This is a chip section, and we have done that like we have a box, we have 3 chips. So how we can do that? We can create a row. Here is a row. We don't have any. We have an arrangement that left. We don't use a space evenly or a space between. We just need one by one. So we just take it will get arranged start from the left. So we declare the left vertical alignment center vertically. So it will be centered from the top and the bottom. So what we have created 3 boxes in a row. One box, each boxes have just a one text, and these 3 boxes are here. So this is that how we can design this. So this is simple a box, and here same thing. This has a box that have a row have a one column that contain a 2 text and the icon. So here's the column that have a 2 text and the box, and here's the icon. This is the future section. This is the future section which have actually the 3 things. This is the here we are using the lazy vertical grid that they're similar like a grid view, which we can do a fix. Like if here you can see that grid. Here you can see that. Just a second, sorry. So here we are using a lazy vertical grid where we have a fixed 2 columns together. So we have a boxes that we are declaring a boxes which come in 2 boxes, and each boxes have a one text have a 2 rows actually. So one in the top of the boxes, and the second row will be the bottom of the boxes, where we contain in that second row in the 2 icons for the icon of music, videos, and the buttons here also. This is how we design this. And this is the bottom navigation. This is the bottom bar which have a 5 bottom. So this is the 4 bottom icons here. So we have to declare bottom menu here. You can see the bottom menu. In a row we have declared the items and item boxes and icons. So this is how we take a look earlier that how we can use the bottom icon under the bottom menu. So this is the column with the grading section. So now we take a look at how we can produce a whole screen with the help of single that we divide a single element together, divided elements. So first we are using the grading section. We have put into the column. When we put the grading section will come here. Then we add the another section in the same columns, and here you can see the screen as we're dealing in a column. So the second as soon as we add the chip section, it will in a column, so it will get bottom of the first one. So this screen will appear for you. So now we are using the current mediation, which we learned how we design, and this is how we screen get developed. Now using the more. And once we use all the things like current section, a future section, and the bottom navigation icons, contain icons, and this is how your screen get displayed. This is how your screen get developed. So this is the concept that how you can design, how you can develop, or how can you design a UI in a Jetpack Compose with the help of the simple and predefined composable function. This is the first step where we learn, where we take a look at how we can collaborate together. Like if we have a code, if we have a Kotlin code already, and we want to display a list from the help of that Kotlin from the server, so how we can do that? So let assume we have a column, as we discussed earlier in the last slide, that we have a column where we keep adding the things, keep adding the element one by one under it, and this is why get developed. So you have to do the, you have to fetch the value, or you have to collect the data from under the column also. Once you add the column under here also, so then it will get displayed whenever the data comes from the service, from the server, it will get displayed automatically here. So this is all, I think. Yep. So yeah, this is all from my side. If you have any question, please go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your presentation. Yeah, and for giving it live at the very end of today's live stream. Yeah, so we have a question from the chat. So let me put it on screen. Other XML elements that aren't yet available at Composables, what situation would I want to still use XML?
No, there is not any XML element that you can use under the Jetpack Compose, and there is not any solution that you can use the XML component under the Jetpack Compose.
Okay, that was straight. So yeah, I think I don't see any questions. So yeah, it was all clear. Yeah, thank you very much for joining today, and yeah, I'll see you on our future event.
Okay, thanks for giving my time. Thanks for giving my opportunity to present myself. Actually, I'm sitting out in India, and currently it's at 2:15 of night. So sometime in between, I was feeling like sleepy, but that's how I somehow managed.
That's totally not visible.
Thanks, man. Thanks for your time. May I leave now?
Good luck. Yeah, take care. Bye. See you. Oh, okay. So that's it for today's live stream. We have a senior track tomorrow, and thank you very much for you everyone who are sitting through the whole thing for the whole day and who are still with us right now. So yeah, thank you so much. I'm sure more people will also watch this as a recording, but they probably won't get to this part. And just like for you all, just gonna short reminder that we have our last event of the season, and we get back in September. So we have a data science event next week. So if you're interested in that, I know this is completely different topic, but consider checking it out. So it's events.geekle.us/data science. And it's a 3-day event instead of 2. All right. So I guess that's it. We have a senior track tomorrow. We'll have a bit longer day, more like 11 hours and a half. But still 4 blocks, lots of different topics. Yeah. So yeah. Bye everyone. See you around.